Lord. Right. Jeeper, big up. Sunny S, walk on. Come on, my G. I don't feel like. Jeez. Yeah, man. Slap the light bar then, man. I'm going to play a video real quick. Big up, 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 big up. Adam Smith, you know. Man like Abdul Smith. Walk on. Man like Abdul Smith, you know. Alhamdulillah. Yeah, man, he's coming to the mosque with me and Ghost next week, innit? Yeah, the end of fucking Ramadan and that. You hear me? Man like Abdul, you know. Come on, big up. Jeez. Mad. Yeah, Amazon Alexa. What's going on? Before you start balling, let me big you up real quick, man. You know, you're probably going to be balling for 90% of the show, innit? Yeah, walk one. Yeah. Oh, mate, it's the federal agents mad because the fragants tapped the cell and the phone in the basement. My team supreme, stay clean. Oof, god damn. Lord have mercy, that car was a super write-off. Yeah. Oh my days. Yo, the whole side of the car's crush up. Airbags out and all that, cuz. You know what I mean? The car right there, airbags out and all that, mate. Fucking hell, mate. Yeah, confused as F. Yeah, big up, man. Hey, what's going on? Walk on. Come on, big up, big up. Old time violence guy, amen. Hallelujah. In the name of the Lord. You know, catch a girl, y'all. Get in the spirit, y'all, girl. In the name of the Lord. You know, catch a girl, y'all. Because the all of them are walk over hard. In the name of the Lord. How you mean? We say praise him. Oh, shit. Who else we got in there? Who else we got in there? Random dudes, random guys, random couples. Lava! Some boy no know them bomber clout father. Mad. Jeez. Oh, mad. Outside Simon Harrison. I want them feel like. Come on, slap the likes. Jeez. Yeah, man. Walk one, outside Babs. Oh, mate. Yeah, man. Old time Babs in the building, cuz. Shake up the busybody, fam. Yeah. Busy up your body and shake up your arm. Man. Old time Archie, you your princess. Walk one. How you mean? Come on. Jeez. Bad. Old time. Gurney, give thanks. BMP sound system. Mamba clan. Yo. I want to some. Yo, hey, big up Gurney, man. Yeah, man. Say nothing, man. Big up yourself, cuz. You know? Jeez. Oh, man. Yeah, man. Big up Gurney, though, still, man. Yeah. Yeah. All time, Cassie. Hey, walk on, Cassie. Come on. I heard Canada made a diss track for United Snakes. Yeah, man. I would have recorded it in it, but you know. But yeah. I already got fucking copyright strikes now on this one anyway, still. So but I can edit it. It's all right. It's all right. Next time, maybe. Next time. Next time, maybe. Concern troll for free. It's a long ass name to read on a small ass screen, B. Yeah, that's a long ass name to read on a small ass screen. Man, big on yourself though, man. Come on. I hope you guys will slap the like though, cause we should have at least 40 likes today. Come on. We've only got I've got a few pagans in it. You know what I mean? Like, it's to be expected, innit? Like, you know what I mean? Like, I got a few pagans, innit? Like, you know? Yeah, like every man, hey, no boy nothing like me. No boy nothing like me. But if you get them, oh, man. Yeah, alright, big up, man. Mad, old type Ku Klux Kaylee. Mad, white hoods and black teeth. Oh my days. Oh my days. Who said white hoods and black teeth? Nah. She's got a bad Ku Klux Kaylee, you know. Yo, you fucked. Yeah, man. That time, man. Oh, shit. But the KKK court, you know. Barbara Clark. Jeez. Who else got it in there? Who else got in there all tight CT? Walk one. Come on, pick up the CT. There you are. Yeah, man. There's anyone new? Old tight Charlie's girl. Come on, big up. Big up yourself, man. Hope you slap the like button, Charlie's girl. Come on, big up. Scrolling through. Make sure everyone got a shout out the first time round. Official office. Is it offline, not shopping? Oh, sorry, I thought it said office. My bad. Offline, not shopping. Oh, go on. Come on, bigger. They are. Man. Old tight game, you know. Come on. Up in this biatch. Biatch. Gaza block. Godless bomber clots. Old type man like God of Jacob, you know. Yeah, man. They say he's looking for some white bread. Hey, take time, cuz. Hey, old tight. Yeah, pick up man like God of Jacob, you know. How them feel, oh. Man said big up mincemeat. It's a mad name still, I ain't seen you before. You must be a pagan in disguise. Yeah, me. They're pagans in disguise. Jeez, alright. But. Alright, but say less. Say less, man. Alright, man. So let's start up this beef, man. Yeah. Come on. Come on. Alright. So, tax evasion versus benefit fraud. Like, obviously, we all know which one's going to raise more money for the government. Battling tax evasion. But the people that fund the government and the people that vote for the government, like the newspapers are owned by billionaires that are basically non-dom, that pay hardly any tax in the UK, multinationals. Yeah, Rupert Murdoch's mad in fucking America now. So you don't even need to be in UK to run this shit. He's got America and the UK. You know what I mean? So yeah, making them man start to pay tax, yeah, means that these men that's in power, in them positions there, like the Jeff Bezos and so- Yeah, the Jeff Bezos, the Rupert Murdochs, all them sort of dudes there, yeah, that are using like offshore accounts as tax avoidance, which is really tax evasion. Pay minimal taxes. Man like Thomas, a lie. Yeah, I know tax avoidance, yeah, but we're talking about tax evasion. I mean, if they tackle tax evasion, because you know tax evasion's going on as well as tax avoidance, isn't it? But if they tackle tax evasion, they're gonna get much more than tax avoidance. I said Bono. Hey, we all type wise, so there you are. Bamba clap, man. What you saying? Checkmate early.
Big up, big up. How you
What's
doing, man?
going on, man? What's up?
Ain't
What's
too
happening?
much. And let me just say this. Let me complete the sentence before you start booty
Mm.
clapping for the immigrants. But I got to say this though, with all due respect.
Nothing to do with immigrants, man.
All of the
We'll speak about them
I
in a
read the
bit, though.
title, and the title
We'll
speaks
speak
about this.
about them in a bit, man.
Well, look at the title, brother. And I'll say this, and it'll be brief. You see that the Venezuelan illegal aliens in the U.S. have been deported to El Salvador. And I want to say this as a message to all illegal aliens in the U.S. You will be mass deported. Even if we don't send you home, we're going to send you somewhere. So you better leave on your own before we catch you. And I call ICE every day. Let me just say that for the record, man. I call ICE on illegal aliens every day, man.
You are a high grade snitch,
I'm
man.
just keeping
Trust
it
me,
real, man.
fucking.
Matter of fact, since you
So,
said that, I'm gonna call
I
ICE
call
on some
ice
Jamaican.
every day.
I'm gonna call ICE on some Jamaicans since you talking shit,
I'm
man.
gonna call ice on some Jamaicans.
But
Alright, bro.
big up. Thanks for having me up. I'll probably come back in a few though. Peace.
Nah, go fuck yourself, man. Go back to your reservation. You fucking native ass. Yeah, but fucking Pocahontas. Why's Pocahontas' grandson up here chatting shit? Huh? Huh? Why for that, man? A bumper clap, Pocahontas. Anyway, let's get back to tax evasion. Tax avoidance, sorry. Tax evasion, yeah, my bad. Versus benefit cheats, yeah? Because we're going cheat for cheat, innit? Yeah, if we're going to make a comparison, yeah? We're going cheat for cheat, innit? Yeah? Benefit cheat versus tax evasion, yeah? Look.
Someone tell Keir Starmer that he's Labour, because I don't think he knows. What do you mean you're going to tackle this issue of benefit fraud? Meanwhile, you're making money from people who aren't even claiming the benefits they're entitled to. You're in the green. This is money that the government could be accessing, that they are entitled to access. That's over £100 billion if they tackled tax evasion. And this is not me saying, like, clamp down on the working class. Like,
Oh shit, my bad. You know what, yeah? I fucking muted my mic and I didn't know I'm muting it, so I was rapping
I,
for time, you know.
dude,
You know, I was
I
spitting for
refreshed.
time, you know.
I refreshed because I thought that I couldn't keep up.
Yeah, I was spitting bars and shit, man. God damn. So only I heard me, yeah? Alright, say less, man. Let me repeat what I was saying. Yeah, so I was saying about there's a generation or generations of people within the UK that are working class, that are entitled to some sort of benefits, that will never claim any sort of benefits, yeah, even though they're entitled to it. Yeah, there's like quite a few people would know people like this. They wouldn't claim shit, like nothing, nada, zip. Yeah, so like when they was pointing out the charts of the amount of people that are committing benefit fraud to the amount of people that should be receiving benefits that ain't. It's showing that that chart was in the green, and benefits fraud is one of the lowest charts to tackle of fraudulent cases of people scamming. And now if you look at the very end, the tax evasion chart, look how big that chart is compared to the fucking other chart. But it's going to cost, you know what I'm saying? It's going to cost friends and family rather than little broke, poor little strangers at the bottom to lose out. So these men are going to attack fucking disability benefits, pension fucking credits, heating allowance and shit. Like, come on, man. Like, yo, man can't call Keir Starmer no left-wing MP. Like, you gotta be serious. Like, there's no left-wing MP, yeah, or no supposed left-wing or Labour MP. He's really trying to attack people's benefits, innit? Like, he should be taking aim at the highest in society, people that are like the tax evasion chart there. Look how big the fucking tax evasion chart is compared to the benefits scamming chart, yeah? And they're making a big thing out of the benefits scamming people rather than the tax evasion people. Like, it's crazy, cuz. It's dumb. So, let me play the rest of the way. Did you have anything to say on that?
Yeah, you mean the tax intelligent people.
No, there's tax avoidance is legal. Tax evasion is illegal. And listen, that chart at the end, tax evasion is what that last chart at the end is showing, last bar chart at the end of that. That's showing for tax evasion.
Where's the
tax
chart
avoidance.
that has the column for tax intelligence? Where's that chart?
What's tax intelligence?
Intelligence, where you pay as little as possible.
Yeah, that's tax avoidance. That would be tax avoidance.
Well, no,
And I
mean,
think that was
I'm not
third.
avoiding.
That's the chart that's behind the head.
No, I'm not avoiding taxes. I'm just intelligent enough to pay as
tax
little
avoidance
as possible.
means that you're going to pay as less as possible through them, whatever means. Bro, listen, yeah, if I tell the truth, yeah, I'm not really hating on anyone for not paying as much as they have to pay anyway. They can able to
obviously they
save
are
any
paying
dollars
as
or
much as they
whatever.
have to pay.
But I am saying that no, they're paying as little as they have to pay in it, like, because the much as they have to pay, but it's still going to be through. What it is, it's as little because there's different means and ways that people are able to. So, like for instance, Lewis Hamilton's moved to Monaco. Monaco's tax free, so if his
Tax
business or his company. Yeah, if his business or company, now obviously it's flat for the super wealthy though, right? So he will anything his company earns right now probably is tax free in it and just all straight into whatever his business.
You start a business and then you move to Monaco and then you're tax intelligent also.
No, but that's not. Bro, listen, that's not the argument that we're making, right? We're not making the argument of can you avoid tax or whatever. We're making the argument between which is more which one is going to be more beneficial to the country to clean up or whatever. Which one's going to bring more funds to the public spending, to the coffers, to the government to spend on the public services that it's lacking, that it desperately needs help in. Different councils are going flipping bankrupt and all this sort of shit there. That sort of stuff there.
Let the employees pay taxes.
The point, the employees already do. That's the whole point of it. Employees already pay taxes. These men at the top don't really pay these taxes, like. So, and it's strange as well, yeah. Like, obviously, like you're employed or whatever, so you pay tax in it or whatnot, yeah. If out of the little money that you're getting through your whole company, you're paying a percentage of tax. Why shouldn't the people at the top whose profit from your hard work means that they're even able to give you that as breadcrumbs and still take big bread off the top?
most people don't work hard. They're coming up with TikTok videos when they're at work. They're gathering trash cans for a TikTok video, saying like the first picture will be a work photo with all their employees,
Yeah,
and then
because
it will say, "This is what I really think of them."
their fucking
And
job ain't paying them enough, probably.
dude,
So
you gotta admit, most
man are
people
trying to
don't work
multitask
hard.
and do TikTok videos. Man are trying to multitask and do TikTok videos and begging man online and shit to get fucking extra bread because their 9 to 5 ain't even paying them
Dude,
enough to not even have to do shit like that.
people are even trying to make an argument now that businesses should pay them to travel to work and shit. Like, it is getting out of hand, dude. Like, most people don't work hard, dude. Most
I'll get
jobs,
paid for my travel. I'll get paid from when I leave my
yeah,
house till
you're
I
a
get back to my
union
house.
job. You're a union job. That's different. That's
Door to door.
negotiations. That's
No, but
negotiations.
not everyone. Like there's not a lot of companies in the UK are door to door. Like a door to door company brought me up actually saying, "Oh, look, it's door to door." Blah blah blah.
The vast majority of
I'm already on door
jobs,
to door, mate.
but the vast majority of jobs are not hard jobs, bro. People are going and they're standing behind a counter looking at their phones. Like, that's brick and mortar 101 right now, is go behind a counter, wait till you have to cash somebody out, and most of them are self-checkout now, and then you're just sitting there looking on your phone like meaningless TikTok videos that you're gonna emulate on your lunch break.
Let's be real about what we're even talking about. I don't know what you're on today or what mode you're in today, because yeah, and you're just basically saying that even the people that are working in those supermarket places ain't really working, right? They're just fiddling
No, they're
about on their
giving up.
phone and
They're
TikTok
giving up
videos, yeah.
they're giving up their time for pay, but it's not like they're working hard. Like, dude, most people don't work hard. The people who, like, here's a comparison. For
Who
every
does work hard?
billion, here's a comparison. For every billionaire or millionaire that you're saying that's trying to tax evade, there's 10 workers that are trying to work evade, where they're trying to do as little as possible while they're clocked into
Brother,
the
your
job.
comparison's weird though, brother. How are you making a comparison between tax evasion and to people not pulling or trying to fucking do whatever they can to get out of doing
But
extra
you know
work or
that.
harder work
You
at,
not extra
in
work,
their
just the
job?
bare minimum. Just the bare minimum.
How is that even a comparison, though?
Dude, I'm just saying, like, that is how
Are you saying
everybody
that
is.
people just deliberately, the majority of workers in the United States,
Dude,
deliberately try to shirk out of doing just their basic job or not?
here's what I'll say, dude. My job, for up to 12 hours, I'm not allowed to have my cell phone on. How many people do you think are willing to do that? These people, now, of course, they're not making the type of money that I'm making, but they also don't have to do the shit that I have to do at any given moment. But, like, people inside of
Oh, so
Walmart,
that's what
the
it is,
grocery.
yeah? Because you're not allowed. You're not allowed your phone at your job. Anyone that's allowed their phone at their job is ain't doing a hard job,
Definitely
yeah.
don't. They definitely don't deserve as much money as me.
Yeah, of course there is, man. There's people that have their phones at their work that get paid more than what you get paid, bro. What are you talking about? Behave yourself.
Dude, 100%. Like, what if your job came out and said, Veli, you are no longer allowed to be on your phone when you are employed during your hours of service, as we would call it in the railroad. But when you're clocked in, you are no longer allowed to be on your phone. You gonna start your own business, or you gonna just keep going? You're just gonna not have your phone for 8 hours?
I don't need to have my phone on anyway.
No, most people don't need their phone during work, but they have it on and they're texting and they're doing shit. I'm just asking you, like, if the company you work for said, Veli, you are no longer allowed to use your phone for anything other than work. You're not allowed to make private calls. You're not allowed.
They've got a company called phone for that. That's what your company
Asking you,
phone's for.
no, but Not about a company. No, look, you're trying to make a separation. I'm saying if the
But I'm
company
saying on
makes
your
a
private
ruling,
phone.
yeah, if a
Yeah, but
company made a ruling,
they could make that ruling and everyone could accept that ruling. I don't know how they even gonna bother to that because,
are you
boom,
going to stay at your job or are you going to quit?
yeah, I could still stay and still use my phone if I actually wanted to because there's no way to monitor whether you're using your personal phone or not when I'm
So
doing what I'm doing there.
they add cameras into your work
They had
van.
cameras. Yeah, but even if they had cameras into the work, man, they still wouldn't be able to see whether I was using my phone or not at work, innit? Like, literally,
Shit.
I could set up.
Okay.
I'm telling you, bro, obviously, like you're saying, there's always ways around everything. Like, I've got YouTube Premium on multiple accounts, so I can play
So
a video,
if
close
they
the screen,
if they had every
and
way locked
and listen
down,
to what it is
if they had every
if they
way
could block
logged
it out.
down to like in the
Like if you
railroad,
had to
right?
leave your phone, if you had to leave your phone in a certain place, like, and then pick it up after work, would you do that job? It just depends what the job is, innit, man, and how much they're
I'm
paying
asking
me, and
you,
is it
would
worth
you
my
do
time?
it?
Yeah, that's my answer. It depends what the job is, how much they're paying me, and is it
Current
worth my
job,
time,
your
innit?
current
Like,
job, your current job.
because if it, like the same sort of thing, innit? Like it would all depend on how much they're paying me,
You in
all
your
the other things as well.
lifestyle
Because
right
I can,
now,
bro,
what's your job?
I couldn't. I shouldn't really say that sort of stuff though, innit? But I could walk in and out of places if I wanted to. You know what I'm saying? Like, so if you just start making up stupid rules of thing of like my company wouldn't do that anyway. But hypothetically, if they just started making up stupid rules, that I could just go to another company, innit? Like,
So
so
you would quit your job?
it just
Getting
depends
at,
on what it is, innit, man? But no, it depends on
dude.
what the
That's what,
condition is, man.
dude. All I'm doing is trolling and showing the fact that
You're actually
most
trolling
people
right
don't
now
work hard.
because you're trying to make a whole argument about fucking someone having a phone at work, and I'm talking about benefits versus tax evasion. Like,
Dude.
you're
I'm just saying,
you're
dude.
trying to debate me about would you leave your job if you couldn't
No.
use your phone?
So
What the
what
fuck?
I'm saying,
That's so minor.
people,
It don't
dude,
even matter if you would or you wouldn't.
people are gonna
It
try
don't.
to evade. People are gonna try to evade tax payments, just like they're gonna try to evade doing work. They're gonna try to do as little as possible, just like people are gonna try to pay as little as possible. It's just the way of the world, my guy. We can move on from it. I just wanted to make the point that most people would not go to work if they were not allowed their phone. That's just the way the world
No,
is now.
they would, man. If it was just like fucking, that's just the way the thing was set. Like you're saying, I was explaining to some retired people a little while ago when they were speaking about the prices of certain things, and I was like, yeah, but that's the price that you remember. The new people that's in the market for what you're speaking about, the price that they remember is the first price that they hear. So the old price is the old price. That's your price, isn't it? Like the new price is what they know about.
All right, man.
You're
We're
gonna pay
not
the new
gonna
price. So whatever the
we're
new
not
game
gonna
is,
agree.
if there's people that will, if the thing is like for the new government law is you can't have no personal mobiles at your place of employment. It needs to be locked in. Blah blah blah. People just do that, innit? I
All
don't
right, dude.
think it would
We're
make
not
much
gonna
difference.
agree, dude. I see your
But you
point.
don't
I
think people
believe you
would.
see my point, and you're
But you
just
don't
not
think people would. You don't think people. You don't think people would give up their mobile phone to just fucking do their job. Yes, they would,
nowadays.
man.
Most likely not. Like, yeah, if they're making 100 grand like I am a year, they might do it. They might consider it. But there's still people like my job. If you turn on your phone, you are breaking federal law. And we've had people turn on their phone and get fired, and the
That's the same.
FRA come after them.
Bro. But that is the same point that I just made, right? That if it was like an actual legislation that the work that you're doing means that you cannot have a personal mobile
And
on
I'm telling you, it still
or
happens.
any sort of distractions. Yeah, yes, but I'm saying that if you're saying that, that's like what I said earlier. That if it was the law, then why would people not do that? Why would they apply for the job in the first place if that's the rulings of the job? Like when you apply for that job, yeah, Did they say you could have your mobile on, and then they told you after you got the job, you can't have your mobile now?
No, it doesn't. That doesn't matter because companies can
It
change
does.
their
It
rules
does.
when
It does. It does. No, because you're trying to make,
Oh
brother.
my gosh,
Listen.
dude.
No, because you're
It
trying to
does.
make your
How many
you're trying to
minutes
make
do
your
you
case
want?
like, brother. Listen, you're trying to make your case like some special scenario, like, right, because you can't have your phone at work or whatever. That means that your job must be tougher than whoever else's job. And I'm saying to you that when you applied for the job, did you already know that you couldn't have your phone on at the job? Yeah, and that's obviously yes. So you already knew that or whatever, that you weren't going to be able to use your phone
And
at the job,
then,
innit,
okay,
Lanta?
dude, I agree that this is a dead conversation, like they're saying in the chat. But I just want to say that doesn't change that a company can make their own rules at any moment. And I do believe that the majority of people would quit their fucking jobs if they weren't allowed access to their phones at a job that they previously had it.
Yeah,
I
it
even
depends what their
asked
job
you,
is. Depends what their job is, man.
what you would do, and you came up with, oh, they wouldn't know. There's no way that they could figure out, or if I had to put it in a certain place, I might be able to figure something out. The whole point is people know that they are addicted to technology, that they need their fucking phone and they want it. I mean, it doesn't matter, dude. It's not like a gotcha question or nothing. I'm just saying the same way that you say people are evading taxes, people are going to evade work. That's just how it
But that's not
is.
the same, bro. Listen, this addiction to phones and people using their phones, it's not the same thing as evading taxes or going after benefit checks. In it, like the government has a decision what they could take, especially a Labour government that claims to be left wing for the working class people, for the poorer people in society, should definitely not be taking out their policies on the weakest and poorest in society. Should definitely be taken out on the people that have the shoulders to bear that flipping stress or to bear the pain or whatever. So who is not going to affect more. And that's obviously the people at the top, the wealthy, the tax, and especially the people that are doing the tax evasion or whatever. Why are they going after? That's more money, like you can see there on the charts. That's the most money that's being run out compared to people doing any.
It doesn't matter, man. We're not going to see eye to eye about the comparison, about the point that's being made. So I'm not always good at explaining my point. So I'll just accept that. Let's play the video.
All right, wait. Did you have anything to say on what's just said or whatever? You can't hear you. You're trying to speak.
Oh, yeah.
Can you hear her? Is it me?
Yeah, you only let me up now. I don't know why my computer's slow. That's weird. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. You must have had.
Yeah, I have got something to say. I don't think that people at the bottom should have their benefits slashed, but not for the same reasons as you. So I think that there's other ways.
What's the same reasons as you?
Well, you think that they should leave them alone and go after the rich. I think the rich pay enough as it is, but if they want to pay a bit more, I don't mind them going after that. But I think there's other ways of clawing back the money.
No. The comparison was going after people that are using tax evasion, which is illegal, or people that are doing benefit fraud or whatever. And I'm saying, one with the most money to go after is the benefit frauds or whatever. You can go after both of them, but I'm saying like just going after the people that's doing benefit fraud on that low number there and leaving that big bar chart with the fucking tax evasion alone. It's like, I don't know about that. Like, what is that? What a Labour government is really supposed to be doing? Attacking the poorest and leaving the rich to keep swindling.
Well, if it's benefit fraud, they shouldn't be claiming it. So if you're speaking specifically benefit fraud and not the cuts that they're doing in the benefit, then I ain't got a problem with them going after them.
And the tax
why should
evasion?
they be claiming? Why should anyone be claiming something that they're not entitled to?
And the tax evasion?
Well, if they're evading it completely, yeah, they should be gone after. But if they're finding a loophole
can you see the size of the chart at the end?
Tax intelligence.
Tax evasion is not legal. Tax avoidance. Tax avoidance is legal. Tax evasion is illegal.
Yeah, so they should
Like,
go
that's why
after,
the
after
comparison.
both
Makes
lots.
sense.
I listen again. Yeah, the comparison, the going after the benefit frauds. Like, say we got a choice in it. Like, it's a multiple choice question. It's not both. They both ain't in the answer. It's one or the other in it. Like, there's a choice to go after the tax evaders, like the people that are breaking that law. That big chart over there that's going to bring back more money, or the tax or the benefit sheets, which is the smallest chart, which is going to bring back the least money. Which one would you say would be beneficial for your government to go after?
Well, I think that chart's deceiving, because even though we know that there's more people, more money that's being evaded, if you go after them, they're likely to leave the country, which means that you lose in the long run. So it's probably easier to go after the benefit cheats, and I understand why they've done that.
Oh my god! All right, cool, man. Let me just play the rest.
You know, I mean, but
People who do have jobs, make sure they're paying their taxes. It's not. Let's be real. If
Are you delayed? Because it sounded like you stopped talking, innit? But
yeah,
then you
no,
started
go
speaking
on, play it.
Now, go on, say your point that you was going to say, and then I'll play it.
No, all I was going to say is, but I can't see how anyone's arguing for people that are claiming stuff that they're not entitled to.
Nah, so I don't know why you guys always do this straw man and like make the stupidest points in their arguments when, you know, like we're saying, like, there's two charts. Yeah, there's two pots of money to go after. Yeah, there's one that's a small pot of money, and there's one that's a big pot of money that are both breaking the law. Like,
But
which one would be?
no, wait.
Which one would be more beneficial for the government to go to make headway?
Yeah, but if you go after the big businesses that are avoiding tax, they're going to leave the country.
Veli, no, wait, but
that's
Veli,
it's tax evasion. People that's illegally not paying tax.
No, wait. Why is it fraud versus evasion? Shouldn't it be fraud versus fraud then? If it's illegal, then it would be fraud, right?
No, but it's the two different ways that the people are not that are taking money out of the government. Brother, listen. You asked the question, yeah? It's the comparison between the two ways that people are defrauding the government and losing receipts.
So wait, but that's not defrauding.
Bro, let me finish. It is, because it's defrauding the government.
It's not the same as fraud.
Of course it is, because evasion.
No, so in America, there's a thing called tax fraud. So fraud is an actual
tax evasion is tax
term.
fraud. Yeah, tax evasion is tax fraud,
Can you
because you're not paying them out the tax.
Can you prove that?
Yeah, because bro, you look up the difference between tax avoidance and tax evasion in the UK, innit? Just Google it now, innit?
Well, no, I mean, you're the one claiming it. I'm the one asking. You get the difference there. Like,
I'm saying that.
That's the reason one side says benefit fraud, which is illegal. I know the word fraud is illegal. Evasion, I know, is not, at least in America,
tax
like
evasion's
an illegal
illegal.
term.
Bro, tax evasion is illegal.
Because we call it tax fraud.
Okay, but tax evasion is illegal in the UK. Tax avoidance not illegal, innit? So using different schemes to not pay as much tax or not pay tax or whatever.
I'll look in a day or two. We'll see. Yeah. Some of the examples. Like, what are these individual examples of tax evasion? So I could see that, like, why aren't there charges brought up on them? What's the legality of the concept of why that's not called fraud, right? Do you understand? Like, the terminology, the terminology 100% seems different, right? Like benefit fraud versus tax evasion. It just seems like that's a purposeful semantical position to take.
Nah, it's not. You Google right now, what does tax evasion mean in the UK, innit? Like, what is tax evasion? Because tax evasion must mean something different in America or whatever, innit? Yeah, but tax evasion in the UK just means that you're not paying the taxes on certain stuff that you're earning that you should be paying tax on or whatever, innit? You might even have, like, you might have a tax bill that you ain't paid or whatever. You got paid a big lump or whatever. You came into a certain amount of hands, you didn't pay tax on it. That's tax evasion.
Okay, somebody said that tax evasion is like someone working self-employed and don't declare certain jobs they've done. Okay, I get that one then. It would still come under fraud under me. I don't understand how it's not labeled fraud, but whatever.
Now people do tax evasion, innit? If the tax evasion is going to be beneficial to clap down on, well, they're going to earn more in the public spending coffers than they would than the benefit fraud. Cutting down both obviously would be beneficial to both sides, right? But like as a Labour government, making the thing of we're going after benefits all the time, disabled, pensions, so and so, this, that, and the other. Yeah, it's like, you sure it's Labour, bro?
But they're not going after them, are they? They're going after people that are claiming it that are not meant to have it.
What, in the disability allowance?
Yeah, there'd be people that are claiming it, faking it, obviously. That's what they're saying. They're saying there's fraud going on.
Brother, you man are talking about very small, like these lots are making the small, very small examples, like say like a fucking barbershop not declaring his earnings and being able to flip in, buy a little house and a car or something, compared to like companies that are big business people that are getting like large sums of money and not declaring it through the tax thingamabobs or whatever. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, that's really what we're talking about.
The only reason that I would say that I don't really care is because if they're giving money away to immigrants that have come in for driving lessons who ain't even been had the decision on staying here. Sorry?
Oh, I saw our brother. No, man, show that, man. Fucking hell, these weirdos, man. These man stalk my chat every day, you know. And then, do you get them private messages in your back chat, private chat,
I know
when you're doing streams?
I know he was praising.
I used to, not so much now.
I ignored it, okay? Even though he was talking about how I'm so correct and how you're an even that, I didn't even say anything about it. You brought it up. You brought it up. I never said.
Nah, see that's how much of a pagan you are, yeah. Because I didn't even say nothing about what the person had said or whatever. I just said that there's always weirdos in the back chat stalking, and you're like, yeah, let me just get my flowers from the weirdos and that.
Dude,
yeah, they was bigging me up.
Dude,
they was bigging me up.
Dude, you're way too serious now that you've gotten into this. Everything is fucking socialist needs to be. Like you were way too serious now. Back when at least whenever dude, whenever it was about religion and atheism,
these man love crying, you know.
At least were serious. You at least were not always so serious that you couldn't.
Oh man, stop crying, man! For fuck's sake, cuz man.
You see crying,
but
bro,
you
like crying,
crying, man. Listen to you, like. I wanted my flowers from the anonymous person in the back chat.
Here's Belly's crying. Here's Belly's crying.
Why are you taking my flowers away?
I pay taxes.
My flowers away.
The thing is, I always say this, that if people in the back chat can't come up on the panel, they're not worth listening to.
Here's Belly's crying. There's people out there or companies that don't pay taxes as much as I think they should. And I'm paying the taxes at the rate that I think I should. But I think I shouldn't pay this amount. I think I should pay less. And richer people should pay more. That's your tears right now, dude.
Listen to this. This is your tears right now. I get paid $100,000 a year, and I don't have to have my phone
pay more tax then.
And I'm better than everyone.
Dude,
I'm better than you. I'm better than him, and I'm better than her.
I never said that.
Because I get paid $100,000 a year. That's what
I've never said
that.
No. I was just showing the fact that people. I'm not making TikTok videos at my fucking job. People making.
Oh, can we not resort to the level of just making Mickey Mouse noise talking?
Like, congratulations, Billy. You make.
Let's have a conversation, for fuck's sake.
False comparison. Congratulations, Velly. Tell us about another
No,
millionaire
bro.
that you're upset about. Tell us about another millionaire that you're upset about,
That's you,
please.
though, man. Don't get
That's
upset
me.
now.
What are you talking about?
Don't get
I'm
upset.
happy people make money.
Why are you upset
I'm
now?
happy people. I'm happy people make money. You're the one who gets upset.
Oh, man, you're upset, bro. Behave yourself, like. Oh, your guy mad. You just want to keep telling us all about this 100 racks.
Dude, I get it. You lost a lot of money on crypto and you're upset about the establishment.
Brother, are you alright, cuz? I never lost no money from you. Bad. I don't know what you're talking about, man. And you not come with these weird stories or whatever, innit? It's always got to be some sort of doom and gloom and fucking bad, tragic shit that's sort of happening in everyone else's life. But you, man,
I think anybody that's avoiding paying tax shouldn't be allowed to avoid paying tax, and they should go after them. Like you said, they should go after the whole lot. But realistically, who are the people that are not paying tax then? Because you're not talking about offshore accounts, are you? You're not just talking about that.
No, they're talking about tax avoidance, innit? So from the smallest tax avoidance to the biggest one, innit? But really, start at the top and make your way down.
So give an example of someone at the top who's avoiding.
I can't give you an example of someone at the top, innit? Else then I would know of a criminal case of someone that's got paid a certain amount of money or whatever. We're just going off with the charts of that they will give out if you do a search on.
Yeah, but I find it weird that these people seem to know how much money.
How could you give an answer to anything that I just said if you didn't even hear the rest of what I actually said?
Yeah, go on, say what you're saying.
Yeah, so it's like how if you did a search on the is it Company's House or one of them sort of things sites there, it would tell you about the amount of alleged or suspected tax avoidance. Evasion, that they reckon they could have collected if they was able to collect their correct amount of tax receipts. So they would give you a speculation amount, innit? Because they can't give you the exact amount. They would know exactly where to go for all the tax receipts that's missing, innit? Like, so they got an idea of some of the pieces where to go, but.
Yeah, so what criteria do they use then to make that speculative amount?
I'm not too sure, man. I'm not too sure. I couldn't give you the calculations for how they've calculated how much it is or whatever. I'm saying that. You could find out now, though.
No, I just wondered. Because unless we know what criteria they're using, they could be lying to us, telling us that loads and loads of rich people are not paying their full taxes, and it might turn out that they actually are.
With the tax avoidance, obviously they can tell, innit? Because
I can't imagine this country.
This, that, and the other. You know, even like Tom Robinson would be someone that's guilty of tax evasion, because every time my man's getting a tax bill, this company ends up going into liquidation and all that sort of stuff there after having a certain amount of earnings.
Yeah, but that's legal, isn't it? That's not illegal. That's so. What can they do about that?
No, it's not. To get the
if you can't afford to pay your taxes, they'd end up making you bankrupt, wouldn't they? If you don't have the money, that's legal. What can you do after that?
No, that's with
Wesley Snipes.
With limited companies. That's the company that has the wait, hold on. With a limited company, it's the company that has the liability, innit? Not the actual person, innit? So,
Tubes, you can't seriously be sitting there and saying that you're unaware that many rich people take their fucking money offshore to avoid tax. You can't be unaware.
Yeah, but that's not. But they're paying tax, aren't they?
Not if they're taking the money offshore.
No, they ain't though.
That's the point. That's the whole point.
I mean, that's tax avoidance.
Google paid 3% tax. No, but Google paid 3% tax.
Yeah, so they're avoiding tax then. It's not evading tax. They're actually paying something.
But you're saying that like it's like, this is why it's weird the way that you lot claim to be some patriot standing up for the country.
Well, because the way I look at it is,
let me finish
Yeah, go
and
on.
explain why. Because the people that should be paying their way into into the country and this, that, and the other, that ain't. You lot are like, yeah, but they just pay a little bit of tax here and there. You're right with like these fucking people that's on fucking benefits in the lowest position in the society and all that sort of shit there. Like,
or new work.
you want to throw the fucking
yeah, but I'm not looking at it like that. I'm looking at it like this, right? Imagine someone makes, I don't know, 300 billion, and they pay 3% tax. They could pay more, but they pay 3%. That's still a hell of a lot of money. But you tell them, no, we want you to pay.
Point,
hold on, Baz. Let me finish.
That's what I know.
Right?
You always make this as a point, like it's.
Let me finish. You tell them we want you to pay more than that. They get a better deal in a different country. They decide to leave this country.
It's not.
They decide to leave and go somewhere else, and then we lose
not going to
out.
advertise in the UK. Google's not going to have this. Google are not going to have their service in the UK. Do you think Amazon are not going to sell in the UK if they told them to pay more tax? Do you honestly believe that? Amazon are just going to say, all right, listen, we're not going to sell nothing in the UK. We're going to cut off the whole market of all this money that we're earning just because they're saying we have to pay a little bit more. Do you honestly believe that?
It depends how much you ask them to pay.
Here's the question, Billy. Do you think who's going to win that battle, though?
No, because it's different. They pay different levels of tax. It depends on the fucking government because they pay different levels. Bro, listen, they pay different levels of taxes in different countries or whatever, innit? Like, it's the different countries that arrange the different tax or business tax rates that different companies pay.
But
like,
Belly,
if there's a way, wait, hold on, listen, let me make the point. Yeah, if there's a way that they can pay as least as possible without and getting the most out of it, of course they're going to do that. Like, I'm not saying they're not.
But all they're going to do is raise the price of things, isn't it, to cover the costs?
Let me ask. I'm just going to ask you this: who do you think is going to win in that showdown? Amazon or the UK government? If Amazon does say, if UK government says we're going to tax you, were taxed at 3%, but we're going to tax you 5%, and Amazon says, all right, well, we'll just stop shipping to you. And we're going to unemploy everybody that we have employed in the country. Who do you think's going to win that battle?
I'm pretty confident. I'm pretty confident.
No, Amazon's going to win that battle, dude.
I'm pretty confident that the UK government is capable of setting up their own version of Amazon if they wanted to.
Let me try to explain this. The reason that Amazon's going to win
is because it's not because there's Alibaba. There's all these different other thingbobs here. There will be another platform that will take the place of what they're doing.
That's the free market. That's capitalism. But Amazon, which is employing more people than those other companies, is going to say, you know what? Fuck it. We don't need to pay that tax. We'll do fine somewhere else. And then the government has to think about all the people that are going to get potentially laid off, and then that tax revenue of them, their employees getting taxed from employee taxes, and then also losing money to afford shit.
No, but it's not though, because it's not. Okay. Listen, yeah, the amount that they pay their employees and all that sort of stuff there, that's the part of their earnings, isn't it? Like, because they're paying them, like, the money that they take off on top or whatever, in profit or whatever, like, that's after all their overheads are paid. That's all profit.
Well, even
like,
that's irrelevant to the point he's making. Even that's irrelevant to the point he's making, right? Because if, let's say, Amazon went down tomorrow, that's just going to open the door for someone else to go and fill that gap in the market. Yeah. It's fucking simple. For example, if your local Tesco gets demolished tomorrow,
that the government was going to win, if your claim is the government's going to win, then your government should win, but it's not winning. That's like the issue that you have right now, is that the government is losing to big businesses or businesses in general. So if you think the government
multinational billionaires that have multiple governments in their fucking back pocket.
Okay.
That's what it is, Dave.
How many minutes do you want to speak, and then I can speak?
Hold on.
Because you
Calm
got
down, man.
upset
Fucking
about
up, bro.
me. You got
You're crying.
upset
You're crying.
about me.
You're
He's
crying
going on
again,
like
yeah.
it's a debate. They're
Brother,
having a
you've been
debate going
crying.
on,
You've
bro.
been
You got
crying. You
upset
They're
keep
having
crying,
a
about
cuz.
debate
me.
here.
You keep
Dude,
crying, cuz, man.
you
Wipe your
got
face with a fucking
upset.
100 mil.
Jesus Christ.
I love how you think
And stop
just
fucking
saying,
crying.
dude.
Man's got
I
God
love how
damn.
autism,
you
bro.
think.
He's
I,
autistic.
I
Yeah.
Why
like how
so upset?
God
no, I
damn.
like how you think that when somebody interjects with you, then it's a big fucking issue. But when you
But you're
interject
not
with
saying
Man,
them,
shut up,
anything.
man. Listen to you
oh my
bitching, bruv,
gosh,
man.
dude.
God
Oh
damn.
my, all
After
you
you was
do is
going, oh,
say
you can't
fucking
even
ad
take a joke no more.
hominems.
Right,
All you
brother,
do is
get
say
out of
ad
here, man.
hominems.
You're like a manic
Dickhead.
All
depressant,
I
bruv.
asked you,
Going
I
on like one
asked you
You
a
are.
dickhead,
You're
bro.
like
very
a
Like,
fucking
simple
like as
manic
if you don't
depressant,
know
fam.
us.
Like,
Man's
literally.
moving like
dude.
he don't know us, bro.
Come on, man.
Dude,
Calm
I
down, man.
asked you a very simple question. If you think the government would win, then how come the government isn't winning?
He answered you. Did you not listen?
No,
When I
all
was,
he said was
that's the
because of
whole, that's the,
billionaires.
bro, and that's, you know what's funny,
Billionaires.
yeah? No, do you know what's funny though, yeah? Because when I started to give my answer, yeah, you started crying and going, yeah, but you cut me off. You're cutting me. Man, but you're cutting me in my 100 grand.
You did that just
Man.
a minute
Fuck off,
ago.
man.
What are you
That's
talking
literally
about?
what you just done now. You wait, hold
Dude,
on a sec.
you did it before.
Wait. Listen, you was
You did it
crying about me
before
cutting
me.
you, and then you
You are
said I
being
didn't
a
answer your question.
hypocrite, dude.
But what I was doing was answering your question, and
You're
you
being a
And now
mocked
you're
hypocrite.
the answer that
asking
I
for the
gave.
answer.
I'm
Now
in
So
the
what
you're
are you talking
middle.
about, man?
asking for the
Go on,
answer.
man.
Like you say,
Behave
I'm in
yourself,
the
man.
middle of talking. I'm in the middle of giving my explanation. And then what? You just start talking? You're being a hypocrite, dude. And then all you
Wait, what are you
have is
saying,
ad
Oh
man?
my
hominem.
You asked the
All
question
you
though,
God.
man.
have is ad
Wait, listen.
hominem.
Why so? You asked the question about why is the government losing, right? I gave you the answer, yeah, and then you said, "Why are you cutting me?" And now you're saying you was gonna say more, but you was mocking what the answer was. So what was you gonna do? Say more or finish answering the
I was gonna
question,
say,
or was your
if
question finished?
what I was gonna say, if your opinion is that the government can win, but they're not winning, then
Mhm.
how come they're the
Yeah,
ones who
because
stipulate the? Okay, you already
let me
trying to
give you the
talk
answer.
over me. You're already
You've repeated the
okay.
same
You're
question
gonna
three
say the same question.
times.
You didn't let
You
me
literally
finish
gonna say the
because
same question. Why is the government not winning or whatever? And I'm gonna give you the answer, but
no.
you don't like the
Oh,
answer.
this guy's
Oh my
driving me
gosh,
to
dude,
lally.
you're a fucking hypocrite, Velly. This
Well, what's
is
the question then?
ridiculous.
What? All right. What's the rest of the question then? Before you
It,
start
it,
fucking
it,
crying again. Fucking hell.
what's the point, dude? You're just waiting to talk.
All right, don't go on mute then, innit? Let me give my answer then. Yeah, before you fucking cry some more and all that, man. Fucking hell. Yeah. So, like I was saying, yeah, if these fucking multinational flipping election winning non-tax paying fucking big business people are able to flipping put people into power, take people out of power and not pay as much tax as possible, of course they're not gonna fucking go after them. You think Keir Starmer's gonna go after fucking Rupert Murdoch? He'll just do fucking Sun newspaper article, Daily Mail or whatever newspaper article day after day on how shit Keir Starmer is until he's fucking out of power. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, what?
That's a
Of
good
course,
point.
they've got their own ways
Okay,
of how they can do that. But he's in America as well, right? With Fox
so
News, daily chatting live about flipping the Democrats or whatever.
That is a good
Till
point.
like
Because if you owned
how
a
fucked up
newspaper,
the
okay, so
if you owned a
oh,
No,
newspaper,
wait,
Veli,
then
wait.
this
We're
is
all gonna
between
have.
me
your
and Veli.
Listen, you're gonna
This is
get an
between
answer
me and
from
Veli right
everyone.
now.
neighbors
You're
to
gonna
get
get an
that.
answer from
Oh
everyone.
my
Baz, you're
gosh.
gonna answer him. Baz, you're gonna answer him. Got
So
an answer, Baz.
No,
so
I've
I'm
got an
agreeing
Veli.
with
answer
what
for you.
Veli's saying.
Oh
How
my
is a
gosh.
fucking card carrying American gonna sit on this panel and pretend like he doesn't know
Can will you
how
stop
fucking
whinging for once in your
capitalism?
life?
Shut up, I'm not talking to you, spastic.
You
How is a
literally just
card
addressed me and
carrying
your mum.
capitalist gonna tell
Buzz,
us
Buzz,
how
you're
he
gonna
doesn't
answer it.
know?
And
Baz,
then
can you
said you're
shut
not
up for a
talking to
sec?
me.
Baz, can you shut up?
Fucking weirdo, you know.
Buzz, you're spoiling my rant, Buzz. Buzz, you're actually spoiling my
Because you
rant.
stop. Yeah, I know. Stop whinging for once
You
in your
gotta let
life.
him go,
Listen,
man.
don't make me get a
Guys, let him
train
go,
all the way
go
up
on a
to
rant, and then he
Liverpool
can go
to
Next
kick
next.
thing
you
you
out of
know,
your
man.
wheelchair, you spastic. Just shut
I haven't got a
up.
wheelchair, you
All
fat
right,
cunt.
calm down, Carl.
Fucking
Calm
mong.
down. Let him go on a rant then.
Anyway,
Let him go on a
my
rant,
rant
cuz,
is
yeah.
this. How is a card carrying fucking yank gonna sit on the panel and tell us that he doesn't know how fucking capitalism works and what fucking lobbyists are and how they fucking get around shit like this with just money? How are you
None
gonna
of that
fucking
has
sit
been
there and
mentioned.
pretend that a government couldn't put its foot down if it wanted to? And the only thing that's fucking it up is fucking corrupt politicians taking fucking back pockets. You fucking
So
hypocrite. And you're
none
sitting on
of
here
that
calling
has
people
been
hypocrites. Fuck off.
none of that has been addressed about the lobbyists. So what is being brought up, and once again, Belly, this is another example. I told you I was making a ledger about a guy who would chop your fucking head off in his perfect society, agreeing with you. So we'll move on.
Well, you lot was putting black people in the electric chair. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? About make
why are you
America
being
great again?
random? Don't make it about race. Why are you being random?
But that's but the majority of people that got electrocuted were black people.
Race.
Can't. You got to turn your mic down a little piece though, yeah, because you do get God mic in it. You know, if you start raging, then no one can hear anyone else.
So the concept here is, if governments are bigger than the businesses, then they should win. But the business, like they go to shareholders, right? The shareholders are the ones that pretty much dominate everything, and they vote out CEOs and etc. So if the CEO just goes to the shareholders and say, "Hey, it's not mathematically worth it for us to pay a 3% increase in tax to do work there. We're going to make that stance." And the shareholders agree with them.
The government did it, you know.
Then what does it become? It becomes a battle between the government and between the business. Now, what Boz said is true, that like, yeah, it opens the market up for other businesses, but there's still going to be a turn down, right? It could cause a possible recession, because when you're charging one business the increase of taxes, other businesses are going to also see that increase of taxes. Real tax comes from the concept of employment taxes, and also the employees spending money that is taxed as groceries, as gas, as electricity, all various forms of things being taxed. It's a trickle-down concept. Now, I'm not supporting trickle-down economics. I'm just saying where it comes from.
I don't think it works anyway.
Yeah, I'm not saying that it does work. I'm just bringing up, like, the governments do know that businesses are bigger than them now. They are 100% bigger than them.
Why? So
that's
you have
why
a
I
real,
keep trying to say, yeah, but why? So listen, that's why I keep
converting.
making the. Yeah, but wait, this is why I keep. Bro, you're making points that I was making as well, right? That, like I was saying, that these men are in such a position, or in such positions where they're in, or they have some sort of control or power, or even are able to speak to people in certain positions, have meetings with government officials and so and so, that obviously they can talk around. When have you had a meeting with your local governor about how much tax you want to pay on your employment? Ever?
Never.
Exactly, and then these people can have those sort of meetings and all that sort of stuff there. So that's why they're going to be able to avoid paying or have these low levels of tax.
I never disagreed with you about lobbyists. We've spoken about lobbyists before, and I totally agree that it shouldn't be allowed.
No, but I'm talking about people with the big businesses like a Rupert Murdoch and even Daily Mail owner and all them sort of guys there.
Dude, I 100% agree, but I don't believe governments are more powerful than businesses at this point. I don't believe that.
No, I don't say that you should tax a US thing, man. I'm talking about how Rupert Murdoch has got influence within the British government and within the American government, and probably even in the Australian government. So, because he's got the like, Sky News Australia and all that sort of stuff there. Man's got Philippines, probably Sky News in France and all them other countries as well. So, can any of these governments there that any of us are living in, none of us can have, as working class people, maybe even upper middle class people or whatever, even maybe even some of the flipping upper class people who are like in the lower end of the upper class, won't even be able to have meetings with certain people and discuss how much tax they're going to be able to pay and all them sort of stuff.
If I may have just a couple of moments. Our economic systems were built.
He ruined his moment.
I think that was a God mic.
Yeah. He ruined his moment. You've just choked on stage.
I think, look, it's quite easy to understand that if the businesses were as powerful as what he's making out in his little capitalist dream world, people like Trump wouldn't have to start putting down tariffs. People like Keir Starmer wouldn't have to be going around the world with his begging
The phone
bowl,
call.
begging that British companies can do business in other
Hello?
countries.
Can you hear me?
Let me say
Governments.
yeah, we could hear
Hey,
you still.
Yeah, you
Let me
can.
make
sorry,
Sorry,
I had a,
when
Let
you
let me
I
talk.
had a
answer your
phone call.
point though. Let me answer
I
your
had a
point
phone
first
call.
of all though.
I
Hey, wait, hold
no,
on. Let me answer your first point though. First of all,
Man,
though,
what
yeah,
you jump
because they
back in,
did make,
you know?
they did make like the British, the Keir Starmer's government did implement a higher national insurance rate for businesses, innit? Like so, like if they're able to do that, like that is going to affect small businesses and big businesses or whatever, then why aren't they able to put like a fucking wealth tax on to any of the extremely wealthy people or whatever that can fucking take the brunt of the hits
Yeah, but very
instead of
why should
putting up
they?
let me finish it. Because why should
Because it's
working class?
business.
Why should I pay more tax out of my fucking wages and these men pay less tax out of their
But you don't,
out of
do
their
you?
earnings?
Morally,
But that's what's going to
you're
happen.
right,
Obviously,
Belly.
that's what's going to
When you're
happen.
talking about
Because
it in a
listen.
morality
Are you
standpoint,
okay?
Belly, let me
Like
answer the question.
inflation and the
Belly, let me
rate of
answer your
earnings
question
hasn't risen
because it's
at the
simple.
same rate as.
Belly, let me answer the question that you posed, please. Right, because it is quite simple. So, on a morality standpoint, you're 100% correct. Why should some billionaire be avoiding tax when you're getting taxed heavily? You're 100% correct. That shouldn't be the case. However, it'll just end up that they just take their money offshore, and that'll just affect our economy worse
Nah, but
than
that's not
what it
true.
would.
Because if that's 100% true, yeah,
Of course,
then
it's true.
why is any business here and not flipping left to another
Somewhere
left
else.
all gone to Monaco where no one pays no
Exactly.
tax?
There's better places to be. Why ain't they
Huh?
already
Why is there
there?
other places? Why ain't every single business left and gone to every single factory just pick their
Because there's only
factory
so
up
much
and put
business
it
in
on a boat
Monaco,
and
mate.
took it
Every
somewhere
business
else?
in the world can't just all operate in Monaco, otherwise there'd be no
Exactly.
room, would
So
there?
every single person, every single flipping billionaire, like the patriotic millionaires, have already said that they're willing, and they said that we should be paying more fucking taxes. The working class people already pay enough taxes. The state of the flipping public services for the working class, the middle class, and
Like I said, in a moral standpoint, you're
back bracket and
100%
group there
correct. But, and I
is
always
getting
say the
affected.
exact same thing, Velly, if you made
But
100
these men
million
don't want it.
tomorrow,
But listen, it's weird, yeah. Why is it anyone that has paid or is paying has it fucking gets a wage packet off of someone else's business, trying to argue to say that the people that own those business shouldn't pay more tax and you should pay less?
I
What the
don't
fuck?
think anyone
Are you
should have
okay?
their taxes risen at the moment, the way they're handling the money situation, when they're giving away
Please.
money for free to people who shouldn't be
for
getting
me,
it.
the
How
bottom
is that
line is,
mismanaging?
if
How
you
have you
had, if
gone
you
from
had, if,
mismanaging
It
the
is
money
mismanaging the
to handing
money.
over money to people who shouldn't be here?
Yeah,
How
why
have you
do
I
you
made
have
that
said
to
to
make it
jump?
people
so
who
wild?
shouldn't be getting it, they're mishandling it.
Explain that then.
Well, they are, aren't they? They're mishandling it in a lot of
Well, you're claiming
directions.
they are. I don't believe it, but you have to explain it to me.
Okay. So there's people in Kent getting driving lessons and they're not even citizens of the country. Why are we doing that? Why are we paying for driving lessons for
Huh?
people?
Who's
So
getting driving lessons?
who's getting driving lessons?
People in Kent that are not even citizens of the country.
Who
Not
though?
just
That is
people in
shock.
Kent.
Who are these
That is
people?
shocking. That is shocking.
You
Kent's a
know?
Not
large
just,
Kent's bigger
I
than
can't
London.
argue with that. I
So
can't argue with that. That's
you know you can't.
ridiculous.
Wait. You're just saying people in Kent is like saying people in flipping northwest England.
Portugal.
You know what I'm saying? Like, where are these people? Who are these people, and why are they getting driving lessons?
I don't know
you,
why they're getting driving lessons. The
you don't
council
get given,
decided to give it to them.
you get
They
like
get
a
free bus passes as well.
you get big discounts on
They
your
get
driving
free.
lessons.
They get free driving lessons. Yeah, the free bus
Not
pass thing
free, not
is for
free,
them to
not
travel
free.
to
You get
appointments
like a big
or
discount.
whatever. In it,
Yeah. Some of them
I've
are
never
getting,
heard of
any of the
this.
legal appointments
yeah,
that they got, they need to
down in
fucking
Kent,
travel
yeah.
to.
But saying that though,
They need to
Jupiter,
travel to the
in
office.
places like Scotland, education's free.
Yeah,
So
but who's
we're
it?
paying
Yeah, but
Yeah, but
10
I've
grand a
always
listen,
said
term.
that I
listen.
think that's wrong as well, Khan.
This
But
is
I'm saying, don't
this is
each
crazy.
area
Yeah.
decide what they're doing themselves?
Anytime, yeah, any of the guys on the right, yeah, just say something. Yeah, everyone just accepts it. No one, I didn't hear no one say, "Oh, where are these people? Or what area?"
Okay, let me get it.
Just like, right, these people are from. But
That was a bit specific what she
if I
said
said
though.
something like that though, if I
No,
said
but she
something like
can't
that
run.
though,
She's
man
gonna
would
be
want me
back
to
here,
put,
innit? We'll throw
yeah,
it in
no,
her
but
face.
man want me to produce that fucking whole report, put the report on screen. I got to fucking play a King's Council to say, oh yeah, do you know what? Yeah, there is racism within the UK, and the man will tell you, oh no, do you know what? There's no fucking racism, whatever. It's not, man. I can't, man. It's crazy.
So the real issue is that all governments and all economic systems are before we were a globalist economy. And as much as they try to predict it, like with Karl Marx, his Communist Manifesto tried to predict and create the term globalism and tried to talk about how the future is going to be, we're still living in governments that the systems are archaic comparison to what the technology and the workforce is nowadays. That's the main issue, dude. Now,
How has
nobody
Karl
ever,
Marx's
nobody ever.
philosophy got any bearing on our lives today? We're not communists, are we?
Well, no, but he did predict the concept of globalism, like international trade at a more rapid rate and moving workforces to other places to facilitate trade.
You're going to blame that on
Complete.
Karl Marx,
No,
are
it's
you?
not blaming it. Like that's the thing. You're just being, dude. You're being confrontational on purpose.
No,
What
I'm
I'm
just saying
saying
that you
is,
attributing that to Karl Marx's
no.
philosophy.
Yes, I'm saying even that
So Muslims
philosophy.
weren't doing that before Karl Marx. Islam
So
wasn't based on no borders and free movement of labor.
what I'm saying is, from the 1800s, that's the most progressive economic stance that we have to this day. That's the like
Okay.
from the 1800s. Think of that. When ships still took 3 months, 2 months to deliver goods, and this is the economic system that is the progressive concept in the world. That's why we have all these issues about economics that we're talking about, because it's not universal. There is no universal economic concept. There's
That's
no
right.
laws that we can point to that would be on some planet named Xenon that still apply when it comes to economics. They're just theories.
I agree with you.
So the fact is, like, we could end all debt right now and every country
100%.
start as it,
Yep.
and nothing would go wrong.
Right.
It would just be humans that say it goes wrong.
Yeah.
That's the issue that's going on here, is that nobody wants to forfeit their idea of what the promised land of economics is.
I agree with you.
I don't.
If you look at the model of Hong Kong, when the British established Hong Kong as a trading port, the model that they used there is completely different from anywhere else. They had everyone paying for everything. There was state didn't pay for anything, right? And they created more millionaires and billionaires than anywhere in the world because they let people work tax-free. But in England, we got the opposite system of everything's taxed up to the eyeballs, but yet you get everything for free from the government. You get schools, you get education, you get hospitals, you get whatever. So, you know, it's just a different model. It's just how you want to run your country. It's your decision, isn't it? Unfortunately, post-World War II, America's had the influence over Europe and over everyone. And they've laid the foundation.
Yeah, I found this here. Just a quick Google search. While there isn't universal automatic program for asylum seekers to receive free driving lessons, some councils, charities offer financial support for driving lessons to help new arrivals, particularly those granted asylum seekers, gain independence and find employment.
Asylum status. That means they're not permanent residents.
Yeah, they've been given asylum.
Yeah, it means they've turned up and declared themselves looking for asylum, so that's put them into the system and they're getting free lessons. Why?
Yeah, did you read it? Did you hear what I said? There isn't universal
Kent is the local
automatic
council
program for asylum seekers to receive
free driving lessons.
I never
Some
once said it was
councils
automatic.
and charities offer financial support for driving
Mm.
lessons to help new arrivals, particularly those granted asylum status, gain independence and find employment.
Yeah, I'm against it.
Okay, cool. But they're doing it anyway. Like,
Yeah, I know. And
it's
I'm
not.
saying that's mismanagement of money.
But
Well, it
They
ain't
don't,
Jupiter, I
it's a
heard
they
about
don't fix the
it's a
potholes in
charity
the
or whatever, they're
road,
doing it.
but they're spending money on people that might not even get the right to stay here.
I
How
heard about a
laughable is
scheme in
that?
Ireland where they were giving immigrants £10 extra on their benefits as pub money to go and socialise and become more like in tune with Irish culture. That was
Well,
years ago. So
that's
all these
ridiculous as
things,
well.
but all these things do happen. Like local authorities do make these decisions, and it comes out of their own money. It's not like it's coming out of my pocket or your pocket. Their driving
course
lessons
it
is
is.
getting paid by Ken.
Where does the council get their funds from?
Yeah, but they have to account for that. That's their accounts, isn't it?
Yeah. They
They don't
might
come out of our
account. Yeah,
money.
they can account for
They
it.
don't get our money.
They can account for it. They've told you where they've spent it, and I don't agree
Yeah,
with
but
it.
they
Yo,
don't get our money. They don't
I
get,
just
like, for
wanna
example,
to
Ealing's
Fox
money.
to Fox, who's talking about this book about globalism and it was about Hitler's ambitions. Karl Marx, 70 years before Hitler. When was Karl Marx and Engels? When did they publish the Das Kapital, and when did they publish the Communist Manifesto? And you're talking about fucking Hitler, bro.
If they're going to
What?
give it to people that might not actually become citizens of this country, they should be giving it to every 17-year-old who leaves school, so they've got the same opportunities to get jobs.
I actually agree with you there, Jupiter.
Why are we giving it away to people who might not even become citizens of this country when we're not looking after our own citizens?
Can't argue with that point.
It's a mismanagement of money and it's disgusting. That's what I think.
That's never even popped into my
I
head
agree
before,
with you
Jupiter.
that sounds really stupid, right? But you can't set the precedent of if I want to do something for someone, I have to make sure that I'm doing it for Jupiter and her kids before I do it for anyone else. Like, that's bullshit.
My kids can drive. They don't need your assistance.
What I mean is metaphorically, English people and their kids. I have to do things for you as a government.
I said British people. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but I'm saying to you, like, so where's the principle that you have to do something for your own people before you do it for someone else? Where's that principle come in?
Because you don't give an advantage to an outsider if you can't look after your own first.
Yeah, but you're making that up. That's not how the government runs.
They're not an outsider no more. They've granted asylum, innit?
That's your principle of your own personal.
They've got asylum, but they haven't been granted definite leave to remain.
No, but they've been granted asylum, innit? So for
only asylum, and they could be turned down. They could be
no, they've been granted asylum. So that's the thing.
No, they could be turned down. They're being investigated when they're
no. Listen. They've been Stop.
If you're an accepted asylum seeker, that means they're looking into you.
Stop. Listen, yeah. On the asylum thing is when you claim asylum, yeah, that's before you have your interviews and all that. If you've been granted asylum, that's after you've had your interviews or whatever. After your asylum stay is up, then that's when you can claim for your.
Well, I still don't agree with it. Why don't they give the money for them to get
You need to stop doing that, because that's really annoying, isn't it? Because when it gets to the point of what it is, yeah, if you knew what the point was, why did you argue in the first place to try and make it seem like it was a different point? And
I didn't know that.
Say, yes, you know that.
I didn't know that. I'm not arguing. If you're saying that that's what it means, if you're saying that's what it means, okay. Even given that, I think it's disgusting.
When it gets to the run of what the point is, though, like, because there might be people listening as well that don't know, right? So obviously we want to try and let each other get to the end of the point. So I'll try to do it myself as well. But yeah, so. The asylum, once you're granted asylum,
that runs on that principle.
Yeah, wait. Once you're granted asylum, then you've got 4 years. You've got 4 years, but at that time, you've got the same rights as like a British citizen, innit? Like, so you are entitled to government housing, and you've got the same rights as like
Well, it would appear they've
someone
got
that's
more
got
rights,
indefinite
though,
leave
Billy.
to, what's it called? Yeah, but what
Other,
they did
other
is they tried
people's
to get
children
them.
don't get lessons.
Yeah, but other people's children's British government ain't trying to kill your children. So that's
British
one of the
government ain't
things
trying to kill asylum seekers, are they?
Yeah, but their government isn't protecting them. That's why they've been granted asylum, because their life isn't
Yeah,
safe
but what their
in the place
government
where
is has got nothing to do with it.
That's the only reason
No,
they've been granted
if you're
asylum.
coming here to this country, it's not so you get extra
If they're-
privileges. You should be treated the
No,
same as
it's
every
not-
other British
It says
citizen.
What are you talking about,
You're
man?
just making up
If
your own
you,
world
if
that you're
they,
living in.
yeah, you're just making a thing of a charity and certain councils that have decided to run out this scheme themselves. They've decided this, innit?
The
Like,
charities
it's
are
not the
probably
British
being
government
funded
and
by the
everyone else,
government,
innit?
and the
Dukes,
councils
I'm not being
definitely
funny,
are.
right? If these are your beliefs, why don't you put a manifesto
It was
together
a
and I
doc-
might vote for you?
It
But
was
don't
a
try to
doc-
make
The
out
thing
that
is,
this is
yeah,
how the world
in
should
the-
be.
Veli, it was
I
a
can have my own
.uk
opinion, Khan.
I
Don't tell me
respect
what
your
I can and
opinion.
can't do.
Sorry, don't get it wrong. I respect your opinion, and I'm saying just put your hands up and say this is my opinion, and then we might even agree with you. But you're saying this is how
I
things
always
should
say
be.
that it's just my opinion. I don't know
But
what you think we're doing here.
I'm saying what you're doing
We're
is
having
you're
a
saying this is how
discussion.
things should be. This is how the world should be. But the
Yeah,
country
but
don't
listen
run
though.
like that. It
Well,
never
if
has
you
done.
believe
the
in
people that's
equality, then you would want
the
equality.
people that's been granted, listen, the people that's been granted asylum have been granted asylum
Equality don't
because
mean the same as.
their life is not going to be protected by their own government, isn't it? Like, that's
No,
one
it's
of the
going to be
reasons, innit?
protected
Like,
by
so,
ours. They're going to be welcomed into our country as a British citizen, given all the same rights, but they're going to get extra privileges. Why?
how are they just
Because
going to
they're
get extra
vulnerable.
privileges?
It's
What's the
based on
extra
Because our
vulnerability.
kids are not. Because our kids, British kids, are not being paid to have driving lessons.
It's based on vulnerability. That's
If
the
it
criteria.
was
But
a
is it-
scheme that was open to people at the bottom that were poverty stricken, then maybe they'd have an argument. But when it's only
That's the whole
asylum
point, though,
seekers, it's
we're going around in
discrimination.
a
I think you
circular
can,
argument,
Jukes.
yeah, because
I think you can, Jukes.
the argument, like,
You can
is
get
that
assistance
you're,
to get driving lessons on
Exactly,
on
you can get
benefit.
assistance. Same way you can get cheap
and
internet if
also,
you're a
yeah,
pensioner.
the
Pensioners are
government
getting
here
free
isn't
internet in
trying
this
to
country.
kill any of the people here or whatever, or any of the people that are trying to get, or the government is trying to kill here, have claimed asylum or whatever in other places like that. That dude that went to Russia or whatever, you know what I mean? The hacker dude or whatnot. So, like, but yeah, the asylum thing was that once you've been granted asylum, innit, you're under the government's protection. So that, and they're trying to help these people integrate, get jobs, and be able to just have like a bit of freedom to travel or whatever, innit? Like the same
Yeah,
thing
what
that you
about
would
the
do
people in
for.
this country that want to get jobs and have freedom to travel?
They're free to do that.
What about people like me who live in the ghetto?
Everyone's
No,
free
they've
to
got to
do
pay
that.
for it out their own pocket. Why? What's the difference?
Do you not understand that us people that live in this country
But their life's not at risk by the
don't want
British
people
government.
coming to this country
Well, it's not a risk
without
for the
a
British
pot to piss
government when they
in?
live here.
Listen, if people
Yeah,
come
but
to
the
this
reason
country
why
and
they're
they
here
weren't
is because
given
their life is not
assistance,
protected
they
in
would
their
be a
own
threat to
country.
us. They would actually be a
That's the
threat
point
to
I keep
us
making
as
to
the
you.
people
They're
that
only
live
here
here.
because their life isn't protected in their own lands.
Does that not make sense?
So
What I'm
That's
The
the
thing
reason
saying?
they're
is,
granted.
though,
wait, is the black
don't
person's life
don't
protected in
normal
England?
British people they do get certain help when necessary, though, right?
Yeah.
Only
Even
when they're
people that are looking,
disabled, they get it for mobility.
why am I to what with
Yeah,
even
mobility
people
cars.
even.
Yeah,
Do you know what I mean? There's
mobility.
so many different
Yeah, of
things
course
in
there
England
is.
that if you know what you're doing or whatever, you can access to.
No, my
So
friend
I
was
don't
telling me the other
understand
day
why
about
we're
pensioners
trying to.
get free internet now. There's so many
And there's
things.
families upon families that are just scamming the benefit system to get everything out of it, bro. Like they get free
Yeah, I know.
this,
That's
free
why the
that, free
government are
blah,
coming
blah, blah,
down
blah,
hard on
blah.
them. But you
Are
don't agree with that.
black people safe from the government in England?
Nah, I'm
Are
saying
black
that.
people what?
See, what I don't know why you lot
Wondering.
keep lying when you make
Safe?
statements or whatever. Yeah, because I
Wondering.
said that yes, it's beneficial for the government to go after both, but it would be beneficial if the government at least started to go after the big lump first of all. Because they always want to go after the poorest and the weakest in society rather than the fucking richest. So stop lying
The
about
thing is,
you
though,
don't want the
Biggie,
government
yeah,
to do
if the
it.
people them knew anything about Britain and its politics and economics, this, that, and the other, like we were speaking today, many of the people them that have defrauded the country have never even gone to fucking jail. Not to mention have to
Well,
pay back money, this,
even
that,
into
and the
the
other.
feudal days, love. A lot of the people that were
Yeah, but
landowners or
people
whatever
them,
had
all
their
these
land taken off
patriots,
them.
I don't hear people make noise
Well, then
about
they
that.
should, then, shouldn't they? Why don't
But
they?
you don't.
I ain't
All I ever
supported
hear
the
people
government.
barling about is the boat people, the immigrants, the this and the other. I never hear people them get onto the rich people, yeah, who have historically been fucking up the poorer people.
Well, that's
They
the
was all
difference.
clapping
That's
for
the
Elon,
difference
like he's
between
some saviour.
Historically.
That's the difference
Right?
between
Now,
a
the next
British
thing in terms of
mindset
all
and
the
somebody who's got
Exactly.
outside heritage. We believe in
You
putting the
lot are
British first.
indoctrinated.
You
No,
believe in putting
you believe in
outsiders
putting millionaires first.
because you see yourself as part of the outsider
You're
group and not a
talking
British
nonsense.
person.
You're not even talking to what
That
I'm
don't even make
saying.
sense.
You're talking nonsense. You're
I
not even
am
talking
not.
to what I'm
It wasn't
saying.
even an
I
answer,
just
sir.
said that the in England historically the rich have fucked over the poor. What the fuck are you talking about? Stick to
Not
that,
just-
man.
Not just in England, historically,
You're
though, in
asking
But we're
capitalism.
talking
for
about England, Baz, yeah? So
British
let's not, these
people,
people can't.
rich
That's
British
our
people
capitalist
to
society.
pay more tax so that you can have more and more people coming in. And what is the point
What
in
are
having
you
more?
talking?
And what is
Listen,
the point in even
That wasn't even an
asking
argument
them for
made.
money?
You're talking rubbish, man.
What
You're
is
just
the point
talking
in
rubbish.
even asking
You're not
these big
even talking to the fucking
corporations?
topic, man. You're so headstrong on
what
your
No one never said
bullshit.
that about
is
You're
letting
not
more
even
people.
talking
point?
to the fucking topic. Talk to the fucking topic, man. The
Okay.
fuck are you talking about?
This is, but it's weird that you lot always
Talk
make
to the
this
fucking
argument
topic,
about
man.
letting
Yeah, we
more
heard you
people in or
5
letting more
times
people in.
already.
Well,
Every
you're
day.
trying
you
to finesse
speak? Are
the
you a
people in a
parrot?
minute.
Are you a
Yeah, I'm a
parrot?
parrot.
Listen,
Yeah, I'm a
listen,
parrot.
listen. The argument that the right wingers and the far right dons always make, it's always got to do with, but you just want more people to come in or whatever. Like, no, you
Well,
don't
that's what
see
it
that the
sounds like.
government, like you don't see that the government is actually. All right, so if you
Biggage,
know
who's
that they want more
bringing in
people
the
to
no
wait, hold
biggage,
on.
biggage?
If you know,
Who's bringing them in?
wait, let me finish.
Is it the
yeah?
common man
If
that's
you-
bringing in all these immigrants and boat people? Who's bringing them in?
No, but let me finish.
Is it the
yeah?
is it the
If
poor? Is it the
Nines,
middle
let me
class? Who's
finish, man.
doing it?
Let me finish, man. Let me finish.
Big companies.
Yeah. So if the government keep calling for more people and asking for more citizens to migrate to the country or whatever, yeah. Sorry, why? So the panel's full still. I couldn't let you on. But if the government's calling for more people to migrate to the country and all that sort of stuff there or whatever, and you're not making you're not, and you are complaining about more people coming to the country, but you're not doing nothing about it. Like the local people are not up in the birth rates.
70% of the country are complaining about it, Billy.
But you're not doing nothing about it, like up in the birth rates, having more children or whatever. So
the birth rates have got nothing to do with it.
Of course it has. You don't have to rely on
70% of the country are complaining about
we don't mind if the country shifts because there will be less people to provide
people ain't
for.
taken up, and they don't have enough people to. No, but that. Are you willing for the economy? This is what it is. It's like non-economic people speak about things in such simple terms. Like, okay, if we just have less people, there'll be less people to care for or whatever. But
yes.
You want the economy to shrink and all that as well, yeah, and all the stuff that comes with it.
Just think how much
70% are complaining about what, Khan? Sorry, I missed that bit. Sorry, apologies.
70% are complaining about the current situation, but Veli saying
migration,
you ain't doing nothing by having children.
What? Where do you get that from?
Yeah, it's just like just straight simple.
Well, wait. Where do you get that stat from?
I can't answer, like
Matt, whatever his name is.
The Matt bloke.
Yeah, Matthew.
My argument is this: what damage has the British white working class people done to this country in terms of production? They closed down motor factories. They went on strike. The huge industries just went, fuck you lot, we're moving to another country. And you lot fucked it for everyone.
What you want about?
Let's not forget the British were going on strike every other day, and the big companies just moved the companies elsewhere. They sold off all the companies, Rover, Triumph,
I'm going to leave you on the
all
panel.
the big British companies got sold off because you lot won't work.
Oh,
wait, 1 second, sorry. Where can I find this stat, please?
Hey, Cam, what
where can I find that?
Sorry, Dub, I'm going to have to let Wise.
Oh, it was in a video.
Cam, what's your job?
And what did they base?
A factory.
Hold on a minute.
I changed hubcaps on wheelchairs.
That English people aren't willing to work. What's your job?
Listen to what I'm saying to you. Forget about trying to get a little soundbite. The white working class of this country, before there was any significant migration, fucked around with the elite so much that they just closed up all the production and moved it to other countries and sold off all the British motor companies.
But your statement was because you lot don't want to work. So what
you lot kept going on strike. You thought you had the rich and that by the short and curlies, but you didn't. They just fucking trumped you. They just went, well, fuck you then, and we'll just move the factory somewhere else.
Why can't you ever answer the question directly, man?
Because you're asking a bogus question.
Is this got to do with benefit fraud and tax evasion?
You statement and said, you lot don't want to work, referring to white people.
What's striking, Baz? What is going on strike?
So what do you work as, Khan? What's your job?
Work as your mum's vibrator. That's what
wait, hold on. Wait. What's the problem here? So Khan made a statement that what people don't want to work in England.
No,
is that the statement you made?
White people don't want to work.
I'm saying the white working class people who are currently trying to give us a lecture on economics and globalism are the same people that fucked up this country royally by going on strike, not working, and forcing the elites to close the fucking factories down.
Dude,
okay, but what do you work as? What have you ever contributed?
Nobody wants to work.
But what's the point here? Because I'm sure that there's many people in different communities that are habitual not workers, habitual doleheads, whatever. Like, what's the problem here? What are we saying?
Absolutely. But statistically, there's probably a difference.
The problem here, Nine, is him labeling it on white people as if it's only fucking white people that do that.
Brother, when it's the majority of white country, you have to take the blame sometimes. Who are you going to blame when Ford Motor Company has to close down in England? Are you going to blame the 99% white people that work there or not?
Can't. You're so silly.
I don't get why you got to be in your bonnet. You're supposed to be a Liverpudlian socialist.
Because
Baz,
I just told you why I've got to be in my bonnet. Because
is there an unemployment culture? Listen. In Liverpool, is there an unemployment culture?
White English people.
Right.
Is there an unemployment culture in Liverpool, Baz?
What's an unemployment
If you go
culture?
to the graphs in the back and work your way down, you'll see just how many people want it reduced.
I haven't heard.
Only 4 in 10 people believe immigration is a good thing.
Right. Why is it that we can't stick to benefit fraud and tax evasion?
I mean, you can if you want to.
Isn't that the topic?
Well, go on then, stick to it.
Nines.
Go on.
Culture. I'm just wondering because I haven't heard that before. So
it means living on benefits for generations, like, and not wanting to work.
Oh, okay, my bad. I'd never heard that term before. My bad.
So, Baz. Anyway, I can't be bothered now. But I was just trying to ask: do you think there's an unemployment culture in Liverpool, Baz?
Yes.
Okay, and how would you describe it? If you was describing it, what words would you use? Just
you wouldn't agree anyway.
We'll give it a try, Bab.
Thuggery.
Thuggery. Is that what you said, Baz? Thuggery.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So there you go, Khan. Instead of saying whatever, just say that there's a lot of thuggery in certain parts of England. Then, yeah. That might be more palatable.
Definitely is in London with the gang-on-gang violence.
Yes, it's one of listen, and I don't think it's fucking exclusive to Liverpool, by the way, or even just the north. If, for example, right, if you could get a job tomorrow and you could earn £1,000 a month per month, which isn't a lot of money, but you could sit at home and get that same amount of money on benefits, most likely you're going to choose to sit at home, aren't you?
We saw that during COVID. I mean, they were giving out in America $600 a week COVID checks, so people were not going back.
Yeah, but
to
that's
work.
different, man. You're bringing in a pandemic.
You know that one there that you said though.
It's a check. It's a check. That's the whole point. Like,
yeah, but that's in a pandemic scenario. That's giving someone an excuse.
When the pandemic was ending, that like you don't have to like pro-pandemic or anti-pandemic this. The whole concept is that people were offered money to stay home after the pandemic had stopped in America. I don't know about there, but in America, they were offered $600 a week if they didn't go back to work. So they didn't go back to work. It makes sense. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's just people.
Well, like I've just
with
said,
the
mate, if you
concept,
could
like
get
I said, just real quick, like I said earlier, businesses are going
real
to
quick,
try
you never
to.
say anything real quick.
Businesses will try to not pay as much as possible, just like people are going to try to not work as much as possible.
Kind of, yeah.
Baz, the thing is with that example you gave about the grand, right?
Yeah.
Because you said someone might get $1,000 a week, a month, or whatever, or they can get whatever from the people them to sit at home, right? But the problem with that one is if you get $1,000 a month, if you got to pay a rent or mortgage, you're finished, innit? That's the end of that's you finished right there, innit?
No, because when you're on
Depends on.
benefits, you also get housing
Sorry?
benefit, which no, because you also get housing.
Exactly, Baz, and that's the thing, isn't it? Because when they get when they sign on or whatever, they can get housing benefit, and more time your rent's going to be your major outlay for the month.
Yeah,
You know
so
what I
they
mean?
should definitely clamp down on people who are committing fraud doing it, then, shouldn't they?
And hey, just in regards to myself on this point, because I am on benefits.
Or they could pay people the proper money so that they can afford to both work and.
1 second. So I'm on benefits, but I wasn't receiving any housing benefits for years. I wasn't, because I just didn't apply for it, Dupes, because my rent was kind of low when I was able to just pay it anyway. And then my rent got doubled overnight with no warning. And the landlord, it was with a letting agents company, but then it was just an individual who bought.
Yeah, Baz, if you want to land the moral of the story, because I'm not getting it.
Well, listen. So there was an individual. There was an individual that bought my property, and I just happened to bump into him one day outside, and he spoke to me, and I said to him, "Mate, you've doubled my rent overnight. I'm looking to move," and he was like, "What? Why?" I said, "What? You've doubled my rent overnight?" And he said, "The only reason I've done that is because that's the amount that you can claim on housing benefit." I said, "I don't get any housing benefit." He said, "Why?" I said, "I don't know. I've never fucking applied for it. I've never asked for it." He said, "Okay, well, this is what you do. Go in, say this, this, and this. This is what your rent is. I'll give you a tenancy agreement, and you can go."
So that's what I call fraud. So the bloke was willing to rent it out for less, but upped it when he realised how much he could get.
No, he wasn't willing to rent it out for less. He just bought the property, Jupiter.
No, Jupiter's right. She's right. That is fraud.
That's capitalism.
It's not
that's
legally. Legally it's not fraud, but it's still unethical what he's done.
He'd bought the property.
And the thing is, as well, to add to that, what you're going to have is you're going to have many MPs and people in the upper echelons that have got many properties like that are doing the exact same thing.
Exactly.
You see what I'm saying?
The only thing I don't like
you should have signed a better lease, my guy.
The only thing I don't like, I don't have a lease at the moment. The only thing I don't like about it.
And there we go. I just proved it. With the statement.
Imagine going up to your landlord and telling him you don't get housing benefit, as if he don't know. He's your fucking landlord. I think he should know where his money's coming from.
Can't.
Well, not really, Khan. If you're paying full rent, how did the bloke even expect him to be claiming benefit?
In America, to sign.
No, I'm saying he's your landlord. He'll know where the money's coming from into his account. If the government's paying into his account, he'll know, wouldn't he?
Can I finish? Right.
Well, he wouldn't if he was paying full rent.
When people put money in your account, Jukes, it writes it on the fucking payment, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's coming from him. It doesn't say it's coming from.
Unbeknownst to me.
But that's only recently that they get the money and they got to pay it themselves, universal credit style.
I was originally paying.
No, but he weren't getting the money, Khan. That's what I'm saying.
But when you go to claim universal credit, they ask you how much your rent is, and then you just get that in with your normal money.
Oh, I don't know.
And then you take that money out and pay your rent.
Yes, but I wasn't getting it.
But what I'm saying is, in his case,
it's impossible, Baz. If they've asked you how much is your rent,
are you
because when you go and claim universal credit, they ask you how much your rent is, and you have to tell them.
But he doesn't have a lease.
But originally,
he doesn't have a lease.
Originally, I was working and I was paying my own rent. and it was to a letting agency.
That's what I'm saying. So how would he even know that
fucking
you're
moron.
entitled to
Then I
Are
benefit?
you
ended up
saying
in
you
paying
wasn't
rent?
even claiming universal credit?
Then I ended up in hospital, Khan. While I was in there, and an individual had bought the property, an individual from the letting agent. So it's no longer with a letting agent, it's an individual who owns it. Okay? And I was panicking, and he put the rent up, and I was panicking about it. I bumped into him outside. He said, "Don't worry, I'm only putting it up because I know you're entitled to claim this amount for housing benefit. And if you don't get it," he said, "go and apply for it. If you don't get it, give me a ring and we'll talk about it."
So what's the moral of the story here, Baz? Like everything worked out in the end.
Pretty well, it did for me, yeah.
So what's the point of the story then?
Belly. Nobody's in the back chat.
Nothing, Khan. I was just telling you some facts, that's all.
Oh, fuck off, you dickheads.
Dude, sign
Wasting the battery on my
I
phone
mean, if
and listening to this
anything,
guy.
if anything, that what the story does
Do you
tell
know
us
what I'm
is
saying?
I was panicking about it. And
All you had to do is wait for your missus to come home and ask her and say, "Babe,
here's an
guess
idea.
what happened today?" And that would be the end of it.
Sign a
Jupiter,
legal
listen.
sign a
Jupiter,
legal
listen, if nothing
document
else, at
that
least I'm the
says
most
for
fucking
X
honest
amount of
person
time,
here.
you only pay X amount. Sign a legal document.
I'm
that
not
says for
laughing
X amount
at your
of time,
situation,
you
Baz.
pay
I'm laughing at
an
what
amount.
you just done. It's funny.
What did I just do? Tell the truth. That's all.
It's funny
You
because
just
it's
went on a
absurd.
long
It's
story
absurd.
that wasn't applicable.
I think it was.
Okay.
so. Did you start claiming housing benefit then, bub?
Yes.
Mm.
Which I wasn't before.
And how long was you not claiming benefit for?
Years.
So you left your job and you was paying your rent out of your own account for years.
Yes.
You're lying.
No, I'm not.
You're lying, mate. I'll change my name to George Michael Papandreou.
How
If
could
you
the
what you're
rent have
saying
been
is the
so
truth.
low that you could afford it? Because
You must
I
have had
thought
£1 million in the bank.
maybe
Well-
maybe these people on benefits are getting a lot of money. Then I thought
Well, do you
that it was
hey,
quite
Jupiter,
low.
do you remember what I used to do
thought
for
it
a
was
job
quite
when I
low
was
what you
working?
got to live on.
He also
Huh?
said he lives in.
It's about
earlier, he
500 a
said
month,
he-
Dukes. It's not that much.
Wait, earlier he said he lives in the ghetto. So
Correct.
The story kind of like lines up that he doesn't sign his name to an apartment. He doesn't sign his name to like a contract that says this is how much my rent's gonna be. And then some guy shows up and is like, "Yeah, dude, I'm raising the rent." And he's like, "How do I deal with that?" And he's like, "Yo, go to the government." And he's like, "That sounds fucking good." Like it does line up, dude.
You insulting motherfucker.
No,
Hey,
but
Jupiter, you've known me a
why
long
so?
time.
This is
The
a
thing is,
testament
though, one thing I
to
will
Do you
say,
Britain.
remember?
though,
Even
Jupiter, one
spastics
second,
can
shut the
survive
fuck
without
up a second.
assistance.
a lot of people
Ladies,
that are able to.
shut up a second. Jupiter, you've
Yo,
known me a
Baz,
long
Baz,
time.
Baz, Baz.
Do you remember what I used to do for the job?
You got to allow him
You
thing.
worked
You
on
said
the
you
railway.
worked on the railways
Man's
for
in a
about 3
wheelchair.
weeks.
He ain't seen a human being for about a year.
2 weeks. You dickhead. Well, yes, and I was receiving good money, so I managed to save up a little.
Okay.
How long was you paying rent?
Wasn't
Sorry?
in a panic. I originally wasn't in a panic about the fucking rent. I
No,
was
but
just
for
paying
how
it.
long, when you weren't panicking and you were just paying rent out of your pocket, how long was you doing that after you had stopped working?
Valley of
Years.
persons in the back
Years.
chat.
Do you know why I don't believe him now? It's because the whole time he was in a
Years.
relationship with someone who actually had a brain. All right, he could be dumb, but I know for a fact there's no woman living with you that's letting you pay rent out of your own account when you could be getting benefit, and that money's not going to her. What kind of woman is this? This is crazy. I do
It's
not
all
believe a word
nonsense,
of it.
Khan. You don't know. You
How
don't
long
know
have
the
you
fucking.
been in a relationship with this woman? Years, isn't it?
Do you want me to shout it and ask her specifics?
No, you don't. You just generally years, isn't it? You've been with her.
Yeah,
Listen,
many
if
years.
they're
Says
going
what
to give
she sat by
asylum
and
seekers
watched
fucking
you
driving lessons, I
man.
don't
get
care,
fleeced.
Baz
That's a
clothes.
lie. Ain't no
Hey,
white
dude,
woman on
don't-
earth will sit there and
like,
watch a
don't-
man get fleeced like that. No way.
Don't
No fucking
divulge
way.
information. Don't divulge information that Billy's gonna send out
City
and
and
try to
let
get
him,
your
what?
ass arrested for tax evasion.
But
Don't do it.
what I was
okay?
just trying to say as well, right, is that apparently there's a lot of benefits that people could actually claim that they aren't claiming.
That's a fact.
So,
Yep.
you know,
Big up, Baz, for not claiming when you could have
your
done.
thing, Baz, man.
Thank you,
Sorry?
Babs.
Baz.
Thank you, Babs.
Now we get to the real moral of the story.
Oh,
Babs,
Don't listen to
Babs
Khan trying to
spot
tell
the
you that you're
punchline.
lying.
Babs
is would be considered disabled, incapable of working anyway because of his leg problems, and because of that, his wife is permitted to work.
Correct.
There you go. So he's not doing anything fraudulent anyway.
Well,
he's doing the opposite of fraudulent.
Look, I'm pretty sure Baz is about to show up on a TikTok video as evidence that Billy's going to play one day. Just saying. He's going to be like, look at this guy.
Look, Baz just wanted to feed us this story about how he's so patriotic that he didn't claim benefit when he could have.
Black trash has arrived.
I don't claim to be patriotic, Khan. I couldn't really care less. I'm never have claimed that kind of shit.
I think you told that whole story.
Cunt, aren't you?
I think you deliberately told that story just to get Babs to jump on and give you a pat on the back.
I didn't know Babs was coming.
Come on, I came on to tell you that you're a horrible cunt. Shut up, Nines.
Hey, can we have a conversation without the childishness?
I didn't know she had special needs, Babs. If I did for all these years, I wouldn't have argued with her.
What have you even been arguing with her about? Let's get to that. What's the argument been over all these years, Jukes? Because you just confessed to arguing with someone.
She attacked my husband, but I didn't realise that Niney had fucking special needs.
Ain't he a man, though? Why are you sticking up for him?
Why not? It's my husband.
Yeah,
but I don't mean... Don't you stick up for your partner?
Yeah, but I'm a man. I get to stick up for my partner.
You sit on here sticking up for Belly every day.
Listen. This
That's
is
the
a
stupidest thing I've ever heard, Khan.
The thing changes depending on what day it is. You get me? So we don't even need to do that, Khan, to be honest.
Fucking mom.
Nothing to do with that midget, so we know that, man.
Spaz, Khan, go and get a fucking diet book, lad. Hire a dietitian, do something.
So, did y'all hear about that UN judge that is being arrested?
And just to bat away another lie, slavery? That Gummy just said, because she said, because it started because I dissed your husband and all this bullshit. Yes. But that you're chatting shit because you was on my panel many times.
Pussy-o.
Exactly.
7 hours of it.
Listen, okay, but listen, exactly. So I dissed your husband for hours. I called him pussy, 100%. But you was on my panel many times after that.
No, I weren't.
Many times.
No, I weren't.
Many times. Sorry.
No, I weren't. Can you show me the times that I've been on your panel?
I will do.
Yeah, but
I played it the other day.
Whether she was on your panel after
the other day. Yeah.
On your panel
the other day. Yes, you've been on my panel after I called your husband a big pussy.
Allow me to jump in there as well.
And because Lady Divine came and asked me.
Look at that. Now it's changed to once.
And because Lady Divine came and begged me. I've got the recording.
One little push and it already changes to once. Yeah,
Nine.
But it wasn't one. It was many. Baz,
no, it wasn't. I've never been on your channel many times.
Stop it, man. Stop, Baz. Stop it.
The question was, where did it start?
Baz.
She told you. And then you said, yeah, but you was on my panel after that.
Baz. Stop.
No,
and I don't know what that's supposed to mean. I go on many panels that I don't like people. I don't know what that
means. You see, by the time you finish reversing, you're going to be in fucking France.
I'm not reversing.
Yeah, because you just said
I have never been on your panel as a regular ever.
Now it's a regular.
Ever. Don't lie, lady.
See, this is when you get caught out in your bullshit, man.
Don't lie, lady.
You just said to Khan. You just said to Khan.
There was a small period of time that we tried to be amicable.
Stop. You're not going to finesse anybody. You're not going to finesse anybody.
And then you got yourself
stop, man. You see, now you're going somewhere else. Yeah? You're going somewhere else. The man asked you a question.
Right,
you
let's
said
call it a draw, ladies. Let's move on.
No, Khan, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that, Khan. Don't do that. Don't do that, Khan. Don't do fucking. Listen, Khan. Don't stick your fucking oar in. Yeah. Try to stir shit. Yeah, and then when it starts coming out, you're like, no, don't do that, Khan. If not, just
Not
don't fucking
stirring.
open
She
your mouth,
openly
man.
said, I've been
Yeah.
arguing with her. And I said, yeah, but about what?
Right.
Can't just go around
And-
saying someone's been your
And
opponent.
she said because
and
she
you're,
dissed her
and you're not
husband.
giving a reason why.
She said because I dissed her husband, Khan. That's what she said.
That's why we argued.
Yeah. Now,
Yeah.
and then she said because I was calling him a pussy, and I said yes, I
Yeah, but you
did.
made up since then.
He got no, we didn't. He got called pussy Hector and all the rest of it. However, she came on my panel several times after that. Several.
Do you know what several means? I want you
Means
to
more than a
prove that I've
couple.
been on your
Several
channel
times after
several
that.
times
You was
at
on
least.
there. Wendy
Several
was
times
on
means more
there.
than a couple.
Betty was on there. Rare this, rare that, and all the rest of it.
If you say so,
find
that's what
another
she's
excuse.
claiming. I want you
Find
to show
another
me
excuse.
several different live streams where I've been on.
Listen, lady. Yeah, I don't have to go and do shit.
No, because you know you
I'm
can't.
telling
That's
you what it is. Yeah, I'm doing
That's
a you.
bullshit.
I'm doing a you.
Bullshit.
I'm doing a you. I'm doing a you. I am
You're
doing
lying.
a you. When I
You're
ask you for evidence, that's what you
lying.
say.
You're
no,
lying.
I don't have to. I don't have to.
No,
it's
you
what
don't
I
have
say.
to,
It's
but
what
you're
I
lying.
say. So that's what
You're
I'm telling
lying.
you. But I'm not
And you
lying.
know the funny thing? People that support you will just believe you, and people that support me will just believe me. No one gives a shit. The only person that gives a shit about these arguments and is over-invested
You always get caught in lies, man. Why don't you just tell the
Nobody
truth?
cares
You're
about these women
over-invested,
squabbling.
You just
and it's
tell the
really
truth.
pitiful.
Oh,
You know
now
that.
it's over-invested. Now,
This
You
can't
are
ask you a
over-invested.
question.
This is
Can't
why
ask you a
men
Was
question.
you doing a panel today talking
Can't
about me?
asked you a question.
Were you doing a panel
shut
today
up,
talking
man.
about me?
Shut up.
Every fucking
Shut
panel.
up, man.
You're
Shut up.
over-invested.
Shut up.
I don't know what your
You're
problem
trying
is.
it. You're trying it.
No, I'm not trying it. It's the fucking truth. Go check
It's
her
not
channel.
going to work. You're
Talking
trying
about
it. So
me again
anyway,
today.
Khan asked
You're
you a
obsessed.
question. You
At this
answered it.
point,
You
I
could
do
have said, I'm not
wonder
going to
who it
answer.
is you're
You
attracted
could have
to.
said, you're not
But
going
there
to
again,
This
lots
answer.
of
is
people
why-
But
are
you
attracted
didn't
to
do that.
Jupiter,
What
aren't
you
they?
did
You love
instead
being
is
in
you
my
gave an
fucking
answer.
orbit.
You're
You
getting
weird
caught out in a
woman.
lie, and now you're crashing out. You're crashing out because
How
you
is
got
anyone
caught in
crashing
another lie.
out? You said you
You're
can't
crashing
prove
out.
it.
You're crashing out.
You said you
'cause
can't
got
prove
caught
it.
in another lie.
Double
You understand what I'm
standards
saying
again,
to you?
innit?
Yeah.
Double
Because
standards
the first thing
again.
you even
Double standards
Belly.
again.
the first thing you even said is, well, if it was once, so already you're cracked. Already your first thing, well, if it was once, because you already know. You
No,
already
I
know, because
don't.
otherwise
You said
you wouldn't
several.
even. Otherwise,
One is not
you
several,
wouldn't.
you dopey woman.
You said that you
You
never
said
came back
several.
on.
One is
You
not.
said that you never came on.
Yeah,
my
because I
panel.
forgot that one
Right.
time.
Oh, you
And then when
forgot
you
that one.
said,
What
and
one
then when
time
you
was
said,
it? What
yeah,
one
I
time
have,
was it?
you have been on.
What
I was
one
like,
time
have
was it?
I? And then I was like, oh yeah, I have. I remember.
What one time
Lady
was it? So as
Divine
you
came and begged me to come on your channel. And it's when
Lady
Zubida
Divine
came on
come and begged
and told
you.
us all that Rufus slept with Respect. I remember the stream.
Oh, you're crashing out, man. This is
God,
what I'm trying to say.
respect.
This is
That's
boy.
the stream.
you're
This
so
is,
easy to expose,
It's when
man.
Zubida
And you
came
know
on
why
and
I know
said,
you're chatting
guess
shit?
what,
You're
Lady
spazzing out.
Divine?
You're
Maku
talking about
told
respect
me,
and divine.
Maku
You're
told
spazzing
me
out,
in
man.
confidence
You're
that
an
you
idiot,
had
man.
it off with Respect. And then the next thing,
You're crashing out.
she
You're
went
crashing
all
out.
over
You're
the place
crashing out. You're
screaming
crashing out.
abdabs.
You're crashing out, lady.
This is
I'm
You're
not.
crashing
Hey,
out, man.
hey,
How
y'all,
do you
take-
think this is a
crashing
crash
out.
out?
So
Take
simple.
Because you're all over the
It was
place,
a
bringing
very
everyone's
simple
name
question.
into it.
Can't
Take 10
ask you.
seconds.
Yeah, you gave a very simple
10
answer.
seconds.
You get me? I just proved that you're a liar, and now you're crashing out.
Okay, all right, whatever.
We can move on
Okay,
now.
okay.
No problem. But
Take
Yeah,
I will
10
whatever.
provide.
seconds.
I will
Whatever.
provide
Take 10
evidence. No
seconds.
problem.
Whatever.
Yeah,
Dude.
man.
Several is not one. Okay?
Take 10,
And the
take
fact
10
that you got
seconds.
special needs going
Several.
yeah,
You're crashing out.
doesn't
Then.
make you look very
You're
high
crashing
IQ.
out. You think I can't listen? All
No, I don't
needed
think
to
you
do
care. I think you like
is
embarrassing
prove
yourself.
that
I think you love
lied.
to talk about my
You get me?
family. I
You
think you're
lied.
all up my arse. I
Khan
think you'd
asked
love
you the
to be me
question,
at this
so you
point.
need to go and
I
talk to Khan.
think you want
Khan,
to be
ask
me
Khan
at
why he
this
asked you the
point.
question.
I
You get
think
me?
you're jealous of me.
Blah
I
blah
think
blah
it's
blah blah.
obvious every time you get the
Don't try
hump.
it. Don't try it. You're trying it. You're
if I get
trying
on
to
with
finesse the
anybody,
people, but
if
it's not
anybody
going to
comes onto
work.
my panel,
You're
you try as
trying to
much as you
finesse
can
the
to
people,
use the
but it's
race
not
card to
going to work.
control
Oh, of
people,
course
and
it's
I
race.
find it really funny.
Oh my
Yeah?
God. This is
Oh
fucking
my
Because you've
lord! So
got
how did
stupid.
race come into this?
insecurities.
This is stupid. So
All
10
because you
seconds.
got caught out in a lie. You're crashing out.
Okay.
So
Yeah,
there's
but
your
they-
answer,
what
Con.
you
Dude.
do?
They
You
are
get
I'm
caught
going to
out
let her
in
have
a
the
lie
last word. She
95.
needs it. She needs
There's
it.
your
She's
answer, Con.
insecure.
You get me?
Well,
There's
I
your
don't think
answer,
that's
Con.
a. I don't think that's a realistic
I want to
answer.
say
To be
this.
honest, I don't think
I want y'all
that
to.
all these years of going at each other, like it ain't justified by what they done to Hector. That was years ago, and he's a fully grown man.
Hold on,
Stop.
Con. What? Wait. What? Who done to the midget? What has anyone done to the midget?
Leave the
Well, I'm saying
midget.
whatever it was, it's irrelevant
But
because
no one
he's
ain't
a
done
fully
nothing to the
grown
midget except.
man.
This is the
Like no one really done nothing to him
stop.
worth carrying on
Con,
years
listen
of
to me.
back and forth over.
Con, stop talking and listen to me.
And you're
This
still
is
insulting him right
dude.
now
Con,
while
this is the
saying, what has
reason.
anyone
Why
done
so?
to
I
him?
need to hear why so. Sorry, why so?
This is the
Why so?
reason.
You're
Con,
fucking mad.
this is the
So,
reason.
yeah. What's the reason?
This is the reason that
Okay.
men went out and hunt and preferably died versus staying by the fire to listen to women chitter chatter.
Unless
Get
you're
over it.
biased, because then you can't go hunting
Get
and you've got to
over it,
stay and get
y'all.
involved with the gossip.
Men don't want to hear this shit.
Calm wishes he
You
could
That's
would
go
what I'm
rather
hunting
saying.
Listen
die
to
by
then
the
he
getting
could
eaten
eat
women.
by
all
Change
animals
the
day, every
subject
than
day.
then.
listen to your nonsense about this. Do you understand? Move
It's so
on.
Let's talk
petty.
about
It's
something
just
Hold
the
on a
different.
most
minute. It
petty
was a
thing.
man that asked the question.
No, you raised it. You said that you're at odds with somebody, and I'm saying over what? The most trivial internet bullshit. It was just so
No.
unnecessary.
I said if I'd have known she was special needs, I wouldn't have been arguing with her for all those years. That's what I
Pick
said.
up Dukes, 'cause she is.
Con,
I just
you
find it
fell into the trap
unnecessary.
again, dude. You came into you left the hunting tribe a little too soon and came back and restarted the sewing circle.
Can't hunt.
Wait till
You
we
can't even
get a
spell hunt.
wait till we get a kill and go home, or go home wounded, and then they just focus on you. Don't go back early and start the chitter chatter again. You know what I'm saying?
All right. All right. My bad, innit? My bad.
Well, go on then, why so? What do you want to talk about?
So did y'all hear about this UN judge that is getting arrested in the UK for slavery?
Oh, that's disgusting. Yeah, she took the person's passport, didn't she?
Yeah, what about that? We're
Yeah.
all everything is about the UN and how they're like morally judging, situations across the world, and we got UN judges that
Can
are
you not be
enslaving
ambiguous?
people.
Can I actually get some context to that, because I'm curious now. So what?
The back
A
chat.
judge,
It's in the back
a judge
chat.
took someone's passport, but you're referring to that as slavery. Can I get some context? I don't watch the news, so
No, she actually, it's in the back chat. She never denied in the police video of enslaving the woman. She said that she has diplomatic immunity. She says she has diplomatic immunity for any charges.
From prosecution.
Yeah.
So she's saying she's free to slave people.
Dude, it's
That's
insane.
disgusting.
It's hilarious.
What country did this happen in?
Britain, I think.
Yeah.
And what was the nationality of the so-called slave?
I'm not sure about the nationality of the
Hold
slave
on.
or
What
the
type
UN
of
judge.
hold on. Why are people mentioning my girl's name in the chat and some type of nastiness? What type of
hey, we're having a
nastiness has someone
conversation,
been up
Nines,
here
and you're
saying?
going to moan about the chat. You're talking about
More
something that's actually happened.
more scandal, boy.
Hey, man.
Wow.
Hey, boss. We're out
Is
there
that what was
hunting.
coming out of Gummy's mouth? Yeah.
We're out there
A
hunting.
United
We
Nations
don't
judge
hear
has
it.
been
Wow.
convicted of forcing a young woman to work as a slave. Prosecutors said Lydia Mugabe, Mugambi,
Hold on a minute.
took advantage
Where's
of her
this? Where's the
status
hold on.
over her victim
Where's
by
the
protecting her
evidence?
from being
Hold
down
on a
steady
minute.
employment
Hold
while
on a
forcing
minute.
her to work as a
Hold
maid
on a
and
minute,
provide
man.
childcare for
You
free.
can't come up here and say these sort of things
It's on
without
your
any
channel. It's on your channel.
without any evidence.
Yeah, you
Huh?
want to go against the other
Dude, the
side.
link
So
is
it's on your channel.
in the back chat. The link is in the
No,
back chat.
what are you talking about? What are you talking about?
I'm talking
So if
about
I
like
bring
man
Respect
hunting
here,
stuff.
he's gonna
Not
concur
like,
with this, yeah?
not like
If
not
you bring
like
who
sewing
here?
circle shit.
If I
Like,
bring Respect here, he's gonna come and concur with what you said about him, yeah?
What?
I don't know
What
whether
is
he
he
would.
on
It
about?
wasn't my
no,
allegation.
we're
It was
talking about
Zubida's.
hunting. We're talking
So
about hunting
so
stuff.
1 second. So why would you come and repeat such a thing with no evidence, not knowing if it's
Because
true
that's
or
the
not?
only stream that I was on.
Isn't that the same problems you got into last time when you called someone a rapist? Yeah, and then your get out clause is that you heard it somewhere else.
No.
So didn't you learn any lessons from that? You're still doing
No,
the
it's
same
not the
sort of
same
thing.
thing. Would you like to know why it's not the same
You're
thing?
still doing the same sort of thing. Like, why would you still
It's
do
not
those
the
sort of
same
things?
sort of thing at all.
My
Like,
God.
seriously.
You said I came on your channel. I said I came on there once,
You've got
and
to
I
stop
told
it,
you
man.
the stream that it was.
You've got to
It was
stop
the
it, man.
stream
You've
where
got to stop
Zubida
it,
came
man.
on and claimed that Maku told her.
These are lies. These are
Maku
just
told
lies,
her
man.
that
You are such a
Ruth
liar.
was sleeping with
You are
Respect.
such a liar.
It's on
You're
that stream.
so
Play the stream.
disgusting, my God.
Well, then
How
play
do
the
you
stream
remember?
that I
So
was
hold
on.
Of
Play
all
the
the
stream
streams
that I was on and
of
prove me a
all
liar.
this, I will do, but I'm just
Yeah,
saying,
the
yeah,
whole
of all the
stream.
streams,
I've heard of
you
pocket
went for
watching, but this is pussy watching. It's too much, Jupiter. It's too much.
You've gone from not going on my
Todd,
panel.
it's got
You've
nothing
gone
to
from
do with you.
not going on my panel at all after I called your husband a pussy. You get me? Then I told you, said, nah, man, you definitely came on my thing. And he said, okay, I done it once. You get me? And now the once that you believe that you've done it, it's this particular stream, yeah?
Yeah.
Where
Yeah,
this is
I'm
what
claiming.
happened when all of those that you're disgusting, man. You're actually just a disgusting person, man.
Hey, there's 6 people on the
just a
panel.
Oh, but
Disgusting
I'm
already.
saying it wasn't actually
But you
said on
two
your
just wanna go
stream.
at
It was
each other.
said on Respect stream.
Oh, there you go.
But you knew that. You knew that.
Nah,
because
I believed
you're
it
a
was on your
disgusting
stream.
person. Because you're just like you said that the last thing that
But
you tried
play
to
the
accuse
video.
of, just like
Play
the
the
last
video and we'll see.
This
just
is not
like
going
the
to go any
last
further, is
lie,
it?
just like
It's
the
just going to
last
be
lie
you.
you get
It's just
caught
going to be
in.
you two
Play the
arguing back and
video
forth.
where I was on your stream and we'll
I'll-
see if
I'll-
that's
I'll
true.
bid you farewell for now.
Dudes, I'm
it.
still waiting for
You're
her
too
to bring a
transparent, man.
video.
What
that
you could
she
just, you know
said
what I mean?
stop
Sometimes
with
you can
the
just,
Stream
ex
where I
sometimes
was
you
on
can
your
just do
channel.
something
daughter in
without doing the
Nigeria.
extras.
Play the
You
stream where
always
I was
get.
on your channel and we'll see
You know
if
what
the
it is
dirty
with you,
lies
right?
came up on there as well,
You
shall
know what it
we?
is with you,
The
yeah?
dirty lies that you claim I was spreading,
You
that
always get
actually
caught out
Zubida
by
and
doing.
Maku spread.
No.
Your own
You
lies.
always
You're
get
a
caught out
liar.
by
Ruth
doing
had it off
extra.
with
You get me?
Respect, and it really burns
You-
Nynefa because she wanted to have a
you-
go, but no man wants her ass.
There you go. This is what I'm
Yep,
saying, man.
exactly.
You're just despicable,
Wow.
man.
That
This
is
is what
so
I'm saying.
low.
You're
That
just
is so low.
despicable. This
You're
is
just-
why you can
it's like a
accuse
But
people.
it's
childish
so
thing.
true. It's so true, though.
This is what I'm trying to say. This woman's despicable, fam. Anything
So
that
are
comes out of its
you.
mouth, anything
You're
that comes out of its
despicable.
mouth, absolutely despicable, man.
Well, why are you
You
so
are
upset about it?
despicable,
man.
Ain't
Nynefa.
your business.
Despicable. Despicable. Anyway, the people them saw it
I
here
know
first,
it is
man.
despicable. Ain't he about 10 years younger than her? I mean, she's a grandmother, isn't she?
See, this is what I'm saying. You don't learn from your shit, man.
But
You
she
just
is a
don't
grandmother,
learn.
though, isn't she?
You don't mind. You know what I mean? What you just proved.
What's wrong with being a
time
grandmother? I'm a
and
grandmother.
time again.
What's wrong with being a
that
grandmother?
You don't mind being despicable. It's just as simple as that, man. You don't mind what comes out of
Con,
your
What do you
mouth.
mean?
stop
It
What do you
doesn't matter how
mean?
Stop
disgusting.
What do you
leaving the
mean? Why are you
Doesn't
getting
matter if
upset?
it's
Why are you getting
true or
upset? It's not about
false.
your sex life.
It all comes out, man. It's just despicable.
Hi,
Despicable,
Cassie.
man. Just despicable, man. You get me? You're
I know it was
despicable.
despicable. I was really just
Despicable,
shocked.
man.
I
I
was
can't
disgusted,
even say
to
anything
be
else
honest.
but despicable, man. You know what I mean? What's Respect done to you? Hmm? Didn't
Kathy,
put
can
him
you
in,
hear me?
didn't putting him in the papers and all them things like that wasn't that enough.
Islamic religion.
I never put
Now
him in
you still got
papers.
to be doing
I
this.
don't know why you're running around with that
man.
story. I never put him
You're
in
weird,
papers.
man. You're just a
No, I
weird
didn't.
person, man.
No, I didn't.
You're weird, man. You're just a
No, I
weird,
didn't.
weird
I
person.
don't know where you
But
got
it
that
is what it
story
is.
from.
And like I said, anyway,
Well,
I know
you
it's
think
gonna
I've
get,
got?
it's gonna
You
get,
think
it's
I've got
gonna
enough
get
clout to
worse
put someone in the paper?
before
You're
it gets
weird.
better.
You know the only
That's what I'm
people on
saying
here,
to you.
the
It
only
is what it
people on
is,
here
man.
who's got
But
direct
anyway,
connections with
it is what it
newspapers.
is.
Shall I
It
tell
is
you
what
who
it
it
is,
is?
man. It is what it
Simon.
is. It is
Simon.
what it is.
Yeah. Simon.
Despicable, man.
Simon and Manny. They're the only two people.
Well,
And I
why
don't
is
think
Wendy in the
Manny would
chat
have done
saying
it.
it was her then, Jupiter?
Banana, the thing is,
Why is
yeah,
Wendy
she
saying it
knows
was
that
her?
Zabeda made it up. You know what I mean? All of
Wendy
these
was
things are
saying
known,
what?
but they don't mind
Wendy saying it was
propagating the
her that
same
went to the
thing.
papers.
You know what I'm saying, Banana? She
Maybe Wendy
knows.
did, but it
She
definitely
knows
weren't
that
me.
Zabeda made it up.
She's
But
accusing
yet,
me of
all
doing it.
these years later, she still doesn't mind
Come on.
propagating the same
Did you
lie.
say that Wendy said that it was her?
This is why we
Yeah,
know all
that's
that
what she
Right,
said.
thank
Dieselgate and all
you.
the rest
So
of
why
it.
is Nine for trying to blame me?
Why is Nani for trying to blame you about what? The papers?
Yeah.
Because Nynisa can't blame anybody else
Listen,
because she's a
this
sex
busybody
bitch.
bitch.
Babs, you
You
weren't even
see,
around then. Shut
Banana,
up.
don't worry about Khan. Even in
Khan,
Banana
go back
Splitter
to the
said
hunt, my
that
guy.
Zabeda made it up, right?
Busybody
And everybody knows that, right?
I
Everybody
don't know
knows that
that. How do I
Zabeda
know
said that.
that? How do we know
Everybody knows that
that? How do
Zabeda
we
said
know
she
that it
made
was
it up.
made up?
But yet, of
But it
course,
was said.
however
It
many
was said
years
though.
later, of course, someone's gonna still be
Well, it
spreading the
was
same
said though,
lies.
wasn't it? It was
Because
said though.
if you can spread up lies about people being rapists, if you can spread lies about people
Whatever.
being pedos, if you
Whatever.
can do all the rest, of
Whatever.
course
What about all
you're
your
gonna
lies,
spread
Whatever.
people
Nynisa?
of
I have
lies.
never heard
You understand
Zabeda
what I'm
say that
saying
she
to
made
you?
it up.
Nah, of course you haven't.
Well,
Of
bring the
course
What
you
about
evidence
haven't.
all
that says she
your
made it
Of
up.
lies,
course you haven't, man.
Nynisa?
Of course you haven't, man. You know
Well,
what I mean?
bring the
And the
evidence
thing
that she
is,
made it up.
again, right? The wickedest thing again is that you don't mind spreading these sort of
There you
rumors
go.
based
Wendy's
on
in the
nothing.
side chat saying that she done it, but you've been accusing me.
When I'm not
That
being,
makes you a
I'm
liar
not,
then, doesn't it?
I'm
We
not
know
talking about the
that.
fucking.
You
I'm not talking about the newspaper thing.
You
Get me?
whoosh,
I'm done with
whoosh,
that already.
whoosh,
I'm
whoosh,
talking about
whoosh,
you
whoosh, whoosh.
continuously don't mind spreading
Silence, s'il vous
lies.
plaît.
Yeah, you knew it was a lie. You knew it was a lie, but you don't mind keep spreading it.
I don't
And
know
then
if
your
it's a
get
lie.
out,
How
and
would
you've
I
always got to
know?
get out. You've always gonna have a get out.
How would I know whether it's a lie or a truth?
I
I
heard
don't
it
know the woman
somewhere
in real
else.
life.
I heard it, and I just came and repeated it. That's gonna be your get out.
Whoosh.
We know it.
Whoosh that
We know
woman.
it, man. But it is what
Whoosh
it is,
that.
man. It is what
Whoosh.
it is. 2025, no change, man.
Whooshed.
No change,
What about
no
you saying
integrity.
that Hector's got a
Game,
daughter
I'm telling
over
you,
in
game. We all
Nigeria?
knew the thing, man. We all knew
Yeah?
the thing, man. We all
Busybody
knew the thing,
nines.
man.
What's wrong
We
if he's
all
got a
knew
daughter?
the
So
thing,
what?
man.
So what if he's got a daughter? Is that a crime to have
He
a
has.
daughter?
He's got my daughter. He ain't got a
But
daughter
is that
in
a crime? But
Nigeria,
Jupiter,
though.
if he had a daughter, would it bother you? It wouldn't really, would it?
No.
No.
Well
But
then, so I don't
Nynisa,
see why it's such a big insult.
Nynisa said yesterday that she's got, or he said on a video that he left a daughter in Nigeria when
Yeah,
he
that was
came
her
here.
own mad
So I
interpretation.
asked her to prove it, and
There you go,
guess
Babs.
what?
Babs, did you, Babs,
She
listen,
hasn't
Babs,
proved
listen,
it. So
listen.
shut up, busy
Babs,
body
listen.
nines.
I'm gonna try one time with
Considering
you.
Jupiter's got 6 kids before
No, wait,
Hector, do you think she would care if he had even 3 kids in Africa?
I didn't
She
say
wouldn't give a
anything
fuck.
about
1
it.
second. I'm gonna try once and then that's
I
it.
wouldn't
Yeah.
care, Khan. To
Did
be
you
honest,
just
if I had a
Obviously.
daughter, if I had a stepdaughter
Man,
in
you guys are
Nigeria, I
petty
would have
as
brought her on
fuck,
panels
bro.
to prove that Nine Acres is a
Exactly.
fucking nutcase.
Don't be silly, Jupes. You're being silly now.
Right, I'm gonna try
She's
once.
nuts,
Yeah.
isn't she?
Oh, right. Did you just hear what Jupiter said?
No, Wyso said that you're petty as fuck.
Did
If
you
that's
just
what
hear
that
what
I
she
heard
said?
what-
I think it's
I
petty.
heard
I
what
don't want to
Babs
be
said.
doing this arguing. Let her have her 5
1
minutes.
second.
Go on, ran
1
on,
second,
lady.
1 second.
Ran
1
on, and
second.
I'm going to let you
Yeah,
have,
all right.
have the
Thank
5
you. Yeah,
minutes.
thank you. I've got your
But Jupes,
permission.
tell us
Yeah,
it's
thank you.
insulting you. She's not saying
You have
nothing
your
that's an
own-
insult to
You
you.
have your own channels to talk about this nonsense.
I agree,
Yo,
You're
Babs,
dickheads.
yeah. Did you just hear
You have
someone
your
say
own channels
that?
to battle each other
Why
and
so?
make
Can you
videos
stop
about
talking
this.
whilst I'm talking, please?
I
Yeah,
don't know.
you can get
How
back
long-
to your thing
how
in a
long-
minute.
how
Yeah?
She's
long are
too
you gonna
scared to
talk?
come to my channel. Why
How long
so?
are you gonna?
Yeah.
I'm not engaging with that nonsense. How long do you
Then
need to
go
talk?
on mute.
Nine?
Then go on mute.
Nine.
Go on
How
fucking
long
mute.
do
Then
you need to talk before
I don't
you're
know,
into
my soul, but
repetition?
you're longing it out, innit?
No. Before you've said
Oh,
the same
for
thing
fuck's
4
sake,
fucking
this-
times for the past 45 fucking minutes. How much longer do you need?
Yeah,
An
let's
hour.
get back
An
to the
hour.
subject.
Jupiter.
I need
The
an hour.
same thing goes to you too.
I need an hour.
So the
The Jupiter, the same thing
49-year-old,
goes to
who
you
was
too.
I
also
need
a
an
high
hour.
court judge in Uganda,
So
was found guilty of
no,
conspiring to facilitate the commission of a breach of UK immigration
That's
law.
not how it's gonna go.
Wow, she
No,
breached
no,
immigration
no.
law, facilitating travel with a view to exploitation, forcing someone to work, and conspiracy to intimidate a witness. So she even
I will
intimidated
fuck
the
up his
witness.
show, you know, because you don't fucking think that
In
you're gonna
footage
bully me
released
like that.
by Thames Valley
There's
Police,
no way that you
Mugambi
think you're going
appeared
to try to
shocked
bully me. No,
when an
it's
officer
not
said
gonna
he
work.
was arresting her under the Modern Slavery
Alright.
Act. She then had a
Nine.
conversation with the officer in which she said, I am a judge
Why
in my
so religious?
country.
Why do you
I
keep calling
even
my
have
name?
immunity. I am not a criminal.
Why
Asked to
so
Nine.
reaffirm
religious?
that
Why do
she
you
had
keep calling my
immunity,
name?
Mugambi told the
You were going
officer,
to talk about
yes,
this on
I
your
have
own
a
channel.
So hold
diplomatic
on a minute. Why so
passport.
religious? Yeah. Hold on a minute. So you're not gonna give me my right to reply? Why so religious?
Dude,
Is that what you're trying to say to me?
I'm not going to give you a what?
Is that what you're trying to say to me?
I'm not
Why
going to
so
give you your what?
religious?
I'm not going to give you
That
your
you're
what?
not gonna give me my right to reply?
So wait.
Is that what you're
how
trying
many
to tell me?
replies? No, wait. How many replies?
It doesn't
we
matter.
need?
Why so religious? To be with all due respect to you, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I know.
You
but
asked me a
also
question. You asked me.
No.
You asked me how long.
don't-
I said an hour. Then
Okay,
give me my
an
hour,
hour.
innit? I gave you an answer.
Okay,
You said
so
how
then you
long.
have 12
I
minutes
gave you an
left.
hour.
You
I
have
said an
12
hour.
minutes left. You have 12
Yeah.
minutes left because you've been at
What
it
you're
for an
telling
hour.
me? I don't
You've
think
been
so.
at
Why so
it for an
religious?
hour.
I
You
don't
have your
think so.
own
You could be
fucking
dropping
channel.
PayPals till fucking next week, bro.
You have
Yeah.
you
You
have
ain't
your own-
dictating
Dude,
shit
don't get mad
to
because
me.
I have
I
money
don't
to
care. I
drop.
don't care.
No,
I
so
don't
she
care.
needs
I don't
this.
money to
care.
She
drop,
needs
and you
I
this.
don't
don't.
care, man. I don't
You know,
care.
It's the
I
only
don't
thing that
understand why
keeps
you're
her
not going to give
going.
me
Jupiter,
my
Talking
be
to
right to
quiet for a
reply.
Jupiter.
That's
second.
very rude of
Jupiter,
you, why
be
so
quiet.
religious?
Okay,
You didn't even say, well,
Nine.
listen, you two. I'm going to
It
say,
is.
what? What?
It is rude. I'll agree. It's rude to mention
All
that
right.
you
So
have your
thank
own.
you for giving me.
You
Thank
have your
you, why
own
so religious,
fucking
for
channel.
giving me my right to
You
reply.
have your
I
own
really,
channel.
really appreciate it.
You have your
Thank you
own
very much
channel,
from
and
America.
you know that
I
nobody is
appreciate it.
going
So
to.
I'm going to continue
Nobody
now,
is
why
going
so
to go
religious.
over to your
Thank
channel.
you very
And
much.
that's
I
what
heard you
upsets you.
loud
That's
and
what
clear.
upsets
Now
you.
you're longing it out, why so religious. You're actually longing it out now. You
Dude,
are
you
literally
have
longing
no
it out.
end.
You
How
are longing
do
it out,
how do
why
I
so
long
religious?
something out that
And
has no
I've got
end?
time today, why so religious? Yeah, I've got
How am
time
I
today.
longing out something that has
Yeah,
no end?
I've got time today. So if you want to fuck up the man's
I
show,
agree.
we can do
Your
that.
life is useless.
No
Your life
problem.
is
But don't
useless.
you ever think that you're gonna
I agree.
fucking
Your life
dictate to
is
me
useless.
or bully me as to
Your
how I'm
life
gonna
is
act on this
useless.
panel? It's not gonna happen. You can
You
tell me
have
I've
no
got my
life.
show a million
So
times.
you
I
can't
couldn't give a
even
fuck.
make
I
your
couldn't give a fuck.
own channel
Big is just like a
video.
jump up. Big is
Why
just like a
so,
jump on
man?
here and tell me to fuck off.
Big,
Why
You
so? You're
understand?
moving like one beta
But
male,
you
bro. You're moving like a
and
beta
these
male. Allow it,
never
bro.
dictating to me. You're mad. You're mad. You are mad.
You're the one
Yeah?
on here
So
talking
fucking hold
about
that,
some
my guy.
female
Like, shut up,
squabble.
man.
All you're doing is talking
Shut
about
up,
female
man. I don't want to
squabble.
fucking hear it from you now.
And
Fuck's
You
sake.
little
I'm the
beta
one that's mad.
bitch. Shut
Get me.
up,
Shut up,
man.
man. You know what I mean? When people have to listen to you drone on for an
Ooh,
hour, who the
people
fuck
are
tries to
raising their
shut you up?
voices, and I've got
This
noise
sewing
sensitivity because I'm
This
white so
When you're
sewing
droning on
religious.
for an hour, who tries to shut you up? Why so
What
religious?
needle? What
Little
needle
Shut up,
size are
weirdo.
you
man.
using?
Fuck off,
What's
man.
the thread size you're
Shut up,
using
man. I don't want to
while
hear
you
it
make
from
the
you now. I'm
sewing
finished with
circle
you, man.
of
Shut up, man. Fuck off,
nonsense?
man.
Of
Yeah? Because when you're
nonsense.
droning on and on and on. No one don't
of
shut you up.
nonsense.
No
Trust
one don't
me.
shut you up.
Trust
Huh?
me.
When you're
And
fucking
my man
droning
could
on and on and
drone
on.
for fucking
Get
England,
me?
mate.
Shut
I'm a
up, man.
woman.
Fuck
I'm
off,
a
man.
woman.
Like
I can
seriously,
speak.
fuck
I'm
off,
a
man.
black woman. I
Shut
can
up.
speak. I have
Did
more
you
rights
did
than
he just
most
What?
say I'm
people.
black? Wait.
Oh
Did
Wait,
you
how
just
many
say
shit!
that
times
I'm?
have I heard you
Wait,
say
Had to
that?
wait,
How
take
wait,
it
many times?
there.
Wait, wait, wait. How
Let's
many
wait,
times have I heard you
do the
say
wait,
that?
time
Wait, how many
warp
times have I heard you say
again.
that?
It's just a
How
step
many
to the
times have I heard
Did
you
left.
he
say
just
that?
say? Did he just say? And I'm
It's
black.
just a
Is that
jump
what?
to the left.
Yeah, he did. He
Is
did.
that what
Yeah,
you
yeah.
just?
And then a
So
I
move to
can't.
the
all right,
right.
Gummy. 1 second, Gummy.
Put
how
your
many
hands on
times
your
have I heard
hips.
you say that?
1
Let's
second.
do
That's
the
why you think.
time warp
What?
Yeah.
again.
Gummy,
I
please,
like
Gummy,
that
stop.
Come
song.
on, let's
Somebody
go
is
back with.
in
Let's go
Well,
backward.
time.
Yeah.
how many
Why
times has
did
that
you?
been
1
your
second.
argument on this
Why
panel?
did you say? 1
I'm a
second. 1
black
second.
woman.
1
I'm a
second.
black woman. I should speak.
Oh, shut
I have
up,
these
man! You're
opinions.
baiting her
Wait,
now.
1
You're just
second.
No,
baiting
Why
people.
did you?
fuck
Why
this
did
bitch,
you?
dude. She's
Why
been
did you just
spouting for
mention my?
moments.
Why? Why did you just
Because
mention my
it's your
color?
whole identity. It's your
Brown
whole
girl in the
identity.
ring.
It's
Tra
your
la
whole
la la
Oh,
la.
I
identity.
like
Why
that
There's
song
shouldn't
a
I say it?
brown
too. Yeah,
girl
it's
in
a
the
good
ring.
one.
Tra la 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 la.
I'd be surprised if you've ever came on this panel and have not mentioned your ethnicity or race. What are you fucking talking about?
What? What? Who? Nyanifa?
Yeah.
Absolutely. What are you
What are
talking
you
about?
talking? Are you nuts or something?
Once again, a person who
She's
is
literally a cockney. What are you on about?
wait,
She's
wait, wait.
just
Once
like,
again,
what are
just want
you
to point this
on,
out.
bruv?
Once again, the person who would cut off your head in a perfect fucking society is trying to agree with you.
Yeah, but you'd put us in an electric chair.
Dude, 100%. Her whole identity on this panel for years has been about. I think we could go over to, if I was on a computer, I believe we could go over to
Wait, 1 second. Let's not get
what's that
sidetracked.
channel's
Yeah, let's
name?
not get
What's that
sidetracked.
what's
Let's not
that
get
channel's name? What's that
let's not
channel's
get
name?
sidetracked. Let's not get sidetracked. I just want to know why you felt the need to bring in my color in that point. I
Because
just
you
want to
bring it
understand.
in everything. I just like what I did.
Okay.
What I did.
But wait, 1 second. 1 second.
What I
Okay,
did
1
was
second.
bring
1
it up
second.
before you brought
1
it up.
second. Let's calm down a little bit. Give me
All
an
I did was
example on
bring
what.
it up.
Okay,
All
cool.
I did
So
was
now
bring it up before you brought it up.
you're talking shit. Give me an example
Oh,
when I
I'm
bring up my
talking
color.
shit.
Okay,
Oh, wait,
okay. So
what's
let's
that
look at this.
channel's
Let's
name?
look at
What's
this.
that
No
channel's
problem.
name?
Give me an
Reanimator?
example when I bring up my color. Go on.
Reanimator? Reanimator? Can we go to Reanimator's channel and hear you talking about it? With Shippa
Talking
for
about
one?
what?
About you being a black woman.
I am
how
a
that,
black woman.
yeah, but that's like your whole fucking identity. Can we go? Anybody who's
No,
new
1
here,
second. 1 second.
anybody
Stop,
who's
stop, stop,
new
stop.
here, go to
No.
search
Listen.
Reanimator,
Listen.
Magnifa, or 99. Go search it and tell me in 2 minutes if I'm wrong.
This is hilarious.
Yeah, it is
So,
hilarious because
so,
it's
so
factual.
you're saying, yeah, that you
That's your
brought
whole
up.
identity. That's your whole
So
identity.
hold on a minute. You
Like, I
brought
don't
1
have a
second.
race-based identity, but you do.
So hold on a minute, yeah. You're saying that when you was going in your rage just a minute ago, you brought up my color because what?
I brought it up because
Oh
I
my
was
God.
preluding to what you were going to bring up.
So
Like-
okay, why would I need to? So hold on a minute. Why would I need to bring up my color?
Because it's your whole identity. I've said this like what 4 or
But
5
what does that?
times now?
What does that mean? What does that mean? What does that mean? It's my whole identity.
Because
what does that mean?
every conversation you've ever held on this panel, it eventually talks about what you identify as, which is a black woman. And that's how it gets circulated into. Like, this is 100. Dude, anybody who doubts me, if you're new, search.
I think that's so unfair what you're saying, Waiso. We've been speaking for 3 hours and no one's mentioned black once.
She's only been on here for
On
an
either
hour.
side.
She's only been on here for an hour. And for that whole hour, it's just been cat talk, cat meowing. Meow, meow,
No,
meow,
but
meow,
cat
meow.
What's that
talk.
got
The
to do
thing
with
is,
being
1
black though?
second. But the thing is, why so?
Wait.
Why
I would
so?
be surprised if she
There's
didn't
cat.
mention
No.
black
You're not.
once.
Listen. Okay, there's been cat talk. No problem. Yeah, you've complained that the women have been going at it, cool, and all the rest of it. No problem. But what has that got to do with my color? You didn't mention Jupiter's color.
You're the
You didn't
one
mention
who
Jupiter's color. So why have you mentioned my color? Because me and Jupiter was going at it.
about her
Yeah.
color.
You didn't mention Gummy's color. So why have you mentioned my color?
Wait.
Oh,
Jupiter,
jealous again.
Jupiter,
I don't mind. You
Yeah.
can mention my colour. She wants to be the
Wait,
same as
Gummy,
me.
not now, Gummy, not
She,
now.
I'm the
Okay.
level.
Not
I'm
now.
the bar. She has
Oh.
to be the same as. Everyone remember that.
So firstly, what you
Gummy,
did is
stop.
called what? So firstly,
That's
what
why
you
she
did.
wants her husband.
What you did is called whataboutism. So we'll pass that up and we'll go to what you asked. Do we have other channels clipping you where your whole fucking dialogue is about
we
your
haven't.
race?
No,
Are
we
you
haven't.
Serious?
No, we haven't. No, find one. Find one.
Reanimator.
Okay, what? Okay, what did I? Okay, what did I say on the Reanimator? Because we could bring it up. What did I say on it?
It was about how Shifa said, "What are you? You're a coon." He said that black women are coons. Isn't that what he said? Isn't that what he said?
Go on.
No. Are you affirming or denying?
I'm saying go on.
No, I'm asking you. Is the conversation that
there's definitely a video where Shifa was saying how black women was the cause of white men raping them and all this type of thing. Yes, there is.
No, wait, but was it about black women being coons?
No.
Oh, you're a
well, it was
liar.
about him saying that black women allowed white men to force them. One second. It was. We can bring it up. You get me? Anyone's just on a computer. We can bring it up. But he was talking about black women allowing the white man. Why? Sorry.
It's not worth bringing up.
No, but I'm
is that the only thing you can bring up is from like 3 years ago?
I'm answering these.
It's at least 3 years ago you're bringing that up from.
It's fine. I'm not going to talk to her. She straight up lied. The conversation was about black women being coons, and she was talking.
What, 3-4 years ago? Why so?
1 second, Con. 1 second, Con. Go on.
No, she tried to
go on. You tell the story.
You look it up. You look it up and you play it. I'm on my cell phone.
You're the one that's using it.
No. What I said.
You're using it as a reference. This is silly.
What I said was we have evidence that you use blackness and being a woman as your identity in various arguments.
This is actually silly. Right. What was said in the video? Because you're using it as evidence. You're using it as evidence about me saying that I'm a black woman and all the rest of it. Yeah, I'm like, cool. What was then? You started to say how in the video, as you started to say that in the video, Shifa was calling black women.
Looking it up. I'm not playing.
You were saying in the video, black women were.
I don't think any of us care anyway.
Hold on a minute. How come every time you lot can throw rocks and everything, and when we want to come to answer, no one don't care?
Well, we don't care.
He's just
you have your own fucking channel. To let out all your grievances. I get it. No, wait, I get it.
Listen.
Listen.
The
people of this channel are gonna watch your fucking videos, and then that's the reason you're catcalling for fucking 6 hours on here right now. So be quiet. Accept the fact that you're not
there's
as
no
big
be
as this
quiet.
channel,
You're a
and
dickhead.
get
Shut
over
up
it.
about be
Get
quiet.
over it.
Fuck off, man. You're an idiot. You're a dickhead. Don't ever think that a drunk man like you can tell me to be quiet, yeah? Now, you brought something up regarding the Reanimators video, yeah? You started to say what it was about. You started off by saying Schiffer was calling black women coons, which he was. Continue.
It's not up to me to continue. What are you talking about?
So why bring it up? You brought it up as evidence. You brought it up for evidence for me saying that I'm black and all this. And you were saying that there's loads. You were saying that there's loads of clip things out there about me ranting and raving about my blackness and all the rest of it. I said no problem. I said give me one. You said the Reanimator. I said which one? You started to tell the story about Schiffer saying that all black women are coons. This, that, and the other. I goes, yeah, that's true. Continue.
Okay.
So continue.
I'll continue with this. You just spent an hour
No.
without.
You're going to continue with your story, yeah?
No,
You
I'm gonna
brought the
continue with
reanimator
the
as
purpose.
evidence, so you're going to
I'm gonna
continue.
with the
You're
purpose.
going to continue. So go on.
Yeah. The
What
purpose.
else did Schiffer say?
The purpose is you spoke for an hour
What
about
else did
various
Schiffer say?
videos.
No. You're not doing all of that shit, man. What else did Schiffer say?
I get it. I attacked your
What else did
fragility.
Schiffer say, man? Stop trying to get out of it and
I
all the rest of
attacked
it.
your.
Yeah,
No,
stop
it
trying
doesn't
to
matter.
get out
People
of it,
can
my
look it up.
guy. Yeah.
People
What
can look
else
it
did
up.
the video say? Because I will
Unlike
go on
what
my
you did.
computer and I
Unlike-
will bring it up. In
Good,
fact, you know
good,
what? I can bring up the
good,
audio. I
good.
can bring up the audio.
You know
All
why?
right,
Because
no
for
problem.
an hour.
I'm going to bring up the fucking audio.
She doesn't
You know what I
She
mean?
doesn't
You
want me
must
to speak because
you
I'm
must
bringing up a good point.
You're not doing anything. What you're
Okay,
supposed to
okay,
be doing is
okay.
providing the evidence to your
I'm not
claim.
providing you
But as
nothing.
such, you ain't provided shit. You
You know
started
what?
off. You
Wait,
started off.
everybody.
Your first thing was
Everybody,
saying
I
how
want you to
Schiffer
know
was
what I
calling
did.
the black women coons, and then you thought, oh, maybe that's not the
No,
one.
no.
Maybe
No,
I
no,
can't
wait,
really
wait.
catch her
No,
on that
no,
one, and you
no, I
started chatting
can.
shit.
100%.
You get me? Well, continue.
You know what
then.
I did?
Continue
You know,
then.
okay, you know what I did?
Continue then. What else
For
was
an
said in the video?
hour,
Go on.
For an hour, you talk about
Stop
previous
talking
videos,
about for an hour.
and
You're
you don't
reversing.
fucking
What you're
bring up
supposed to
any
be doing
video.
is proving
You
your
don't bring
claim.
You don't bring up
Yeah?
any video
So
for
bring
an
it,
hour.
man. Bring it,
Why
man.
so?
Bring
Why
it,
so?
man.
You
You've
don't bring up a video for
inadvertently.
an hour.
Why so? Why so? You've
Let me
inadvertently raised an
respond, dude.
issue.
I'm the one.
You've raised an issue
I'm
where
the
black
one bring
women were
talk.
directly being attacked, and you're saying to her, "You jumped in your black woman bag." Yeah, but she's
So,
a black
listen,
woman, and you've
what I'm
admitted that black
showing-
women were being attacked.
Okay,
So how
listen.
does this
By a
example
black
prove your
man.
point?
By a black
That's what we're
man.
trying to get to.
By a black
Irrelevant.
man.
By
Her
whoever.
whole
By whoever.
identity. So
By
listen,
whoever.
Listen, Con. For an hour, she's ranted about a person in various videos, right? But as soon as I mention that her whole identity is black and I bring up an
You're
example
chatting
of it,
shit,
she's
man.
willing
You're
to
chatting
Your example
shit.
isn't relevant.
She's willing
You're
to
chatting
bring up the
shit,
video.
man.
No, but
You
your example
are
isn't
chatting
relevant.
shit,
Your
man.
example should be something
You're
that shows
chatting
her
shit.
going on about being black in a
that
situation where it's nothing to do with being black. But in this particular incident,
did have everything to do with being black.
directly to do with black women being attacked. I don't understand what you're saying.
No.
So
Go
look,
on, Wendy.
she
Do
goes.
So
you understand
why?
it differently?
I want to ask
Let me
Ninita.
finish, dude.
I want to ask
Dude, it's 30
Ninita.
seconds.
Why?
It's 30
Why
seconds,
did
Wendy. Stop.
Babs call you
Wendy,
black
stop.
trash,
It's
Ninita?
30 seconds.
Is there a
For an
reason? Does
hour.
Babs need a reason?
Con, stop. For 30 seconds. That's all I'm asking for. For
I don't
an
think there's any
hour,
justifying
she's
that kind of
been making
behavior.
claims about videos.
Really?
And then once I
Why did she call her that, Wendy?
once I attack her identity, she'll
You're
find the fucking
you're
video.
chatting shit. Why so religious?
Called
1 second, Wendy. 1 second. We can get to that.
Ninita
You're
called
chatting.
her white trash. So Babs backfired with black
How
trash.
are we having
Then
three fucking
Ninita
conversations
made
here?
a stream talking to Nai, right? Claiming if I was to say the N, if someone was to call you the N word, now I want to know is where the hell, where did the N word come from? Where did the N word? Babs didn't use the N word. It never came into the conversation.
Oh, you just come to distract the conversation.
Yeah.
You just come
I don't see what this is.
Yeah, but you know what, Wendy? Do you remember EIE? The excuse for his racism towards Buddha was because Buddha insulted his family. So, you know, apparently you're allowed to go down to that level. That's what they say. You're allowed to be racist if you're insulted. That's their level. That's their level.
No, Ninita called Babs white trash. Fair enough. Babs backfired.
Stop. Wait. Ninita did what, Wendy?
You called Babs something like white trash or white trailer trash. Yes, you did.
No one. Stop. I never called Babs that.
So why did Babs call you black trash?
Go and ask Babs.
Well, I know why, because I was listening. I know.
So why did she then?
Because you said something similar. You started it with something to do with white. I heard you.
No.
What was it?
no.
Why would she just say black
Belly, a
trash
person
then?
in the back chat.
Oh my
Belly,
God,
person in the
Wendy.
back chat.
Oh, this
And then you tried
Babs,
to equate the
Babs.
wait.
All right,
No,
listen,
what got me?
Wendy, stop.
No.
No,
Because I
I
heard
can't
you
do this, Babs.
talking. I heard you
This is
talking to
ridiculous.
Natty, and you were trying to equate the word black, right,
Crazy.
with the N word, which totally like blew my mind. Well, how can you do that?
Wendy, have you been drinking? That's the first question.
No, I haven't.
Okay,
No.
so let's quickly just do this here because you've already come and interrupted another conversation, but that's
No,
what you
stop
do,
the
distraction.
useless
So
conversation.
so the first thing is you said that I called Babs something white, which I never did. Okay, so where did you get that from?
From when you were on here yesterday.
What do you mean? What did you mean?
Live early. You did a live today, and you
Where did you
started
hear?
it.
Did you 1 second?
Wait a minute. No, don't try and get out of it. I heard you.
There's
And
nothing
you
to get
said
out of, Wendy.
that
You're
Babs
drunk,
had
man.
called you black trash, and then
Yes,
you
she did.
equated that to the N word, and I don't know how
No, I
you
didn't.
did that. Yes,
Like,
you
Wendy,
did
you're all
with Natty.
Wendy,
Yes, you
listen,
did
yeah.
with Natty.
You're
Yes,
all
you
over
did.
the fucking place,
You
Wendy.
did.
You're just all over the place.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
First off, you came on shouting that I called Babs something white, which I never.
You did. Why
Yeah.
would she call you black trash then? Why?
That's a very good question.
Apparently, Wendy, they're saying it's because she called Betty black trash.
No. But oh, right.
What?
So
What?
you called
What?
Betty black trash. This is my point,
I'm
right?
out, man.
You called
hang on.
you
I'm
called
out,
Betty
man.
black
This is a
trash.
fucking lunatic
But no, I
asylum,
need
man.
to just be
So
quiet.
you
called
apologize? You're not gonna
Betty.
apologize, are you?
Yeah, and
You're not
apologise for
gonna
the white
apologize
thing.
for falsely
I will
accusing me, are you,
apologise
Wendy?
for the white thing. There you go.
You're
I'll
not gonna.
apologise for that.
Okay,
But
so look,
you
after
said
that, there's nothing else to say, man.
Betty
You
was
just
black
come and.
trash. Right? Babs said you're black trash. You then went and made your own stream and you said somehow you equated black trash with using the N word because you and Natty spoke about it long enough.
Right,
How
Wendy,
could you do that?
I'm gonna answer
how
you.
can you do that?
Wendy, I'm gonna answer you. Yeah.
I don't know as
You're
a black woman how you can get offended about it. If you're like, if you give that insult out to other black women, it's just fucking hypocritical.
But my main
All right, so
thing
listen.
is that she was equating the actual word black to the N word. I mean,
but
you can't
Wendy,
do that.
That's not true though, Wendy.
Yes,
that's
you
just
did.
not true, Wendy. That's not true. Okay. Now I don't know what's wrong with you. I don't know. You know what I mean? You're obviously high on something and you're happy. No problem.
I'm not high on anything.
You're coming up here and you're roaring with rage and everything is erroneous.
Because of what I
Erroneous what you're saying.
No, Nynita, it's because of what I heard you do.
I said that about Babs.
Go
That's
and get
wrong.
your stream and you will hear you and Natty talking about the fucking N word because somebody said you were black trash.
You're drunk. Wendy, if you listened, what actually was said is, what was said is, does that mean if someone called me the N word, would Babs then say the N word? That's what was said.
Of course she would.
It was very simple. So I don't know. All of this, what you're doing, Wendy. Listen, Wendy, I'm not being funny. I'm not being funny, Wendy.
Fucking
but
Wendy. So how can you equate? How can you equate being called black trash to being called the N word?
Right, so notice Khan started all this and Khan's fucked off again.
You're drunk.
I'm not drunk.
Wendy, you're drunk or you're on Perskizia,
seriously, Nynita.
Because I know that you're not in your right mind, I'm going to leave.
How can you have a conversation about being called black trash and then say, if I was called the N word? How can you equate the two? Totally different things. How can you equate the two?
Wendy, I'm going to say this one more time.
No, you can't equate the two. That's why.
Wendy, I'm going to say this one more time because I know.
No, you can't. You can't equate the two.
Okay. There was no equating.
Okay, Khan, I'll let you off.
Okay. There was no equating. All that was simply said, Wendy, is If my girl is so quick to call someone black trash because she's heard another black person call someone black trash, would she then call someone else the N-word? It was
No,
as simple
she
as that.
wouldn't. No, how could you gather that from that?
Wendy, I'll be honest, you're not in your right mind. I'm going to leave it
I
there.
am in my right mind, and I know for a fact that if there's
And
two women
I'm
walking
trying to
down
be
the road,
kind here, Wendy.
one is white and one is black, and someone says to me, "Oh, that woman called 9 Ether," and I say, "Oh, which woman's that?" And she goes, "Oh, well, it's the black woman, you know, not the white
Wendy,
one."
did you watch the
What are you
video of
saying?
the link I
That's
sent?
some sort of racism, are you?
Wendy, did you watch the
No,
video of the link I
no,
sent
no,
you,
no,
Wendy?
no. I heard
Because
what
you're
you and
talking.
Natty were up to. I heard how you were going on. I heard what you were saying about Jupiter again. I heard the whole thing. Why don't you just let it drop? Leave it.
Wendy, is that all you've come to say? Is that what you've really come to do, Wendy? Just to say that? Because you should have just really come and said
Wendy,
that.
I'm willing to do that. I've been willing to do it for weeks. It's her that don't want to.
The bullshit that you just done, Wendy. What you just done was
No,
just
no.
utter bullshit.
I don't particularly enjoy doing these silly little fucking arguments. It's childish.
What you just done, Wendy, was bullshit, man.
No, the black trash thing did annoy. No, the black trash thing annoyed me.
Wendy. What
How
you
the hell?
are
I mean,
doing
if someone
bullshit, man. It's just
so are
bullshit,
you
man.
telling me that if
You're an idiot, man. You're an idiot.
called
I can't.
Betty, are you saying that if you'd called Betty the N-word, that Babs would have said to you, "Well, you're the N-word," because she wouldn't, and you know she wouldn't. I don't know how the hell you got to that point. I don't know how you could even put them two words in the same
Wendy,
sentence.
you're hurting my head.
Well,
you're just hurting my head.
Leave then.
You're hurting my head because
well,
you're
leave
just
then.
chatting shit.
Aren't
you're
you
just
high
chatting
enough
shit.
yet? Aren't you
You're
high
just
enough
chatting
yet?
I know you're too high, Wendy.
No, I don't smoke high stuff. I don't know what it even looks like.
You drink and you take pills, Wendy.
I don't take drink. I don't take.
Well,
I do
take
actually.
pills.
I take
and
a thyroid pill.
The first
Maybe
thing
I'm having
that
a
you
bit
came
of
up
thyroid
was an
fucking rage.
Listen. The first statement that you
can
made
equate the
was
word
completely
black woman to the N-word is fucking beyond me. I
Wendy,
don't know
what
how you
are
can
you
do
talking about? You're just making things up,
Yeah.
Wendy. You're just making things up. Like you're just making yourself look silly, and you're just making things up.
I know what I heard.
You're making things up, Bab. Yeah.
You called Betty black
up.
trash. Babs called you black trash. You then made a stream and spoke about the N-word to do with that word. Why? Why?
You're an idiot, man.
Yeah, whatever.
I tried anyway. I tried.
And I'm trying.
What
I'm saying is, apart from that, why don't you just let everything? Just leave everything. Just don't talk about each other.
No.
Stop it.
No.
Stop
You're not
it.
going to tell me what to fucking do. Yeah. No. Yeah. No. You understand what I'm saying? None of you lot can regulate. None of you lot can regulate me around here. With the
I'm
rest
not
of it.
trying
So
to
it's a big
regulate
fat
you.
no.
Don't be stupid.
Yeah, you're trying to regulate me, man. You
Nobody
can't
should
fucking
regulate her.
shit.
Hang on, I'm not a regulator.
I'm not a regulator.
I'm a human being that's sick and tired of this useless personal arguments.
I don't give a fuck. The thing is, when you came on, we weren't even arguing.
Know when you've lost. It's time to give up and know when there's no point.
Shut up, man. Shut up, man.
There
Shut up, man.
It's time to give.
You're
There's
an
no
idiot,
point.
man. You just came on talking big lies, man. About
lies, really?
Big lies? What lies?
What lies?
He said that I called Babs something white, which is a big dirty
I've apologized for that. I got mixed up with that. I apologise.
Everything after that is bullshit anyway.
Oh,
so we don't have to have no conversation. I don't need to answer to you.
At least I'm big enough to apologise. Unlike some people, you won't, 9 Ether, ever.
Apologise for what?
You don't need to apologise. Just leave it.
What do you mean? What do you want me to apologise for, Wendy? What have I got to apologise for? Go on.
Just leave everything.
What have I got to apologise for?
Why don't you ignore Jupiter? Jupiter can ignore you.
I do ignore the heifer.
Does she
What's wrong with you?
I mean, does she stop you from sleeping or something?
Shut up, man.
I'm beginning to think she stops you from sleeping.
Man. Yeah. Shut up, man, Wendy.
I'm not cheerleading. I'm not cheerleading.
Fucking drunk cheerleader,
You
man.
are
Shut up,
high
man.
again. You've been
You're a
taking
drunk
stuff.
cheerleader.
I've
Yeah,
been
a
listening, and
drunk.
you have been taking stuff. I don't know
Yeah,
what it is
yeah,
you
yeah,
take,
yeah.
but you've
I've been
been
taking stuff.
taking it.
Yeah. I've been taking stuff, Wendy. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why you're the one that's come on here and made a complete calamity of yourself. But I've been
I haven't
taking
made
stuff.
I asked you, and
You've
you
made a complete.
admitted. You admitted
You didn't ask
that
me shit.
you said to
You
Natty,
didn't
"Oh,
ask me
if I
shit.
was to have called
You
Betty the N
didn't
word,
ask me
would
shit. You
Babs
came
have
up
called
here
me the N word?"
accusing me of accusing that daft old fucking bint and saying that I called her a white this and that, which I
I've
fucking never.
apologised for
You
that, you
understand what I'm
silly
saying to you?
bitch.
And from this off, it was finished.
No, you
You
don't get
understand
to
what I'm
say
saying
when
to
it's
you?
finished.
From
You
this
don't
off,
get
it
to
was
say.
finished.
No, you sat on your
Because you
channel
started
talking
on
about
a
the N
big
word, which
dirty,
apparently was
stinking lie,
born out
and you
of
end on a
black
big. Yo,
trash.
Wendy, you're a waste
For
girl,
some
man. I'll be so
reason,
real. You're a waste girl,
someone
man.
saying to
You're an
you,
idiot, man.
black trash meant the N word, and I don't know how that could be possible.
Because no one said that.
You did.
No one said that.
You
No, I
fucking
didn't.
did.
No, I
Yes, you
didn't.
did.
No one.
Yes, you
Go
did.
and bring. Okay, no problem. Bring it. Bring the evidence, Wendy.
Well,
I'll wait here.
it's your stream.
Listen, my stream is up there, Wendy. Bring the evidence.
Look.
Bring
I know what you said. You just said,
man.
hang
You're
on.
the evidence woman. Go and get the fucking evidence.
Nainita,
My
you
stream
just
is there.
admitted.
My stream
Nainita,
is there.
you
Go
just
and get the
admitted.
evidence. Shut up.
Yeah.
My
Nainita,
stream is there.
you
Go and
just
play it.
admitted.
My stream.
Nainita,
Oh, Wendy,
you
you're an
just
idiot, man. Shut
admitted.
up, man. Shut up, man.
You
You're an
just
idiot.
admitted
You're an
that
idiot,
you
man.
said
This is
that.
fucking
You
foolishness, man.
just admitted that you said that.
But I said what, Wendy?
That I said to Natty, if I was to call Betty the N-word, would Babs have said the N-word?
I said, would she call her? Would she then say the N-word? Yes, I did.
Well,
What's the problem?
How can you do that? How can you put those two words together?
Wendy, I'm not being funny, but they're not putting two words together. They're two different scenarios.
They're totally different words,
Listen.
and one has
I'm
a really bad
trying
meaning.
to exercise my patience with you because I know you're not fucking well. Yeah, but if someone says,
stop gaslighting.
If someone says,
it's not going to work. Gaslighting's not going to work. Sorry,
you can call it whatever.
I'm a bit
Wendy.
long in the tooth and been around here too long for that to work, Nainita.
So what are you doing, Wendy?
I'm trying to find out for my own, well-being, how being called black trash could lead you on to saying to Natty, so if I call Betty an N-word, would she have called me an N-word? When you know in your own mind that that's something that Babs would not have done. You know that.
Wait, 1 second. Are you trying to come up here and convince me that Babs wouldn't say that? When Babs said, well, 1 second. Babs on Viggy's show yesterday said, yeah, I did call her black trash. I don't give a fuck. That's how I roll. And you want me to think that Babs wouldn't say the N-word when her family... 1 second. When her family have called her racist, you know what I mean? This, that, and the other. Her family have asked her to come off like... Are you mad? You're crazy.
No, I'm not mad. I just know there's one hell of a difference between the word black and between the N-word.
This is all about. You're trying to convince the people that Babs wouldn't potentially call someone the N-word.
It's
after
more
she went on
no.
the black man station. She went on a black man station and said, "Yeah, I called her black trash." And what? That's how I roll. That's how I
and then
roll.
you equated it
That's
to
what
the
she
fucking
said.
N-word. You do that.
I then said, well, okay then, Natty. Do you think if she if that means if she heard me calling her next black person
she can
the
answer for
N-word,
herself.
does that mean she'll
I'm
call
here
someone
now.
the N-word too?
Babs,
Get me?
would you have
I'm
said?
here now. Don't you speak about
wait,
my
hold on a sec.
family.
So what
and
if she
my
said that?
family
I
never
don't really
told
get what's the
me
big
to
argument.
come off a
Darling, don't get
line.
involved in women's business, Svelly, honestly.
No, but what was the so what if she said that? She would have said like it's just like a statement.
I couldn't for the life of me. I couldn't understand from Babs saying, "Well, you're black trash." How Nainita then worked it into, oh, if I'd said Betty's an N-word, would Babs have said Betty's you're an N-word or
Can
something?
you explain it?
I
Yeah,
just could
and
not
so what?
understand how
Explain it
how
to
she could
your
do
What do you
that.
mean you couldn't understand? It's a question.
No, I
It's
couldn't.
so what if
No.
she asks the question? Yeah, but
No.
and what though after that? So and what though after that? Like, what?
Because
So
I don't
what?
understand how you can go that far,
Brother,
right?
stop being silly,
Because
man.
we
It's
know
Hi,
the
we
N-word. We
Wendy.
you're
know
doing
what
this
the
false
N-word means.
outrage,
Oh, have
man.
you come
Some
on to
fake
defend
outrage, man. Come
Anita
on, man.
now?
Get out of
Okay.
here. So,
Okay.
It's
you,
obvious
so
that
wait,
I'm
hold
he's
on.
telling you, man,
saving,
you
and we
don't
all
You're
know
not
sat
on
what's
here
tape
going on,
with a
quietly.
man.
mixtape of like 10,000 N-words or whatever that we can play now.
We
Like
can
this
play it
super
now if you
fake
want.
outrage
Yeah,
Play it
but
if you
she's
want.
apologised
Play
for
it.
that, so
Play
Come
it.
on,
whatever.
man.
Play it.
No, but come on, man. You're being silly though, because
Play
you're
it.
acting like you're acting. Yeah, but you're acting like you're
They're
outraged
trying to bum
that
rush
she
the
was.
show,
You're
boo.
acting like
I'm
she.
not
No,
outraged.
wait.
I
You're
don't
acting like that you're
understand
outraged.
how she can
You're acting like you're
equate.
outraged that she was gonna. That she said that she
Yeah,
made that she said. Oh,
fair
if I
enough.
said the N
Well
word,
then,
would she have
she
said the
needs
N
to
word? Like,
apologise,
so what? Then?
because at the end of the day,
Why does she need to
Belly,
apologise?
Wendy's admitted that she got it wrong in the past and apologised. But then all of a sudden, when EIE was racist, according to Nynefa, not you, according to
Well,
Nynefa,
listen,
it was
don't bring
okay.
Listen,
It was
stop
hold
all
on,
this.
I'm speaking.
No,
You can come
no,
back on what I say after. Let me
It's got
speak.
nothing to do with
Let me
EIE.
speak. You see,
So
she
what if she
can't let
just
me
made a
speak.
comparison?
She's
It don't make
Alright,
obsessed.
go on, chat.
She's
Anyway,
obsessed.
this is dead, man.
When
Yeah, I'm obsessed.
I don't really
EIE
get that. What's the
when
big? What's the
EIE
This
was
is your
really racist to
comparison?
Buddha, right?
Yep.
Apparently, the excuse was, well, yeah, but Buddha said something about his family, which, by the way, he didn't really say. But anyway, if they weren't to take it as really
What do you
bad.
mean you didn't say it?
So
Buddha
basically,
admit
they're saying that racism is
This is
permitted
bullshit, man.
if your family are insulted.
How
My
are you
family
gonna
got
say that when
insulted,
Buddha
and
said it
I
with
said
chest?
something back to
You're
someone
an
who was
idiot,
being
man.
racist to my black
This is
husband.
bullshit,
And
man.
apparently, I apologise for that.
Well, they just
I
got to finesse
listened.
out the
No,
place, man.
Velly, I
Straight
listened.
But what's that
I
got to
listened
do
to
with
what
this
everybody
with this
else said.
comparison?
I
Though?
said,
is back
okay,
on the block,
okay,
What's
I
that got to do with the
understand other
comparison?
people
I
might
should have
get
known better,
offended.
man.
I apologise. I
Finessing is
explained
back
why
on
it
the
happened.
block.
I apologise. Wendy said, okay, I accept some of my language is racialised. I apologise. This woman
Yeah, but
made
what?
excuses for
Listen,
EIE and then told us that our apologies didn't mean nothing because basically she doesn't
You're
even
chatting
think.
shit.
She
You're
thinks that
actually
what we
you're
did was
chatting shit.
justified.
what has
And then,
that
of
got to
course,
do?
she's
Biggie, you
What
racist
is
got
and
that
she
people on
thinks
here
got
it
to
applies
do?
differently
lying
between
and
white and black
chatting shit.
Yeah,
people.
but what the
Oh, here
hell
we
does
go.
that have to
Here we
do
go.
with the comparison of questions of someone saying, because I said black so and so, you repeated black so and so, and if I would have said N word, then they would have repeated N word. What has that got to do with that? I don't get how. Why was that even a question? Like,
I
just
don't know
literally
what
just saying
about that
it's
bit,
just a
though.
statement.
I
Yeah,
don't
but
know
that's
about
what
that
I'm
bit.
trying to
That's
say. Like, that's
Wendy's
what the outrage is
argument.
for, right?
No, it's not outrage. It's like I can't. In my mind, maybe
It's
it's me.
outrage.
Maybe I'm dumb. Maybe I'm stupid.
So
I
what?
just don't
No,
know
you're
how.
not, Wendy. Don't think that, Han, at
It's all
all.
But we're
I
not
fake,
all
just.
man.
oppressors. I know that
Fake
much.
bullshit.
We're not all
Fake
oppressors.
bullshit.
The only one being oppressive here is
Fake
you.
bullshit, man. Fake
Who, me?
bullshit.
No,
The
not
first
you.
thing
She
my
comes
girl
in here
came up here
swinging her
Oh,
saying,
nice.
fucking dried up pussy
fake
about,
bullshit.
telling everybody what they can and can't say as per
Oh,
colour.
my pussy.
She's the
Here we go.
oppressor, no one else.
Yep,
My
exactly.
pussy's
Billy,
out
I'm
again.
quite
Nick.
willing to let everything go and have conversations with this woman
Ah,
who
my
can't
poor
do
pussy.
it.
What's my poor pussy
It's
done to you?
childish. I've had enough of it.
Oh my
Oh,
God.
what's my
She's
poor
talking
pussy
about her
done to you?
pussy again. This woman is disgusting.
Yo, biggage. May I tell you, boy? You see that? The bomb rushing and it's all bullshit.
No, I need to just leave
Utter.
it. Not worth
Nah,
it.
Wendy, fuck off, Wendy. Like, you can actually fuck off, Wendy. I swear to God, you can fuck off, Wendy.
Right.
Trust me.
Can I
You can
speak to
fuck off, Wendy.
Nynefa? You
Nah.
said about my
Yeah.
family.
Oh,
My family
fuck
have
off,
not
man.
told
Fuck.
me to stay off of
Yes,
line.
they fucking have, man. They
No,
called
they
you a
haven't.
racist and told you to
Wendy
stay
and
offline,
Jupiter
man.
know
You
what
get me?
happened.
Yes,
But
they
I'm
have,
not telling
man.
a
They
nosy hole
told you
like
to
you.
stay offline and that you're a racist. We all know it. It is what it is, man. And then
I'm
you
a
got Wendy
racist.
coming up here saying that I called you white trash. All I've ever called you was busybody babs. That's it.
Excuse me.
Busy
Wendy
body
made a mistake
babs.
and it
That's
wasn't
all
me
I've
who
ever
done
called
it.
you.
Yeah, but no
Busybody
offence. Weren't you and Lady
babs.
Divine
That's all.
busybodies when you were asking Natty, does he really
Busybody
take his wife
babs.
up the backside? Because he said it on Jedi's.
Yeah, but
Oh,
not just that,
see,
Jupiter. Busybody
you're so
Nines there
disgusting,
was
man.
asking
You're
Baz
just
all about
disgusting.
his money
What do you mean
tonight.
I'm
Can't help but
disgusting? You're the
be
ones that were
disgusting.
questioning him. I
You
fucking felt
cannot
sorry
help
for
but
him,
be
and yet I was the one that got him
disgusting.
having a go at me for it. When it was
Oh
you and
my
her
life.
asking him, keep keying
Biggins.
until you found out he had an Asian wife. And then you were offended because he weren't married to a black.
Biggins, listen to these
You're
conversations,
mate.
my guy. This is all because my girls wrongly accused me, and this is where we are, you know, mad thing.
Someone's
No,
only got around to
because you
whisper and
can't
whiten him,
let
and you were
things
attacking him for
go.
being mixed. The way you went on a go today, calling him
The
copperfish.
truth shall set
And
you
not a
free.
racial slur.
The truth shall set you free. Anyway,
You don't
this
know
this
what
will
the
be a
truth
bit.
is.
This will be a nice one to
Oh, shut
listen,
up,
man.
Nanita. Shut up.
All right, busybody babs. I'll do what you say, busybody
You
babs.
fucking talk about my family again.
Busybody babs. What?
Don't you ever talk about my family again.
Your family told you to stay offline.
No,
Your family
they
have called
didn't.
you. Your family have called you racist.
Well,
Your family have told you to come offline.
okay, my
They
daughter
called you
is
racist.
actually in Cuba.
What are you gonna
at the
do?
moment, but
I
she'll
just
be
done
back
it.
in
What
2
are you
weeks'
going
time.
to do?
I'm gonna get
I
her
just
to come on
done
here,
it. What
and
are
I'm
you
gonna
gonna
get her to
do?
tell you what
You
happened.
fucking run me over with
Okay,
your fucking
nosy
girlfriend.
fucking hoe.
Oh, DJH says, oh, that's a lie. I remember the convo with Lady Divine and Nine Ether talking to Natty about the anal sex. The anal sex that he denied talking about. The conversation you denied talking about.
Caught out in another lie.
Funny. And that's funny, but he remembers it. He remembers the convo.
Right, so first
Caught
off,
out
right,
in
obviously you're
another
trying to finesse the
lie.
people then, yeah? Everybody knows the conversation that was had, yeah? Because you've repeated it about 100 times, yeah?
Shut
So
up,
we
you
know, I
fucking
know
Oh,
the
dog.
everybody
conversation
does
I had.
know now, so it did happen. So I weren't lying again.
Yeah, so you weren't lying like the dog tried to say. Fucking dog.
What are you talking about?
You're a fucking dog.
What are
That's
you
what
talking
I'm
about?
talking about.
Oh, you are. Am I a dog? Yeah, no problem.
Yeah.
But your family still think you're racist.
What was calling
You get
gold the
me?
copperfish about? What was that all
And
about?
they want you
What
to
was
come
that all
offline.
about? What
Those
was
are
calling
facts.
gold the copperfish all
You-
about? Was
you-
that not
no,
racism?
no.
Nothing
it
but
wasn't.
racism comes out of
No,
you,
it
but you
wasn't.
claim you
No,
don't
it
like
wasn't.
racism. You grade
Okay.
everyone by how dark they are, love.
Yeah.
Okay.
You are the
Okay, so
biggest
let me-
colorist I've ever met in my life. So
Oh,
much
that's
of a
not true.
colorist, you're a
I've ever
King
racist.
Gold's been called copperfish since he was a goldfish in the reanimated
Well,
thing, innit?
No, that's her trying to be
Tell him,
slick. Sorry, don't fall for it,
tell her, man.
please.
It's the truth though, right? I don't
Yeah,
know
but
why
we
you
all
acting
see
like you
the
know.
shit that
You
she
know that.
does.
Tell her,
We
man.
all
No,
see
you know
it.
that though. The copperfish
Daddy,
is
don't go
since
down.
King Gold was a
Don't go
gold.
down with this shit. Honestly.
Oh my
Stop being
God,
silly,
huh?
man. Tell the
Sounds
truth.
like a
You was
spy.
there with the reanimated videos. King Gold was a
Flashing
goldfish
out, man.
talking about the FGM thing, and Nine Ether was talking about the pom pom, and then after that he got called copperfish, man. Come on, be honest, man. You know that. That he's been called that for time.
You be honest.
Nine Ether's called him
Yeah,
that
but that's her
since that.
spy way of getting at him. Let's talk about the live streams where she went at him for having a white mum, shall we? Because a lot of people don't know the history of what she used to
Not
do.
a bit quiet.
Hold on.
You actually sent him mental when he was suffering. You're a horrid woman.
Oh, my.
Yeah,
Yo, biggage.
Vile.
Bring the evidence
Yeah,
to that.
I can't remember that stream.
Bring one piece of evidence to substantiate that claim. Just
Where's
one.
your evidence
might
that
just
Hector
one.
said he had
Just
a
one.
daughter?
Yo, biggage. Your thing's
waiting,
becoming a clown thing, though. It's just a clown thing now. It's like anyone can just talk any old
What do
shit.
you mean it's a clown thing? You want to keep this going, love? We can do this all day.
Provide evidence.
Oh, can we not?
It's all on Velly's show. It's all there on Velly's shows if he ain't removed them.
Biggage. Do you remember me ever going at gold for his mum being white, biggage?
Biggage.
Of all the
I'm
things
not too
that you've
sure. I
heard
can't
me
remember
go and
that
that go,
still.
and I didn't even used to really get
Could be
into it
true still, but
before.
I don't remember that still.
No,
I
no,
never.
of course you don't,
Could be true, but
Belly.
I don't know. I don't
If
remember it
anything,
happening.
Biggage. If
She
anything,
was
he
going
used
at
to.
him over his white mother.
You're lying, man. If anything, he used to go at us.
No, he did it in
Yes, he used to.
retaliation, and then
He
you would
used
do
to.
what you always do.
He
You'd
used
play the victim. It's your
Oh,
fucking modus operandi, love.
Dummy, it's not working, bruv.
Gold was on
What do you mean
Like,
it's
you're
not
Gold
working?
wanted to
Don't
rob me from my
fucking
PayPal
gaslight
account
me.
as well.
Don't
It's not working,
gaslight
man.
me.
Actually, it's not
Yeah?
working, bruv.
Don't
And the thing is
gaslight
as
me.
well, right? There's people
Don't
in the
gaslight
audience
me.
that
There's
will be
nothing about
able
whether it
to
works or it don't work.
substantiate
Half
what
the
you're
audience
saying.
don't believe you. Half the audience don't believe me. I couldn't give
I'll
a
tell you what
shit
we'll do,
about
right?
winning
What we'll
people
do
over.
is
You do. You do.
Yeah.
But I know what I know, love. I know what I
Biggage.
see. I know
Yeah,
what I
okay,
see. I know
Well,
what I
okay.
felt because I've got mixed kids. The way that
Because
you
you
went on a
felt it.
goal.
Oh,
I
yeah,
thought
yeah,
you were
yeah.
disgusting.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Right.
I'm just here to
Next
talk about benefit fraud.
next time,
Hi, Cassie.
Copperfish.
Hi.
Next time Copperfish is on, we can talk to him. We can ask him. Not a problem. We can
I'll
go
be
to the
honest, there's
source
too
itself.
much of this benefit fraud that goes on.
Do you understand?
Far
We
too
can
much
go
of
to
it.
the source himself,
I
and we can
know,
ask
Wendy.
him if I used to have
I
a
have
go at
no
him about
doubt
his
that
white
Gold
mother.
would defend you, and shall I tell you why?
There
Because
we
he
go.
wants to
But
be
it's
in
not.
touch with his black side so much.
Oh my
It's
But
God.
dumb,
you
man.
rejected
Gold's got
him
her
like
whole
you did
family,
Buddha,
man.
you horrible woman.
Look, stop doing this thing where people online relying on other people to be their family. Or Gold's got an actual whole family, brothers, sisters, and all that at home as well. You know? Like you're not relying on
Yeah, I
Nalita to
agree
be his
with you,
family.
Velly. But when we're in the audience watching stuff, right? Everybody's going to have an opinion, just like they've got opinions on me, Velly. And this is the thing I want to ask people, right? And I want to ask this seriously. Why is it so many of you are so bothered about what Jupiter thinks, who Jupiter talks to, what Jupiter does, but you don't have the same scrutiny for every other panelist?
Yeah, all this black card stuff, you can't lose a black card or whatever. It's don't make sense to me.
Who's a black card? I'm not to people to lose a black card. What are you talking about?
No, I'm talking to you because you were saying that Gold wants to keep his black card or we were trying to.
I didn't say that. I said he wants to be in touch with his black part of himself, just like Buddha did.
That's good.
And the way that he was ridiculed for something sensible was disgusting. And the same thing happened to Gold. Not by you, Velly. Not by you. Not by you. By her and her sidekick. They know what they do. I don't think you see it all, Velly.
He doesn't. He's so loyal.
I don't think you see what we see.
Yeah, it does, man. You've been here for like 2 weeks and you said enough about stuff that happened like 8 years ago. Man.
Oh,
can't keep doing that, man. I did tell you to just you got to build back.
No, I'm not blaming black women, Games.
Whatever,
I'm not blaming black women because there is some black men that encourage her. There is some black men that encourage her. I wouldn't say that Velly is one of them, but there are some.
So do you get a lot of benefit fraud in Canada, Cassie?
We do, Wendy. It's a big problem.
Yeah, it's wrong, isn't it?
Yeah.
It is really wrong.
It's amazing what people claim benefits for.
The benefits for all these people that are getting benefits when they're not entitled to.
My son.
Yeah, we have a lot of that going on.
Yeah, and not only that.
We have a lot of that going on.
And the NHS, right? There's certain things that people can
the outrage that
easily
you guys have for
afford.
people that are claiming benefits. You don't have outrage for people that are avoiding tax.
All fake outrage, man. They're just full of fake bullshit.
Why are you so angry at the benefits people and not at the people that can actually
I'm not
make
angry
a
at
difference
benefits
to
people.
Fake, man. Wendy, you're
I'm not angry at benefits. Why would I be angry at benefits
or
I'm
white,
angry at
whatever.
people. I'm angry
Disgusting,
at
man.
people, right?
I want
That
to give a fuck about you.
As
obviously living
taking
and
benefits that they
earning
shouldn't be
You
enough
lot are
entitled
money,
to.
dishonest
But
and
cretins,
I'm
yet
man.
saying,
they
why
won't
haven't we
buy
got
the
the same
simplest
outrage
Dishonest
for
thing.
fucking
Well,
cretins,
what
multi-business?
the
man.
fuck? There's three conversations going on here.
I
Yeah, that's
know.
No, but
exactly what you
Wendy,
fucking
listen,
I
came with.
know.
why is it not the
Rather
Because
same
do
I
the same
outrage
disagree.
fucking
for
thing.
the big
You
companies
dishonest
that are
fucking
able
cretin.
to pay stupid amount of tax and all these different tax evasion, avoidance, and blah
You
blah
lot are
blah, and
disgusting.
just
No,
always the
I
big
don't like the
outrage for
fact
the
Oh,
that
people at the
fucking
these
bottom?
hell,
coffee
you lot are
like Starbucks and
disgusting.
all that don't have to, and Amazon, they
You're
don't have to pay the tax
disgusting,
that they're
man.
Yeah,
meant to
that's
pay.
why I don't use Starbucks or the other
You're
one,
this.
Costa.
Oh, bigot, man. These fucking bitches are
Costa Coffee is a
disgusting.
British company.
Yeah, well, Costa is
They pay
too
tax as well.
fucking dear.
I don't have a
I
problem
heard
with
they pay
people
tax.
on benefits if that's what it's there for to be used properly. What I have a problem
Yeah.
with is people that are on benefits
Fucking come up
who
here
are
and try
able
to
to work,
slander people.
Yeah.
Fucking witches, man.
that are people who are able to work and
I
contribute,
don't drink coffee.
and multi-generational
You will
benefit
never
Yeah,
get
and
this,
users.
what
man.
they
You're a
do,
And
liar.
what happens
generation
is,
after
Even when your little fucking
generation.
sidekicks come and try and lie.
and
Yeah,
what
but
happens is
what
the
you got,
people
Fucking
that
I
liar.
think what
are
you need to look at,
entitled,
yeah,
Why don't you
huh?
the
shut up,
Come
people,
on,
yeah,
man.
Juanita?
but the amount that's lost through people
Listen,
that might
don't
even
let me
be
start
on
fucking telling you
multi-generation. Wait,
about yourself, you know.
hold
I'll
on.
tell
Yeah?
you
The
about
people, the money that's
yourself
lost
in a
on
minute.
Yeah?
multi-generational benefits and the
Racist
money
old
that's
bitch.
lost
Fuck off,
to
man.
other cases of
Go
fraud
look
or
after your
whatever,
fucking
you'll see in
family, man.
most times
Fucking
the money
bully.
lost
Go
on
and respect your
multi-generational
family. Come
benefits or even
offline,
benefits
man.
cheats
You're a
is much
disgrace, man.
lower than the
You
business
I
that
are.
can't
tax
hear
that's
you,
You're
not
a
Belly, at
collected,
disgrace
all.
to your
tax
family.
evasion.
Bully.
Come
Hey
offline, you
guys,
racist
listen.
bitch.
I
Let me make
can't
this
actually
hear
point.
agree
you,
with that.
Belly, at
I
all.
actually agree with you,
Come
Velly, that it's
offline, you
minuscule
racist
compared
old
to the
bitch.
others. But you've got to
You
look at
come
the
offline
implications of
Yeah,
what you
straight
come
to
do.
offline,
fucking
you
Hey, you
fucking
fucking
guys,
trash.
come on, man.
You're a
backslide.
bit of
Trying to get back the
trash.
normal conversation, man. We
Oh,
Ah,
can have
shut
the
fucking
And
up.
Royal
it
trash.
has
Rumble a bit
You're a bit
later.
nothing
of
to
trash,
do with
man.
it has
That
nothing to do
northern
with
fucking
race.
station.
Because there's lots of
No,
Listen,
no,
white
no,
people in
many
no.
Canada that
fucking people are
abuse the
chatting shit.
system.
Everything can go on.
Yeah,
Now you
there's
want
a
to
lot
go
of
back to
white people
normal
on benefits too
conversation.
in this country. It's
Yeah,
not
Well,
about
keep
anyone
race.
them
at
a
any time
family.
can find themselves
You're a
in need of
madman,
help.
Reggie. You're a
And
fucking
people who
Who
are on
madman.
said rate?
benefits that are entitled to
Betty,
it,
can you tell
I
her,
feel
please?
sorry for them
He
because
can't tell
I
me
want
shit.
to have a
You hear
Are
me?
we
conversation.
got?
Who
Why is
said
Yeah?
that?
rates?
Oh,
Because it's
he
your
can't
channel
tell
as
me
well as
shit.
your own, yeah?
Yeah? Remember
It's
me
his
tell you that.
channel. He
He
can
can't
tell
tell
you
me
fucking
shit.
shit. He can tell us all
Yeah?
shit.
Behave
He
yourself.
can't
Don't
tell
make
me
out he
shit.
can't tell none of us what to do.
I'm
If he wanted
telling
to,
you
he
he
could.
can't tell me shit. Oh, fuck
Yeah,
off,
you
man.
did. You said he can't tell
Fuck
you
off, man.
shit.
He can't tell me shit. That's what I said. And what?
Well,
And
it's
what?
still his channel. He can if he
Exactly.
wants.
So shut up, man. Yeah, you think you're gonna have this old
Yeah.
fucking bitch
Get back to the
telling bitches what to
Let's get
tell
back to
me?
the conversation, man, and get back
Yeah?
to where
Don't
we
be
was in it. Like
fucking
we were
silly.
saying, yeah.
Don't be
Like I
fucking
was
silly.
saying with that, with
Don't
the
be fucking silly.
chasing after the benefits,
Don't be fucking
the
silly.
benefits scroungers
Make my
that
head get
people
yeah,
want to
hotter,
call
man.
them,
And he can
multi-generational
tell
people
me,
on
well,
benefits,
fuck off, man.
and anyone that's defrauding benefits or whatever, like the receipt, the amount that
Like,
they're going to be able to
there's
get
no
back from that.
reference to you fucking
Wait,
witches,
let
you
me
know.
finish,
Don't
man.
ever
Let me
fucking
finish.
think
The
that,
Oh,
man.
amount that we're going to
God's
be able
sake.
Nines, come on, man. Let me finish, man.
Yeah,
The
all
amount
right,
that they're
biggest,
going
but
to be.
still, bro. Come on
The amount.
now.
Wait, come on. Let me finish, man. I know you've been battling
Yeah,
with
we
the
ain't
whole
all
panel for
got
time
minutes
still, but
on, but we got sleep, man.
let me wrap up though. Still, yeah. So the amount that they're going to be able to claim back in those receipts compared to the amount that they're going to be able to claim back in either tax avoidance, in either business taxes that ain't going the right way, and all them other sort of stuff there, like is like minuscule compared to that amount. So it's mad how there's super outrage for that sort of stuff there.
I do
And
agree
no,
with you, Velly, but it's the repercussions of what happens afterwards that will actually cost us in the long run. But people that are claiming fraudulently benefit, number one, they're not entitled. Okay. Number two, they're not doing fuck all. Whereas these other people, yeah, there might be an exponential amount of money, but but they are at the very minimum paying some basic rate of tax in most cases, even if they've got safe havens or loopholes they're using. Yeah, they're probably the amount of tax they pay if you would
But
take
that
them.
means people pay tax as well. That means because everything they buy is subject to VAT or whatever.
I don't know about that. I mean, you might be able to explain that to me in a minute. But the point I was making is, if you was to take one individual benefit fraudster and one tax evader, he's probably paying some tax to keep himself legitimate working business here, but avoiding through other loopholes. Yeah, his amount of tax would overshadow the benefit person who's not even entitled in the first place and doing nothing. Whereas this person is paying minimal tax, maybe escaping other tax, but keeping people employed, and those people are paying tax as well. It just doesn't add up to me. Maybe I'm seeing it too layman, but it doesn't add up to me.
Yeah, well, it obviously does, because like, obviously when I played that video earlier, the amount that's being lost in benefits claims and fraudulent benefits claims, and all that sort of stuff there, fraudulent disability benefits or whatever, is much lower than the amount on all the other different frauds that's going on, especially tax avoidance, tax evasion, sorry.
Yeah, but the government deliberately don't want to talk about that, do they? The government don't want to talk about it, don't want to even recognise it half the time.
They don't want to enforce it either.
No.
And really, it's the country's fault for having so many loopholes in the tax system in the first place.
But the thing is, I'm going to say this
because the laws were. You guys feel like the laws were made on moral stances or whatever, but it weren't. It was to protect rich people's property, and then it's just built on that.
Yeah, that may be, Billy, and maybe I would agree with you with changing stuff. But I think it's futile now.
The way the law is designed.
I think it's futile now, because all of that money that would get saved by the top taxpayers, even if we manage to keep them here and they pay more tax, it's not going to go on British people.
No,
because we've got too many people coming in.
After World War II,
too many people coming in that we can't account for. That we've got to feed.
Blame everything on migrants and immigrants.
Yes, honestly, the numbers are just
blame
exponential.
Everything on immigrants and migrants. It's like, brother, you are fucking sitting there married to.
If I knew it was going to British people of all colour, I wouldn't have a problem, Billy.
Did Hector move here and get a
Billy,
job?
what you don't understand is I'm protecting people like you as well. I consider you British.
You ain't protecting me. You ain't
but
protecting me because
you don't see that way.
What you're doing.
You don't see us British as your kinfolk.
The people that you're campaigning for are not trying to protect people like me. Behave yourself. No way.
Yes, your family.
If Danny Roscoe had his way, he would deport me tomorrow. Behave yourself. Yeah. So,
yeah, but Danny ain't me. You know that. There's a difference between mine and Danny's politics.
Yeah, but it's the same.
And Danny Roscoe will tell you that himself.
That you guys would vote for.
Well, you can't be deported, though. But you can't be deported.
Anyway, but yeah.
You can't be deported if you've been born here, Billy.
Listen, yeah. Danny Roscoe was saying, bruv, I would deport you tomorrow. And I said, bro, you wouldn't even have to deport me if you just gave me like £3 million.
Oh, no one's going to do that. We're not going to pay you to go.
Rise up the $3 million, cuz.
The majority of this country are not that racist, Billy, unfortunately for you.
Got him.
3 million.
Yeah, rise up the bread, cuz.
3 million.
Because you want me out, innit? You mean you want me out? I got shit here and all that sort of stuff.
Out. I don't agree that British blacks should be thrown out of this country.
We want you out.
No, people like Velly, certainly not. No,
I've never said that British-born blacks should be thrown out of the country. I've never agreed with that.
Jesus Christ, Billy!
I don't know why you think that, Billy. If that was happening, I'd immediately fucking switch up and be standing there going against people that do want you out.
Yeah, you're saying that now, yeah, but I'm saying that when we was on your panel the other day, Danny Roscoe was saying that man should get deported, didn't it?
Yeah, and I allowed Danny to say his opinion.
You're anti-British. He didn't say you're just anti-British. He said you're anti-British and anti-white.
No, what I did say was that it's not my position, and then went back quietly and allowed you to have your discussion. Because unlike you, Billy, I don't think that I have to shut down everybody else's opinion if it don't agree with mine.
Exactly.
But how are you? Wait, hold on a second. How can you even say that while you're sitting on the panel having a whole different opinion to my opinion right now?
Because you're saying that I should shut him down because he's on my panel. And he said something you don't like.
I didn't even say that.
What? So you're not allowed to have a different opinion to you now, Billy?
Are you all right? Like you spazzes are sitting here with a whole different opinion, far right supporting lunatics, sitting here right now being
Yeah,
able
but
to
I'm not
speak.
far
Like,
right,
you can't
and that's
even make
another
no
thing.
fucking.
I
You
sit
can't
here
make no
day
statements
after
talking
day
about you
you're
ain't allowed to
smears.
make no
I'm not far
opinion.
right.
You're
I
here
don't
right
know why
now
you think
talking.
I'm far right. I'm not far right. Even Danny Roscoe will tell you I am not far right.
I don't even think Danny is far right.
Wendy has even gone on record and said she's further right than I am.
So
Yeah.
there's scales to the tipping. Like, it's not like all the far right are in one circle. Like, Mark Collette's more further right than Tom Robinson. Tom Robinson's still
Oh
far
yeah,
right though.
yeah.
But Tommy Robinson's not far right, Betty. He's
Yeah,
just
he is.
right
Of
so
course
far.
he is.
And that's not even throwing Wendy or anyone under the bus, because
No,
at this
I
point in
actually did that
time,
quiz
there's more
thing,
respect given to people in Wendy or Danny Roscoe's position than my position, to be fair, Velly. I just don't happen to agree with a lot of the fucking shit that's coming from the black nationalists against white people. They don't like it that I call that out, as well as I calling out the extremes like PA.
The black nationalists that you were campaigning about is like, I don't even know who they are. It's like some fucking a couple of people on YouTube that you guys want to say.
A couple of people.
Like
I would put
some
certain
massive
individuals that have
movement,
left this panel recently in that group.
Like who?
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah. Definitely a black nationalist, that one. And her fucking little cohort.
Brother, you're far right though, Babs. What are you talking about, brother? You go on fucking you go on anti-immigration march as an immigrant. That's mad. It's crazy. We want immigrants out. There's too much foreigners here. People moving here and taking up the space and blah 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 blah.
Right.
No. You see, the far right wouldn't actually go. Hang on, Babs.
The same as you.
Babs, wait a minute. The far right wouldn't go on protests. Really, what they do is they do what Velly said. They would offer him money, but Velly wants too much money. Velly wants 3 million.
A patriotic alternative far right.
3 million.
A patriotic alternative far right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would consider them far right.
Did patriotic alternative try to recruit you at the last march, Babs?
Not try to recruit me.
Yeah, but she
tried to fucking turn around and give me a card and get me.
That is check and Mizzy.
And they got
she refused.
Yeah, so what if she refused? I said the day was there.
Yeah,
oh my word, were they there?
I didn't even realise
but that doesn't mean
they was there
because they were welcome there, Belly.
They was welcome there, was they?
Belly,
No, I said not because they're welcome. At the last rally, Tommy Robinson
Nick Coney's far right as well, man.
Mark Collett had to get run out of Mark Collett had to get run out of Tommy Robinson's last rally.
Come on, babe.
No.
He's got Bob the Builder going mad. I don't know what happened to Bob the Builder.
Anyway,
he used to be a nice guy back in the day. Now he's like a far right lunatic.
Because
we need muscular
but you're going to be surprised, Betty. I don't agree with everything that Bob the Builder says either.
Get him out.
Bob the Builder. That's that guy from.
Bob the Builder's gone mad.
Go and see.
There's some things that he says, Wendy, that I think, what the fuck?
Yeah, I know. One of the things he said was, it was ages ago when I stopped listening to him.
I'm going to go on mute for a second
asked,
because I've got 1%. I'm going to see if it charges up.
He was asked if he was on a sinking ship, if he would, and he had 2 people to save, and he knew that for sure that one of them was a Christian, and the other one wasn't, and he said he'd save the Christian. I stopped listening to him after that.
Oh,
yeah, Wendy, I don't think Bob's a patriot, but Dave Smith said exactly the same thing as well. He said he'd have every black in the country that's Christian and chuck out people that don't believe in God.
No.
And I was like, what? That's not a patriot.
No.
When I pulled him up for it, he then started crying and then got all umpy and fucking set up the Discord. That's one of the reasons.
But
okay.
Wendy, Khan has turned around and said exactly the same thing, but the opposite way round. That if he saw people on the roadside, he would save the Muslim and leave the other one.
No, to me, you save who you can save. You don't either swim around or stand around and think, oh, well, is that a Christian or not, or is that a Muslim or not?
Because in the meantime,
Babs,
no one pays to come before their country and other people in that country. That's the way I see it.
Yeah.
Would you say the Pakistani Christian or Jordan M?
Sorry, say that again.
I would
Sorry.
say
Would you
whoever
save
I
the
could.
Pakistani Christian or Jordan M?
Whichever one I could
Yeah.
save. That's what I'd do.
Whichever one we could save. You've got you can only pick one. Which one would you pick to save?
Whichever
Yeah,
one,
but we
whichever
don't
I'd
one was the
rather,
closest.
I'd
choice.
rather have a Christian than
Oh.
somebody that is against this country. But if it came to the fact of birthright, no, it'd have to be
No,
Jordan
in a
M,
in a
even
life
though
or
he's
death
got a different,
situation.
even
In
though
a life
he's
or
got a
death
would save the one
situation,
that you could.
no
I
one
would
can
pick.
deny Jordan
I'd
M's
save the
birthright.
one
No
that was
one.
closest. Yeah.
Yeah.
Imagine that, boy. Imagine, Jordan M's a whole English dude that's only converted to Islam, and they're and ahhing whether man's gonna save him.
No, I'm not.
I'd
If he was the
respect that.
closest,
I'd
I'd
respect
save
his
him.
Oh my
birthright.
God.
I'd
Hang on a
respect
minute.
his birthright.
Hang on a minute, Benny. Are you there?
Jordan's out of here, man.
What did
Oh,
I
Jordan,
No,
just
he's
man.
say?
not.
You've always
He
got
isn't out
Pakistan,
of
my
here.
friend.
I don't know
I
what you're
just
saying.
said I would save the one I could save.
Yeah, no, Jordan will be out of here, man, if you guys are in power. Come on,
Oh
behave
my
yourself, man. Like, you're
God.
giving an and ahhing answer now. Yeah. But if
I
you was
would
in power
see
and you had
Jordan
majority
M
voice, like, yo,
equal to
Jordan
a
will get Kingdom
Pakistani
Orlando.
Christian. Billy,
Oh my God.
I would see Jordan M equal to a Pakistani Christian.
Yeah. But the Pakistani is not even English. He's like a
It doesn't matter. He's
a
Christian,
migrant.
and if he's a British citizen, he's got every right to be here.
True.
What has Bob gone all nutty? I think took it too far. You know what that is? That's
Like, nah,
listening to those
Bob
people.
Builder's gone mad still lately, man.
Yeah, it's since he's been listening to those which I don't
It's
agree
Nick
with.
and Coney and all them far right lunatics, man.
No, when he was on,
mate.
when they were on the stage and they were singing
Nothing to do with Nick
fucking holy
Tony.
hymns and everything.
It is. It's
No, it's
since
not.
Tommy Robinson's gang done the YMCA and Nick Tanconi started tickling Bob the Builder's butt crease. He's gone mad.
I don't even think. Well, I don't know. I've not watched them lately, but as far as I know, he didn't even Nick Tanconi. I didn't know they had a relationship.
No, I
They
didn't.
must do every Christian God thing. Do you see them doing the walk?
So, no, Billy,
No.
I don't watch the stuff that you lot watch. I don't always watch. That's why I laugh sometimes.
Can I ask
you
you a little question?
That I'm seeing the same stuff you are.
Oh,
if I had the option of saving Jordan M
stuff to do with
or Ali Dawah, who do you think I would save?
You guys, you can.
Well, hopefully, Khan, you'd save the nearest one you could save.
Nah,
listen,
fuck Ali
Tommy
Dawah. I'd
Robinson
save
directed
Jordan every
people to
time.
stop supporting reform and start supporting UKIP, right?
I don't
the new leader of UKIP.
So I've been on record saying I like a lot of what Nick Tanconi says, but I believe that he goes too far on other things, and I've actually said that on my channel. So I don't know what you're on about.
Jukes, they said you're too busy watching fucking Sarnetta TV. All the Black Power stations.
I don't watch Sarnetta. You're talking about Lady Divine and Nine Ether now.
Yeah.
I've never watched Sarnetta.
Who?
Why would I watch that weirdo?
But you know who he is, though.
Yeah, only because I've been on Jedi's and Jedi's talked about him.
Oh, what, you didn't know about him before? Did you know about him before Jedi and them started streaming?
No, I had no clue who that bloke was.
Peace and Black Power family.
Do you know Brother Polite?
Only through Jedi, and I can't even remember what he stands for or anything. I just know the name.
Yeah, so you don't know none of that
he was doing
American Speaker's Corner, basically.
No, not really, no. When I tell people that I'm only interested in British people and my country, I'm serious about that, Khan.
Nick Tanconi is a British person and a new right-wing upcoming starlet. People that are following, so Nick Tanconi.
Oh, God.
Yeah, but I've just said to you, I think that some of what he says goes too far. I mean, people are saying, no, he's modified himself. But for me, even though I like some of the things that he's saying now, I just can't help but think, yeah, but have you changed have you really changed? That's why I'm still watching him. But believe you me, I'm I am not
Coney
voting
or
for the
Danny,
Conservatives
not Danny.
unless they fucking change up their game and put someone decent up front. And I'm not voting Labour unless they
Which
put
one's
I'm
better,
not
Well,
Nick
see, you're
voting
not
Coney
voting
either.
for
For
Danny
me,
Either.
Paul
for
You're not a
Foot.
me,
fan of that Badenoch, Jeeves.
I
I
would never
was,
vote
I
Labour
She's
was,
again.
useless.
but
She's
since
absolutely useless.
she's
Get
proved to
beat
be
up by Starmer
useless.
every
Yeah.
week, man.
Yeah, it's
Badenoch got
embarrassing.
beat up by Starmer every week. But Robert Jenrick's going to get beat up as well if he tries to step into the ring as well, man. I don't know what Conservatives
It's
can
bloody
whether they can
embarrassing watching her every
I quite
Wednesday.
like Robert Jenrick, but I don't know if he'll be
He's
like
a
that
racist ass
forever.
motherfucker too.
Robert
No.
Jenner, who's that? Who's he?
He's the bloke that brought up, but pointed out that there's inequality in the justice system, and I think he done well for
There
it.
ain't though. How is there inequality in the justice system on the English side when all the stats shows
Because
that
if
it's
you're not
ethnic
going to give white
minorities?
men, and I'm not a
When the
man,
ethnic minorities
if you're
show
not going to
that
give
they're
white men pre-sentencing reports, you're fucking being racist.
Yep.
I thought everyone got a
pre-sentencing. They're going to give
pre-sentencing
everyone a
report.
pre-sentencing report.
No, Wendy, they're changing
No,
it so
they're
that it's
not.
only people
Yes,
in
everyone's going to get
protected
pre-sentencing
groups.
reports. Stop lying.
No.
They're not changing it to
They
and
stopped
say
it.
what.
They
So they're going to
stopped
say
it from
white
the
men don't
1st
get
of
pre-sentencing report. So
April.
you're going to
Yeah,
stand on
from
that, yeah?
April the
That
1st,
they're
yeah.
saying that white men don't get pre-sentencing report.
No,
Yeah?
they can't
Yeah,
do
from
that.
April the
You're going to
1st.
have to
They
change
are,
that.
Wendy.
You're going to have to change that statement in a few minutes.
Wendy, look up online. What was it I put in? New legislation, new law legislation or something, April the 1st, 2025. And you'll read
Okay.
it all there because I sent it to a friend of
I
mine
mean,
as
it's
well.
not even going to affect me, Velly, because I'm a white woman, so I go under the woman category and get
Well, it's
special
not going to
fucking
affect
favours.
us anyway
But the
because we're
fact
not
is, it's
criminals.
not fair on white
but
men to do that. It's disgusting.
That's bollocks, because that's not what's happening, you nutcase. You just made it up, man. White
It
men
is
don't
what's
get
happening.
pre-sentencing
Even
report.
Black
That's
Belt
not true.
Barrister has covered it. Everyone's covered it.
No, but that's not what he said, though. He said he reckons that it could be like that, but that's not what he said. Even he said, it sounds like it could be like that, but that's not particularly actually what it is. Blah, blah, blah.
no, he
Even
didn't.
he said that.
No, he
I
didn't.
watched
He
it
said
on
that is what's
Play his
going to
video.
happen, but they're doing it
Fucking
because they
barrister,
think
he's
that
not-
that's going to level out the
Barrister,
playing
he can
field.
only give his
because
opinion.
Too many black
He can't
people
be talking.
or
He can't be
ethnic
chatting like this.
minorities have been going to prison disproportionately. But my answer, my personal opinion on that is, well, you don't go from having judges that are racist to one group to being racist to another group. What you do is you
But
sort
I'll
out the
put-
fucking judges.
Yeah, okay. I'll put do white men get pre-sentencing report 2025, and up here, yeah, nothing on here has come up with white men don't get
All right,
pre-sentencing
type
reports
in new
for
guideline
2025.
sentences April 1st. New guidelines
and
sentencing
it
April
actually
1st. And
tells
you'll
you
get it.
all about it there. Because I've read it, so has a lot of other people.
Guidelines. April.
It's caused uproar in Parliament. They're all
Yes, it
arguing
is.
over it.
To be honest, Jukes, I don't think they'll get it through because too many people are literally.
Well, I
up
hope
in
not. I
arms.
hope they have to backtrack like they did about
See,
fucking taking money off
listen,
disabled.
revised guidelines imposed of community and custodial sentencing, emphasizing importance of pre-sentencing reports for specific cohorts, including females, offenders
Yeah.
of ethnic minorities, and young adults. So as you say there, that white men
Yeah.
don't get pre-sentencing
So
reports.
who's the only
He's just
people
saying
not,
they need to do
not put there?
pre-sentencing report. White men get pre-sentencing reports already, you nutcase. Everyone gets a pre-sentencing report depending on
Yeah,
the
but
type,
after
kind of
April
case
the
that you're in.
1st, they're not going to get it because they're not an ethnic minority
they
and
are,
they're
man.
not women.
No, that's the wrong interpretation.
No, it's not.
For the imposition
People
of
with a lot
community
more
and custodial
brains than
sentencing,
you two can
emphasizing
do it.
the importance of pre-sentencing reports for specific cohorts. You're saying emphasizing, but it's not saying that white men ain't going to get no pre-sentencing
They're
report.
changing it from April the
It's
1st. That's
saying
why
that
they're all
everyone's going to get
debating it.
pre-sentencing report, so your background comes into play when the judge is making a decision.
Exactly,
for
but
everyone.
it's not for white men.
It's for everyone, you nutcase. Nowhere in there did it say that white men don't get pre-sentencing. And when I
Hang
typed
on.
in,
So hang
white
on.
men get
What I think
pre-sentencing
what it
report,
means is that the judge will take
doesn't
into
say.
consideration that the person might come from a minority group.
Yeah.
It might just,
But they'd
it's just
still
say
get,
no. It's just
but
looking into their
everyone gets a
background.
and
pre-sentencing.
LGBT and
Yeah, everyone's getting a pre-sentencing report, so the judge gets a better idea on the background of the person before they give the
Yeah,
judgment
and they
on
go light
whether
on
they're
people
jail
who
sentence.
come from a minority.
yeah, like if
No,
you
they don't go like.
rape a
That's not
child
true.
and
Either.
that's all right
They're
in
just
your
looking into.
country, it's
Listen,
going to
yeah,
be
the thing
okay
hasn't even come into.
in
The
this
thing hasn't even come in.
country.
The law hasn't even come into play yet. Yeah? So there's no stats behind it to say which way or the other has more people either got sentenced to jail or not sentenced to jail. So more people of ethnic minorities could still be getting sent to longer sentences
Yeah,
or whatever. Like,
when they read that in the back,
ain't even come into play yet.
they've all been
So,
in uproar and they've all been discussing it.
Yeah.
But yeah, because what's her name? Is it named Shabnam Mahmood? Agrees with you, like on one thing. You want to hold her up as some poster?
What do you mean?
Like crazy.
She might agree, but I don't think she's done anything. I
She
think it's
agreed on
just
one
lip
thing. It's
service.
crazy. Yeah, it's just pre-sentencing report for people that the judge considers the person's background before they.
But haven't they always done that? I don't understand.
Not all the time. Not everyone wasn't getting pre-sentencing.
Apparently, Wendy, people weren't getting pre-sentencing reports done, including white men, right? The judges were getting very lazy on it. But from the black community or ethnic minority community, they were saying there's this disproportionate amount of people that are ethnic minority going to prison, right?
No. The stats show that.
Right? Yeah, the stats say that, right? And they're pointing at that. So their idea of balancing it up is okay. Well, we're going to get the judges to go harder on white men. But at the end of the day, that's not how you solve it.
Hang on. So Robert Jenrick says here in 14 days.
That's not true.
Wait a minute.
Yeah,
listen.
but Robert Jenrick is the politician. That's not in
he's
power,
saying here, I'm reading what he said. He said, in 14 days, new two-tier sentencing rules will come into force. These sentencing rules will, affect our ancient justice system with the virus of identity politics, dividing fellow citizens on the basis of their skin color and religion. That's not good about religion, anyway. The rules.
Well, it shouldn't be about skin color either, Wendy. Should
Wait a minute, but the rules will ride roughshod over the law and destroy confidence in our criminal justice system.
And whose opinion
so why is
is
he
this,
saying
Wendy?
that then?
Wendy,
when he knows what he's talking about.
Yeah, but that's just his opinion. He's not said anything.
Why is he saying that?
The bottom line is, right, and this upsets me, right, because if you do want true equality, Velly, you need to understand it. What's going to happen is they're actually going to go lenient on people that, I don't know, are in grooming gangs or people that that do terrorism, yeah? And it's not even going to be, this is where I will agree with Velly. It won't even be black people that will benefit from this, even though they should. They're being used to get this through to look after the protected group once again. And it pisses me off.
You've got it all wrong. They're basically saying that there's people that's going to prison that shouldn't be going to prison. The way that they're going to stop, the way that they're going to stop doing it is by making judges look at the guidelines, which they have always had.
Why should a judge?
They've always had the guidelines, but they've just chosen. The judges have chosen
why
not to
should
look
it
at the
matter what colour you are or what religion you are? Why should it matter about the colour of your skin or your religion?
Listen to the argument.
It shouldn't.
Guys, listen to the argument. Yeah, Dawn Butler gave a scenario where obviously without a pre-sentence.
Dawn Butler's bloody useless.
Shut up for a sec, man, and listen to the point. Stop bitching. Just listen to the point and then answer the point. Yeah, Dawn Butler made a point of saying that when she was a magistrate, some people weren't receiving pre-sentencing reports, and women were going to jail and losing their home. Children were getting put into care and all this, that, and the other when they could have had a report, a non-custodial sentence that would have kept the family together, kept the children with their parents, and all sort of stuff like that. So that's why they're doing it. So they consider.
But wouldn't that depend on the crime?
So they did. is
No.
actually they consider the people's backgrounds in certain sentences, because there is scenarios which can carry custodial sentences or a non-custodial sentences, which will be beneficial to the society for the person not to get the custodial sentences. Sometimes it will be beneficial for the society for the person to get the custodial sentences. So that's what they're going to do. So we don't even know who is going to affect more beneficial or not, because it's not coming.
Well,
to
this Robert Jenrick person seems pretty
Wendy,
worried.
don't you think that the person's history, for example, how much of a prolific criminal they are, should get factored into their sentencing?
Yeah, but I don't see how the colour
So
of
when
his
there's a
skin
file-
or his religion should get
But
factored in.
Wendy,
But they should not be
when
factored in.
when there's a file on you, but the judge chooses to waive it and not look at it and just make his own decision.
The judge always looks at files on people
But
once they've been found not guilty. They always look at the file.
But they haven't been. That's the reason why it's been left to the judges to make their own decisions, and it's all gone a bit unfair. So they're just saying, well, now they have to look at the guidelines, which have always been there.
Yeah, but they're going to make it more unfair by looking at the person's skin colour and the religion of the person.
But that's always been part of that person's background.
Fucking religion.
No,
that's part of their background. But you can't have it both ways, Wendy, because recently, when we was talking about grooming gangs and white groomers and things like that, we couldn't get true statistics on the fact because the person's colour wasn't being put into the statistics. They were hiding people's. Wait, Wendy. Let me land my point, please, because up until recently, you lot were arguing the complete opposite thing of what you're arguing just this minute. You were saying that they shouldn't delete people's race from their files, right? You were saying that their ethnicity could play into the fact of why they're groomers.
Facts, man. Come on, you can't. I don't know why you don't do this.
Come on,
talk thing, man. You know that's facts, man.
But we don't even have to lie. We're just being straight with you.
I don't see why a person's religion should bear anything on what.
That goes for all religions, does it, Wendy?
All religions, yeah.
So up until recently, you wasn't arguing that Muslims are more likely to be
called Muslim grooming gangs, then, yeah?
If a Muslim man is up in court for stealing a car, that's got nothing to do with grooming gangs.
Oh my God! I'll leave it to you, Billy.
Sorry,
how does that have anything to do with grooming gang?
You leave it to bed.
No, because you just said, listen, you just said, yeah, that you don't think that anyone's religion should be brought into it, yeah? So from today onwards, then we're only going to be hearing you guys speak about grooming gangs and not Muslim grooming gangs or this, that, and then not Muslim.
It's the government who calls them Pakistani Muslim grooming gangs.
Right? They don't need to record the people's race or whatever. They just need to stop the crime.
No. What I'm on about is the pre-sentencing. I don't see why if a Muslim guy has been up in front of the thing for stealing a car, why does his religion even come into it? Or if a Christian person, or if a Christian person has done the same.
You're a logically minded person, Wendy. You got to think of it in this way. You can't have one set of rules for one particular crime and then for a different crime collect a different set of evidence.
I'm sorry, but
for
the
car
government...
crimes, we're not going to look at race, but when it comes to grooming gangs, we're going to. It doesn't make sense
so
what
the
you're saying,
government
Wendy.
was the one, the government, right, were the ones who gave them the label of Pakistani grooming gangs, not us.
I understand that. And according to what was that report, Veli, that we just recently looked at, you brought to the table, the report about the groomers and that. Who was that? What was that report?
Look,
Veli.
The time should fit the crime. I don't care who you are.
Professor, who is it? Professor whose report was it on grooming?
Jay. Professor J.
Right, so the Professor J report said from now on they will consider the person's ethnicity and their religion because
they should not be considering any of that.
But they're saying that when it comes to grooming, they're saying that your ethnicity or your religion could play a part in it based on the evidence that they've collected.
Well, okay, when it comes to grooming, yeah. Anything else, no.
Right, so that evidence is relevant for grooming, you're saying?
Yeah.
Right, so if you committed a crime,
obviously,
as much
can't.
information as possible.
All right, so if you're a criminal and that's in your file, then you can't delete it for certain crimes. You can't just start blacking it out
But it
and don't
hasn't
let the
been
judge
blacked
see it.
out.
If it's in the file, it's in the
there.
file.
It's there.
It's there, exactly. So then whatever crime you commit after that, that would still be in your file, wouldn't it?
Yeah, but a
Right.
Muslim man that goes up in front of a judge
but
because he's
that's-
nicked a car,
Him being
the
Muslim
fact
isn't
he's
going
a
to be
fucking
part of the
Muslim shouldn't
pre-sentencing
even
report.
come into it.
Him being Muslim isn't going to
Yeah,
be
but
part
that's
of
for
the
the judge to
pre-sentencing report.
decide.
Wait,
The
listen.
information
Him being
will still
Muslim
be
isn't going to
there.
be part of the listen. Him being Muslim wouldn't be part of that pre-sentencing report. It's the background of what led up.
Yes, it will.
him.
They're going to take into consideration your religion, your faith.
Stop doing that.
But
Stop doing
being
that, man.
like that
Because
for
it's like,
you.
stop doing that. Stop doing that. Yeah, because like once an explanation starts to come out, yeah, before you hear the explanation, you start giving a reply to the explanation. You can't do that. Yeah, him still in a car or whatever. Him being a Muslim wouldn't matter for or against him in the pre-sentencing report. It will be the backgrounds of the things. It would be the backgrounds of the crimes that or the events that have taken place in his life that have led up to him still in the car. So if he's got some background story,
no, it's not. It's going to be things
yes,
like.
it is.
I'll tell you what it'll be. Things like.
Let me finish. Yeah, let me finish. Yeah, if he's got a background story of right, he used to be a good religious boy or whatever. He fell into a gang, started taking drugs, started stealing cars to fund his drug habits, blah 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 blah. Then that would be what the things that they're considering.
Well, then that should happen for white Christians and black Christians as well.
But
what I'm telling you, where it's going to come into consideration, it's going to be when someone comes in and rapes someone and goes, "Oh, but I didn't know in that culture we weren't allowed to sleep with people over the age of 9 because in my culture we're allowed to do it." And they'll go, "Oh yeah, because in their culture they didn't know." Bigotry of low expectations. That's exactly what
you're talking about Nigerians.
That's false, yeah, because ignorance is not a defense in court. So you saying that you didn't know that this was the law doesn't mean that you won't be found guilty. So that's
but they're going to take into a fact that it's not ignorance, it's just the fact that their cultural differences and it's their faith.
You're making it up now, Jude. You're making it up, love.
You saying that you didn't know
I've already seen it being used, Carl, so don't even try it.
You can't say that you didn't know what the law was. The law is
when
what it is.
We've got judges that are agreeing people can't be sent out of the country because their kids can't eat fucking nuggets in another country. We know the law's gone mad.
Explain about the nuggets thing. I don't know what I heard about nuggets. What about the nuggets?
Am I wrong here? Or when you've been to court and you've been found guilty, doesn't the judge adjourn for pre-sentencing reports?
Guidelines, yeah, they review it.
They're supposed to, Wendy, yes.
But they haven't been, Wendy.
Yes, but apparently they haven't been according to why they're going to change it.
And do you know who it is that brought this in? It's not the government that brought it in. It's the justice system that brought this in.
Really quickly, because I am going in a minute. Right, people are already not going to prison because they use the excuse, I didn't know I wasn't allowed to rape in this country a child.
Right, if it's not two-tier...
It's not going to happen, really, because it's already happening.
You're fucking lying.
If it's not two-tier, then why did, I believe she's Pakistani, correct me if I'm wrong, why did that Mahmood woman agree that it's two-tier?
She's a fucking little beg.
Who? Shabna Mahmood. So what if she agreed with it? If she believes Allah's the true God of the world.
She's a politician.
Yeah, but
she's a politician.
And you agree with her? Does she believe that Allah's the flipping God of the world? Do you believe that?
Yeah, listen, I'm not one of these judges. I don't believe faith comes into it. I believe that when it comes to talking about politics, you shouldn't bring faith into it. I don't know why you're bringing faith into it. You should be a judge.
It's showing how dumb your argument is.
No,
it's showing how dumb your argument is, yeah?
It
shows how dumb your argument is, yeah? Because for you to make the argument, yeah, you can only bring up the one Muslim that agrees with your point and feel like, okay, I've got one Muslim that agrees with my point. So that means everyone else should agree with it.
She's actually the fucking minister that oversees it all, isn't she?
There's Muslims that agree with the most stupid things.
Well, we won't say anything. Right, guys, I'm off because I am a lot.
Well, I actually agree with you on that. I actually agree
Muslims
with you on that, Khan. There are Muslims that think stupid things. You're right.
There's Muslims that agree with Israel.
Wait, hold on.
There's Muslims that are against
Night,
Your
Palestine.
no authority argument.
Night,
Yeah, use no
Night.
authority argument.
Night,
Every
Night.
time we produce reports that state the stuff that we say is true, you don't even accept the reports. You never accept any of the findings that come out of it. Now there's one flipping Labour minister that agrees with your point. You want to flipping run her up front and post her on every single stage. Oh yeah, she agreed with me. She agreed with me. But how many different fucking reports and so that we pulled up to say that that agrees with all the points that we're making? You don't disagree with that. So what? No, I just don't believe you. That's it. And then there's no fucking evidence.
My premise is that the justice system is flawed and it's corrupt, and I still believe it to be so.
Logic from now on. Granny logic.
I just don't believe you. That's enough evidence.
Yeah.
To refute any fucking, even a report that's come from the Metropolitan Police themselves or whatever. But it's still.
No, religion
you've got a
should not
government
be
member
coming
that's on
into
your
it.
side. Or one
Just
person
like the
on your
colour of
side in an
someone's
argument
skin
you're trying to
shouldn't
make.
come into
now
it
you've got to
either.
believe what the government report
It
says.
shouldn't come
You've got
into
to
it,
follow
Wendy.
what
There
they
should
say.
be what there should be is set rules for crimes,
Yeah.
right? And everybody across the board should just reach that set crime.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't want to know whether you
But
got
does
brought
that
up
happen?
in a home without a father.
Does that
That's
happen?
not a mitigating
Does that
circuit.
happen, Jupiter?
Eh?
Does that happen in the justice system? Do people
Put me
get
happy sitting
convicted?
right in my life
Or do
story.
people face justice just based on the crime that they've committed?
Listen, if there's judges that are biased, then they should remove the biased judges.
Replace them with who?
Other judges that are non-biased.
Yeah, but
But
that
how
don't
many
make
judges are they
sense.
going to have to
though.
remove there to replace these judges? So they
I
get
don't
the
know,
new judges
Benny.
replaced
I
them?
don't
That's
know.
like
I
saying
don't know
remove
how
the
many they
racist
can.
police.
I don't know
If
how
there's
many of them
racist
they can show to prove that they've
Don't make
got a
sense.
track record of finding leniently in favour of white people and in favour of
They've got
badly
to
in
give
favour
them
of
the
black
proper
people. I don't know.
guidelines.
But if there's
Before they
if
blame
there's
the
a load, then
judges,
remove them all. There should be
before they
fairness across the
listen,
board. And the same
bef-
goes if you're going to have a
listen,
white person versus a Muslim person. It should be
listen,
fair across the board.
Jupiter. Before we start attacking people, they have to be given proper guidelines. You can't criticize people. It's like the same thing as the police and
I
social
agree,
services.
but not of the
Wait, can I
guidelines
just
that is
finish?
two-tier.
When there's guidelines for the police and social
What shows that
services
it's
with the
two-tier?
grooming situation, yeah, they had to change the guidelines, and that's what's made the difference now in the prosecutions. So that just shows that their original guidelines were shites.
Well, that's all right, because what people need to
Right, so
realise is that
you can't start
when you go into
prosecuting
court
police and social services
if you
when
took
they
notice
haven't been
that
given the proper
Muslims are getting
guidelines.
lesser sentences than
No,
Christians,
that's not happening.
you turn around and say, "Well, what's your religion?" "Oh, I'm a Muslim."
There's no Muslim that's
Yeah.
even asking for that. That's nonsense.
So why does your religion even come into it then?
So what if every English person that gets arrested now says that they're Muslim now? Would they get a
Well,
free sentencing
if they
report
see a
because they
pattern
claim to
of
be a Muslim?
Muslim people getting lesser sentences, yeah, I'd say I
No
was a
such thing
fucking Muslim.
happening.
Yeah, I'd go,
Well,
yeah,
for
I'm
at
Muslim.
least
No such
5
thing
years,
happening.
Yeah,
they've
you put
already
your
been
hijab on, yeah?
asking you what faith you are when you ring up. I don't know why it matters, but that's what they've been doing. They never used to do that.
Literally.
Who's been asking that, Jews?
Please, you
They've
ring
always-
up and they ask you what faith you are. When they
Do
come
they?
out, say you ring up to make
Well,
a
I'll tell you
complaint.
what,
When they
it
come
don't,
out and they say, "And what faith are you?" Yeah.
it don't
Oh,
work on the dating app. You tell them on the dating app you're a Muslim, you ain't
They've always
getting
found out
nothing.
what faith you are, or whatever.
You ain't
When you're
getting
giving if you're
nothing,
giving a
mate.
testimony, you swear on whatever religious book you believe in.
They don't know. They've took all that out of the courts, haven't they? You don't have to swear on the Bible no more.
really?
Yep.
Yeah, if you commit perjury, you're getting done either way.
No, that's nothing to do with that. You're meant to swear on the Holy Bible.
But
You
you're
don't
not
have
lying.
to. You don't
But
have to, Wendy.
if you perjure yourself, you're going to get prosecuted anyway.
Yeah, but you perjure yourself whether you swear on that, because some people abstain or whatever it's called and read from a card. But you were always meant to swear on the Holy Bible. I can't believe that they took that
They
out of
don't.
court.
When I went to court against
They took it out over here
what's her
too.
name?
Oh my
Oh,
God.
God.
Isabella. They didn't even ask her. No. Don't even ask her.
All they say over here is you swear to tell the truth in these matters.
Yeah, not with
Oh
the
my
Bible.
God,
That's
I
all they
can't
say.
believe that. Because the courts of this country were based on Christian law. I really can't believe that's disgusting.
Christian law?
They don't use the Bible.
They make no Christian law.
Shut up. This country is built on the premise
On
of Christian.
Roman law. It's built on
No,
Roman law.
no.
Yeah, I think you'll find it is.
I think you'll find it's not.
There's no such thing as Christian law.
I think you'll find I'm right and you are wrong. And I'm
The
a
only
bit
thing you
angry
could point
now.
to,
I didn't
Wendy,
realise that, Jupiter, that they've
the
done
only
that.
thing
I
you could
can't
point
believe they
to
did. I
as
can't
Christian
believe
law
they've
would
done
be
that.
Yeah, there's loads
the
of things
Ten
that are coming in.
Commandments.
Have you seen the story about Westminster? They're going to try and get pubs to do alcoholic-free days.
What?
Yeah, it's going to kill their businesses. It's all on the sneak, creep. We can all see it.
What, you're blaming Muslims for
Alcoholic-free
pubs?
days. What?
I'm blaming the people in power. I'm blaming the people in power.
But it's nothing to do with Muslims.
Hey, Jeeves,
though.
that was
Come off
funny.
it.
You did say that pubs are going to have alcoholic 3 days.
Yeah.
Get
Yeah,
all the
Westminster
alcoholics out.
Council. Let me see.
Get all the alcoholics out and get all normal customers in for once.
Well, I can't really say anything because if it was up to me, I'd shut down every pub in the country and ban alcohol
Why?
completely.
Why? Even I wouldn't do that. Why?
Why?
Yeah.
I've seen the harm that alcohol can do to people, to families, to communities. I've
Moderate.
seen it all.
I think things are okay in moderation. It's if you go too far, then that's when it's
Here we go.
dangerous.
Yeah, that's true, Valley.
Westminster is proposing alcohol-free quiet nights in Soho, aiming to diversify the nightlife scene and reduce alcohol-related activities, while also improving safety and catering to neurodiverse people with sensory-friendly nights.
Oh,
there you go.
What's wrong with that, though, Jupiter? If that's going to bring them more customers.
Oh, what it translates to is we're going to make it more diverse so that Muslims can be happier because they could go and sit in the places that other people who want to drink and have drinks for traditions in, right, can go and sit in. Nobody's allowed to drink while they're in there.
All right, so
it's
if
a
pubs,
takeover of the pub.
Look, 1 minute. If pubs in England need to do something to survive, and they're like, we're going to have Muslim Fridays. What's wrong with that?
That wokery, yeah? It's wokery taking over the pub now,
if that's how the pubs get to
the
survive,
pub's dead
what's
already,
wrong with
man.
that?
Like, the pub is a non-welcoming place for people that are not locals to that pub.
Why
It's a
can't
hostile
Muslims go in a
environment
pub
of
and
people,
just
bro.
not
You
drink
get your head
alcohol?
bust
What's
up.
their problem? Why is it everybody else has not got a drink?
Oh, what? It's the Muslims' fault why you can't drink
Because you're not supposed to be around drunk. You're not supposed to be around drunk
When people like Wendy go out, they don't drink.
Yeah, I don't drink.
Yeah. That's why they're having non-alcohol days
but
for
the
people
threat
like
to
Wendy
Wendy
to
ain't the
come to
drink
the
that's
pub
in the bottle,
where
it's
she
the
used to be
person
able
that
to
drank
go to.
the alcohol.
Yeah, but it's quite amusing when you don't drink and you see people getting drunk. They're quite stupid, yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think you can blame this one on the Muslims, though, Jeeps, man.
Yeah, that's funny, man.
You're thinking,
I didn't. I said I blame the government. I blame the government.
The government can't do something that's going to make
pubs lose
those
money.
at the top.
I blame those at the top that are paying a hell of a lot of money to push this shit. The fundamentalists. That's who I blame.
What fundamentalists are at the top?
Do you think they're going to have Zamzam water on tap?
I don't know, but what's Zamzam water?
Some
What the
Zamzam
fuck
water.
is that?
What is Zamzam water? Don't even know what it is.
That's holy water, basically.
And they're trying to get rid of Shakespeare, aren't they? Which one?
The black people against Shakespeare, Wendy.
Who said black people? I didn't say black people.
I don't know, because I'm thinking of a fellow. When he black guy.
Yeah, they're going after Shakespeare now. Apparently, you know, colonialism and all that. And when you visit his birthplace, apparently it's too white.
It's too white.
Ridiculous. They said the countryside was racist. Dogs are racist, for fuck's sake.
Why are dogs racist?
Too far.
This is funny.
Why are dogs racist?
I don't know. Go and ask someone who's got a dog.
Foreigners don't feel comfortable visiting the countryside because of the dogs.
No.
Yeah.
They said the countryside is racist and the dogs are racist. It's mental.
Yeah.
Wow.
But I do think England needs to kind of do something to kind of make people
We
feel
don't need
like...
to do anything. We've fucking done enough.
But like, you've got all the foreigners living in the cities. You need to get them out.
No, they're not coming where I
yeah?
am. You fuck
Are you
off
guys on the panel?
here.
Let
Do
people
you
move
think
out
that
into the
Donald?
country.
Hey, yo, listen. Let me ask you this, yeah, a bit of a change of subject. Do you guys ever think Donald Trump would ever give the black people in America reparations?
No.
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 I don't know.
Oh, here he is. My favourite lunatic. Jeez. Oh, go on.
Wagwan. Assalamu alaikum. Eid Mubarak.
Alaikum salam.
Is it Eid yet? It's not Eid yet.
You dropped off. There you
Shit.
go.
Sorry. Hit the wrong
You
button.
kicked yourself off.
Hit the wrong button. I wanted to change into my Muslimic costume.
Salam, Aki.
Hello, Banksy.
Hello, Cassie. Hello, Jupiter, Wendy. The fat
Hi,
Turk.
love. Hi.
The fat Turk he is. Always stuffing his face, he is.
Me and Ghost are going to
Not
turn
since
up
I've
to
been
that
on the
alcohol
Manjaro,
free day
mate. I can't fucking eat a thing.
with all our Muslim mates. Me and Ghost are
That's
turning
up
up to
to
the
you.
alcohol
I
free day
won't
with
be
all our
going.
Muslim
Why
mates.
would I sit in a pub
Well,
when I can't
Muslimics.
drink? That's ridiculous.
The Muslimics.
I'd rather go along to have a fucking decent meal.
You end up being that when you don't
Even in
drink,
Alcoholics Anonymous.
you end
Personally, I
up
think-
being the one who gets
Even
asked
in
to look after
Alcoholics
my
Anonymous,
keys,
they don't
look
ask
after my
everyone
bag.
not to drink. It's up to you to not drink.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying, Cassie. But if they have days where it's no drink, you don't have a choice to drink. You see how the choices don't flow both ways?
Right.
The problem is... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, go on,
exactly.
Banksy.
If you don't want to drink, then go to a pub and don't drink.
That's
it's
what I
not
do.
up to everyone else to make sure you don't
No,
drink.
the thing is, Muslims can't go to these establishments anyway, regardless of whether they drink or don't drink. It is fundamentally haram. If they have alcohol on the premises, it's haram. It's like going to a pork shop, a place where it just sells pork products, and have a non-pork day.
That would be less haram than a pub
Well, then the
environment.
It's all
businesses are
haram.
going to collapse,
It's all because,
aren't they?
well, that's the problem. That's the thing, Jupes. These businesses are going to collapse because the Muslims are going to create enclaves of areas in which it's just going to be purely Muslims. No one's going to go to the pub
But what's the answer
anyway.
to that then, Banksy?
The answer is
Incorporate the
start to
Muslims into normal-
deportation of Muslims from Britain. That's the answer.
But then
I reckon we
Muslims
should
are gonna
turn
stop
every pub
investing
into a
in
masjid
England, then
instead.
Rich
Turn the
Muslim
pubs
countries
into
will stop
masjids.
sending money to England. Then what?
Yeah, don't.
Turn
I
the
think we
pubs into
survived. I
masjids
think
and get
England
Banksy
survived.
Withdrawing their funding at the same time.
England survived for thousands of years
because
without Dubai
no.
sending money
It's not
over
true.
and
It's
buying
not true.
all
It's
the
not true.
properties on Regent
Banksy,
Street.
since
I'm
World
pretty
War
sure they'll be
II,
fine.
Banksy,
There wouldn't
let's
be
have a
no
conversation.
Dubai if it wasn't
Since
for
World
us,
War
can't.
II,
Shut
America's
up.
been bailing out the whole of Europe, right? Now they're saying they're going to stop doing that. So now England can get investment from Qatar and all these other
Oh, that's
places.
why we've got a 90%,
and
99%
France,
trading deal
can I just
with
say?
America,
Can I just
isn't
finish
it,
what I'm saying?
Khan? Yeah?
Can I just finish what I'm saying?
Yeah, because you're talking
Jesus
shit
Christ.
anyway. I mean, you're
Talking
just
rubbish
chatting
again.
shit. But the fact of the matter is, the Americans don't want to. No, it's not that the Americans are not going to send money or do it. The fact is, America is now evening up. It was a very one-sided deal since Second World War. Since America, I forgot there was a particular plan
So now you're saying
in order to build up Europe. So America is just simply equalizing that because
If
they
you're gonna tell someone
realized.
they're talking shit, at least contradict them when
No,
you say
no.
You agree with America
You're
putting
saying
tariffs on the UK?
no. America
you agree with
isn't.
America putting tariffs on
No,
the UK?
America isn't putting
They
tariffs.
are.
America is evening up the fact that Europeans wouldn't buy.
evening up, yeah.
Most American
Right.
cars are very large, gas guzzling cars. You know, your Chevrolets and all
that's
the rest.
true.
So the fact is that Europeans won't buy them. They won't because
Right.
they're all
They won't
green
buy
and they
them
want to be all
anyway.
net zero bullshit. So for that
American
reason,
cars are
America,
shit. That's why English
America
people
has.
don't buy
No, they're
European
not.
cars.
American cars are actually
Right,
quite
you-
often
bro,
10
bro,
times
bro,
better
bro.
than your average
No
bullshit
way.
Vauxhall that you get
I
over
don't
here.
think Chevrolets are
Shit,
that good.
bro. Are you mad?
I don't think they're that
But
good.
the
Get
fact
the
of the
fuck out
matter
of here,
is,
bro.
the
European
fact of the
cars beat
matter
American
is,
cars every day.
America. Which European car?
What?
Mercedes.
Beamer.
Give me a
Mercedes,
European car.
Volvo.
Are
Every
these?
single
First of
European
all,
car
they
beats
are
all the
all
American cars, are you
one
mad?
company: Volkswagen, Audi, Porsche, they're all one company. Skoda, they're all one
but
company.
not Mercedes. Mercedes and BMW is not the same company.
Mercedes, BMWs,
What?
but
Would you
as far
rather
as I know,
a
Mercedes and
fucking-
BMW is
a
owned
Beamer
by.
or a fucking Chevrolet? Get the fuck out of here, man. You
Of
mad?
course,
Get
of
these
course, you
Yankee
would.
cars.
I
Hell
would.
no.
If you look at the Dodge, the
mad?
Dodge cars, the Dodge Viper, the various different American cars,
These guys
the American
mad.
cars are muscle
Come on,
cars.
man.
They're 10 times more powerful,
Yeah, that's muscle
and they
cars.
still
That's different.
run
That's their
on.
niche.
No, that's what the main thing
American
is. It's
cars
not
are
that
shit,
that
bro.
no
Get off the
BMWs,
Yankee cars,
low level BMWs are pile of shit. They
No,
fall
they're
apart
not.
after five or six. Yes, they are.
No, they're not,
The
bro.
the thing is,
Like what
BMW
ones?
makes massive range of different vehicles, and the top of the range BMWs are decent, but the low level ones, the mid range, the ones you get for 20, 30
Yeah, I
grand,
agree.
are bullshit. They're
agree.
a pile of shit. They fall apart. I've got
Okay.
plenty of friends that have had BMWs that have just given them nothing
Right,
but
Anyway,
shit.
how
Why
does all this
do you believe that in
justify
Tesla,
America
Steve?
withdrawing funding for Europe?
No.
Even
The
in,
fact is,
even in
America,
wars, even
America
in
is no
wars.
longer going to fund Europe's social services. That's effectively what
All right,
has
what
been
are the
going
wars?
on.
What about the wars that they're not funding, like
Well,
Ukraine?
Seriously.
No, they're not going to fund
Hey,
Ukraine because they're going to create a peaceful
Danny Jones,
situation.
as like an engineering sort of guy, bro, I know you don't believe that American cars are better than the European cars, man. The European cars are fucking much better than the American cars. But you only see European cars in America. You hardly see American cars.
Yeah,
But
you
when I
hardly
was
see
in
American
Florida, I
Americans
only
buying their own
I only
cars
see
left, right, and
Mustang.
centre.
That's
So
about
European cars. I'm like, God
It's
damn,
true.
you shit.
The
You trying to do
Hummer-
the same cars as us.
No,
Yeah,
they buy
I've seen-
Japanese.
I've seen a couple.
What are you
Shit,
considering
oh my
European
I've
cars?
seen a
In
couple of
America, they
Hummers.
mostly buy Japanese cars. Your
Yeah,
Toyotas,
Japanese are
your
the best.
Nissans, your
They're the best. They're the best.
so they're not really buying British or European cars in the BMW,
No, they are.
Mercedes range.
Don't be silly.
Yes, they
Americans
are.
drive
Not-
a lot of European cars.
But
They've got
look-
Lamborghinis
BMW
coming out their
Mercedes,
ear rolls,
the
man.
Well, yeah,
X5s and the
Lamborghinis or
fucking
Ferraris, but those are
S-Class.
very high end. That's a different class of cars. I mean, you're talking different people there. But the fact is that America is simply, well, under Trump anyway, is simply evening out the fact that
Massive
for
Knight Rider car
decades
was the only
Europe
decent
has lived
American
off the teat of
This
America.
is the point I made.
Hasn't funded their own military, hasn't
gonna
funded their own
exactly
defense
wage.
in order to fund their own healthcare services, because they all have socialized healthcare, while the Americans don't have socialized healthcare, whilst at the same time subsidizing the military wing of Europe. So
Meridian
no,
Dan
America is
told
not
you,
going to
bruv.
subsidize your military anymore.
see,
You
man,
have
pull up
to
in a
build
German
bombs and build tanks to look after
You're saying
yourselves.
what we just. So what is the point you coming on and saying what you're saying if you're saying what we just said?
What do you mean?
You're saying what we just said, that America's withdrawing the funding, that
No,
Europe's been
they're
relying
not
on America
withdrawing
since
the
World
fund,
War
they are
II.
evening it
Okay,
out.
Semantics.
What do you
The
mean
fact
semantics? There's a
is-
massive difference between
the
just
fact is
withdrawing
America-
and
listen,
evening things out.
If
I hope you
America's
know
not going
that
to
when
give
they
you
talk
unlimited
about Europe,
resources
they're
and
not
foot the bill
talking
for
about
every
the
fucking
UK.
thing,
No one's ever died in a Volvo
No,
XC90
indeed.
cars. You can't tell me about no fucking American flipping.
Oh God, you still
engineering
hung up
or
on American
fucking
cars.
British shit, bro, man.
Fuck
Come
me.
get out of here,
Look,
man.
all I'm saying is
I can't
that
believe you
yes,
said that,
the
man.
Europeans are
Fuck
going to
American
have
cars,
to.
man.
The Europeans are going to have to start ponying up some of that cash for their own defense, especially the fucking Germans, because since Second World War, well, they weren't allowed to even have a military because of the fuckeries that they pulled. So now that and for decades they've essentially been funding their own social services very happily. All the Germans were getting the best doctors, but no defense spending. They didn't have to spend. They gave a fraction of the money to NATO. They didn't have any defense spending. So no, now they're going to have to pony up, and their people are going to have to, start to discover they're going to have lower levels of social services because they're going to have a defense service system. And the same with all the other European countries. Daddy America isn't going to look out for you anymore. You're going to have to pull your big pants up and fucking look out for yourself. And can you believe it? Only a few years back, during Jeremy Corbyn, that piece of communist shit wanted to fucking reduce and, in fact, disband the entire Trident system, which was the nuclear deterrent that Britain had.
Also wanted to end homelessness. Also wanted to hold on a second. He also wanted to end homelessness. Also wanted to bring in the wealth tax. Also wanted to upskill fucking local people.
Yeah.
So they
To
can
destroy
have better
Britain, basically
training
make it
and
Britain
better-
Yeah, but
a communist piece of
We
shit.
was defenceless and they blew us up and killed us.
It's not only that. All this wealth tax stuff is bullshit. It doesn't work. It never works.
Banksy, it's been a whole era of warfare where they've actually gone around the nuclear problem by designing long-range weaponry that basically will be used instead of nuclears. So they don't need nuclears no more. And Trump himself the other day said it's the biggest threat. Him and Putin want to sit down and get rid of all the nuclear armaments, and they want to stop Iran from having nuclear weapons as well. How is that any different from what? Wait. How is that any different from what Corbyn said? Please tell me.
What do you mean? How is it any different? First of all, First of all, they're not going to get rid of any nuclear deterrence. This is bullshit. This is the exact same bullshit they actually sold to Ukraine to tell them to get rid of their own nuclear weapons and then leave themselves vulnerable the way they have to Russia. Nobody is going to get rid of their nukes, and in fact, new countries are going to build their own.
Banksy, Ukraine's program was actually a Russian program that got left behind. Yes. Right? And the Ukrainians didn't have the people even educated on a level to run the fucking shit.
At the time, it seemed like, Ukraine, these weapons are useless because they didn't even apparently have the launch codes anyway. But the fact of the matter is, if they held on to them, they would have figured out eventually crack the code to be able to launch them or be able to dismantle the warheads and still have a nuclear deterrent. The fact of the matter is, this world, this bullshit. It's all bullshit. It's all bullshit. Ukraine disarmed itself and now has to suffer a land invasion by Russia at any given time.
For the sake of safety.
Supposed safety, but they got no safety. You see, this goes back to the old adage: those who give up a little bit of their liberty for a little bit of security shall lose both and deserve none. They gave up their security. They gave up their own autonomy of being a nuclear powered nation for some bullshit security that they were sold by the Americans, by the way, because the Americans said, we'll look after you, don't worry, and then they fucking reneged on that shit. So no, if I was any country on this planet, not only I would be looking to build new nuclear fucking weapons, I would hold on to the ones I've got, because you can't trust any of these fucking nations. They say shit and then they do a 360 on you when the shit hits the fan. So no, Ukraine made a massive mistake in getting rid of. If you think if that still had those ICBMs in Ukraine, Russia would think about invading Ukraine the way they have. Of course they're not. Even if they weren't able to launch them properly, they'd still think twice. So this is bullshit. It's absolute bullshit. This was a crock of shit that was sold to Ukraine. This whole nuclear non-proliferation treaties that different countries have signed, it's all bullshit. I think they should all do a 360 on it. They should all renege. Brazil, all these other countries.
I think if they could not safely maintain that facility, and it was a threat to the rest of the world, it was right that the whole world pressured them to give it up.
Yeah, and Ukraine was stupid, and they shouldn't have done it. Yeah, it's advantageous for the rest of the world, for the Europeans for sure, because they don't want to risk having another. By the way, Chernobyl is in Ukraine, if you guys don't know where that is. So yes, they didn't want to risk another Chernobyl situation. So for the Europeans,
Banksy, how come they always thought Chernobyl was in Russia?
It was in Russia.
Well, because Ukraine was Russia.
Right. Okay.
Ukraine is Russia.
Yeah, okay, that's right. Okay.
You know, the term Ukraine just means the borders of Russia. That's what it actually means. That's literally what Ukraine is the borders of Russia. And these idiots are trying to make out as if, oh, no, the Ukrainians have been autonomous for centuries. They've just been their own people always. No, they are Russians. They've always been Russians. The fact is, there's a whole chunk of them on the east side, which are absolutely Russians, same as the Crimeans. They are not, quote-unquote, Ukrainians. They created this fake country in order to try to screw with Russia because they wanted to put missiles effectively on the borders of Russia. That's why Putin is doing what Putin is doing. Putin said, I will not tolerate any, and in fact it wasn't Putin, it was Gorbachev that was promised by the Americans that NATO would not move 1 inch eastwards. And yet they continued over the last 20, 30 years to move into closer and ever closer towards Russia and make those former Russian countries into NATO nations. And Ukraine is the final red line. It's the same as the Cuban Missile Crisis, where Russia was going to put nukes.
Oh, the Bay of Pigs.
Exactly. And America
Yeah.
was about to go to World War III over that shit, because
That's
America
right.
will never tolerate Russian missiles and Russian nukes on its borders. And it's the same as with Ukraine when it comes to Russia. Russia will not tolerate such a thing. Ukraine will not be a NATO nation. That is how it's going to be. You can like it, you can lump it, you can go Slava Ukraine all day long, but that's the shit that's going to go down. That's the way the world works, and you guys better fucking wake up to it. Russia will not allow Ukraine to become a NATO nation and have NATO put its missiles and bombs and rockets right on the front line. They're just not going to do that. And you guys can piss and moan about it all day long.
Well, now
you guys, we're the ones that said that. You've come on and basically said what we were saying, and now you're aiming it at us as if you're teaching us something.
Well, anyone who supports Ukraine, anyone who supports this bullshit war of Ukraine, the fact of the matter is, it's this bullshit. Ukrainians are going to have to settle with whatever deal they get.
Bro. It's just
well,
all about money.
whatever it is, the fact of the matter is, Russia is not going to give back the territories.
What's this about King Charles and Keir Starmer's falling out over this? You heard this?
God knows, man. Charles is a.
Who cares what Charles says or doesn't say?
Well, Charles is saying he doesn't want the war to go on. He wants to be on Trump's side, and he's saying Keir Starmer.
That makes Charles a bit of an hero in my eyes.
Well, Charles is telling Keir Starmer to fucking shut his mouth.
Well, if that's the case, then
that's good.
Yeah, I'm on board with that message.
Yeah,
I approve that message.
Now you love him, yeah? You
But
no, I approve that message.
Starmer's trying to put his foot down, apparently.
You can't put,
because
you can't
Starmer's
put
a
his
dipshit.
fucking foot down. He's an idiot. He can't go seeing the king and putting his fucking foot down. He's mad.
Well, if he's got backing from a lot of other countries, then he might be able to have a bit of a say.
The coalition of the willing.
The string.
Coalition of the willing.
There was like 25 countries met up the other day.
I don't care what he says.
There's a lot of them.
He said something you agree
King
with.
Charles is obviously Trump's been on the phone to King Charles. They've had a little chat, and Charles has seen the error of his ways.
Maybe, yeah. I mean, or the fact that he's just, they say a broken clock is right twice a day. It could be that Charles is.
They can't. If King Charles was saying the same thing as Keir Starmer, though, they'd be like, "Oh fuck, King Charles! Why we don't even care about him anyway?"
I still think. No, I still think he's an idiot when it comes to environmentalism and all the other stuff. But the fact is, a broken clock can be right twice a day. So if he's right on this one, if he's called it right, fair enough. I'm not gonna. I'm not
to do with the tariffs. Apparently, he said to Trump, sort the tariff thing out. Apparently, Keir Starmer made the right balls up of it, and King Charles trying to fix it now.
Hey, what if King Charles changes his Muslim name to like King Mohammed?
Well, then he can fuck
so
right
let
off.
me explain something to you, Veli.
King Mohammed of England.
If he was to do that, he wouldn't be. No, Veli, he wouldn't be king. He'd have to abdicate.
Because he's the head of the Anglican Church.
And William would be king.
Yeah.
He'd have to abdicate. Yeah.
We can only hope he'd advocate.
Because you ain't speaking of.
What do you mean by law, Wendy? Wendy, do you mean by law?
By law, Banksy, what would happen? He'd have to abdicate, and the government would get involved, and it would go to William. He could not remain king. No.
Yeah, because he is the head of the Anglican Church. He cannot be a head of. He cannot be of a different faith and be the head of the Anglican Church.
He can convert the Anglican Church to the Anglican.
You lot can keep wishing. It's never going to happen. Never going to happen.
The Anglican Ummah.
No, never going to happen.
You guys go ahead and that's like Khan and Veli's wet dream or something. Ironically, Veli was the one who was kicking the back doors of all these Muslims only 4 or 5 years ago. He was kicking in the back doors of Muslims left, right, and center. And suddenly now he's sucking on the dick of Muhammad. It's just unbelievable.
This is why I use a cucks and I ain't though, because I'm onto everyone. Yeah, use that are just only onto fucking Muslims. So. That's the difference between me and you. You see it?
No, Jeremy Corbyn's not a Muslim.
Silencio.
Jeremy Corbyn's not a Muslim.
Yeah, you're sucking on Jeremy Corbyn's little titties. Look, since you've become a leftist, since you become a proper lefty, you're gonna suck up onto Muslims as well. Islam. Yeah, look, ever since
It's
because
seen
the
the
left.
money in the game. Have you seen Hamza? And you can talk. You changed your name for the same reason.
Who,
me?
Yeah, Banksy.
I changed my name. Oh, for Muslims.
Hafiz TV.
Hafiz.
Oh, Hafiz, I changed that. I just created that account because YouTube has literally blocked all my shit under the Banksy channels.
Have you seen Hamza? How he's been calling
I think the real Banksy got onto you.
Yeah, that's what. No, YouTube. I'm not joking. If I upload a shorts video on Banksy Style Live, you can't comment on it through your phone. The comments are locked out.
Wow.
They've locked my shit out. YouTube is on my ass.
Why?
People don't believe me.
They found that you're Iranian. They found that you're Iranian.
I don't know. Some content YouTube has a hard on for me. Hard.
It's probably Zabida.
And God knows. God knows, but yeah, I can't do certain shit on Banksy anymore. So I had to create another channel.
Hey, Zabida works for YouTube now, you know that. Zabida works in YouTube head office in London now, you know that.
That's probably what it is. Zabida's probably there, right there with a button. Just fucking no. Lock him down. Lock this piece of shit down.
If he puts up another video about Islam, strike it.
Yeah, but no, that's the thing. I can't do things on the Banksy channel, so I had to go somewhere else. I mean, Jupiter, you can't talk. You got like 14 channels. Jupiter affiliated, Jupiter associated, Jupiter excelled, Jupiter jumping, Jupiter flying.
But none of them is fucking taking my shahada.
Jupiter ascending. Jupiter ascending.
Dilly doodah.
Ascending, descending by alphabetical order.
There's that film, Jupiter Ascending.
Jupiter's floating.
Yeah, I've seen that one. It's not a great film though.
Jupiter done a float.
No, but my love of my life.
Oi, you behave, Billy. You can't
Yo,
talk.
Banksy.
Now.
Yo, Banksy. Someone sent me a clip of you saying something along the lines of, "I think that you fancy me," or some shit like that. And you were saying something about,
for fuck's sake.
Oh, please.
Anita, you know you're my chocolate cream egg. You know I love you.
And you were saying something like, "Oh my God, she's that stupid that she thinks that I fancy her and blah 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 blah, and she's not very clever and all this type of thing." Is that correct, man?
I don't know what this clearly AI,
right,
clearly a slanderous AI that was created.
So Banksy,
because you've been the love of my life for decades now, and you know this.
Banksy. You went on to these people and talking like you think like what was you trying to say, Banksy?
No. I think that was some slanderous AI. You know that I love you. That
No. It wasn't slanderous.
My heart
AI.
and my
you
soul.
Went and you was amongst your people, them, and you do what you do, and then you started saying, "Oh, Nanifa thinks that I fancy her and blah 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 blah, and she's not very clever." And blah, blah, blah. So what are you saying?
It was clearly slanderous remarks. You should in fact point me to who made these claims so I can go ahead and sue them for the slanderous words.
You think that I'm not very clever?
Look, you are my little chocolate.
You
are my sweet little chocolate center.
Can I just try and have a conversation with one person without everyone feeling the need to jump in? I don't understand. Like, Banksy is big enough, bald enough, fat enough to talk on his own. Thank you. So what are you saying now, Banksy? You don't think I'm very clever, bro?
Look, these are slanderous lies, Anita. You have always been my little chocolate genius. You're like a Kinder egg for me.
Listen.
You're gorgeous and brown on the outside, but with a nice little toy in the center.
You're saying whatever you're saying, no problem. Now I'm in front of you, yeah? Talk to me. So, you think I'm not very clever, is that correct?
I have no idea what these slanderous people have said to you, but Nanitha, you and I, you are my heart, you are my soul. I dream about you.
People like yourself,
one day we will be together and we will fly off into the heavens.
Now we come to say, okay,
fly
let's talk about
to the moon.
You see what I'm saying?
Look, Nanitha, you know I love you. You know I dream about you.
Forget all of
and
that.
One day you and I will make
Stop all that, man. Stop all that. Stop all of that,
light
man.
little children
Why
together,
is it that you don't think
like
I'm very clever,
light-skinned
Banksy?
little kids.
Why is it that you don't believe I'm very clever, Banksy?
I never. How dare they say such a thing? You are the smartest of the smarties. In fact, you are a little smarty. You are you melt in my mouth. You don't melt in my hand.
So what you say now that I'm face to face, you don't want to repeat what you said. Basically, is what I'm hearing.
Aditha, come on. Let's level up here. Let's level with each other. You know that I've never thought you are the bowling ball in the sharpest tools department, and like I just
I'll tell you
toy
what,
with you.
You're obviously gonna waste my time. So let me get to the next bit, man. Now I don't know if that drunken dickhead's about. You know what I mean? When him, why so dickhead? Yeah. So Big Itch, can I get about 5 minutes? Quickly play the reanimator thing, and then I can fly off again. Big Itch.
Yeah. He's not here still, but go on, you can play it.
Yeah, I know, but just for the thingy bit. But if not, I can wait till
someone
after
dropped.
still. You get me?
Go on.
All right. So this is obviously the thing where, and you know, he's got this thingy bobby with this word coon. Do you remember that whole thing between him and Divine? I can't remember who it was. Remember that? The Biggage. So he exposed himself again there. But anyway, we'll just play the reanimator. You understand what I'm saying to you? And then we'll just keep it pushing, man. All right, Baldy. Is that okay, Baldy?
Someone else dropped off.
My darling, you can do whatever you wish and desire.
So basically, hold on a minute. Did you call me a bowling ball, Banksy? Hold on a minute. You've seen my shape. I've seen your shape. You're calling me a bowling ball.
You didn't even get the analogy, Nines, did you? I said when it comes to the sharpest tool in the box, you're the bowling ball.
I think Banksy's more like a bowling ball. You can easily stick 3 fingers in Banksy.
There's 3 holes.
Zabida got a knee up him.
What did you say, Banksy?
I said when did you even get the analogy? I said out of all the sharpest tools in the box, you're the bowling ball. You didn't even get it. It's like it took 5 minutes to go, hold on a minute, you called me a bowling ball.
I didn't even hear you, to be honest. I read the chat.
Oh, I see. Thank you for you didn't hear me.
Hear you.
Well, if you didn't hear me, then
do you understand?
Then that's fair enough. But yeah, the analogy was when it comes to your intelligence level.
Cannot impose sex on the white man neither, but the white man can impose sex on the black woman. You know, the white woman can't impose sex on the black man, and the white man could.
What is this that we're listening to, and who's playing this shit?
Impose sex on the black man, but he's not going to get no productivity out of that. No children don't come out of that. The world is set up, to use the black woman as a breeding method to make up a new lighter skinned nation and whitewash us. Yeah, that was the first thing. And secondly, to make sure that the black men fall in line. So when the black men ain't falling in line, you can talk to the black woman and say, well, what's he doing over there? What's going on over there? There's modern day slavery, exactly. And the sisters are the ones who help to enforce it, but they don't realize it. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So we're sellouts. Okay. Cool. So first question: are you with a black woman? No, sir. Sorry? No, sir. My woman's Colombian. No. We don't deal with black and white over here. No, sir. What does that mean? No, sir. That means no, sir. No, sir. We don't deal with the color black and white over here. The woman that you are with, is she a sellout? No, sir. So why isn't she a sellout? Why isn't she a sellout? Because let me explain something to you. When you define sellout, yeah, it's like I said.
What you just said about black women,
most of the black women, you don't realize they're sellouts. That doesn't mean all of the black women are sellouts, you know. That just means the majority. That means the majority of black men are on some type of coonery nowadays.
So are you a coon?
Majority of black men.
Are you a coon?
I don't think we should get personal because this is what we're
using that word. Yeah? He's using that word.
Yes, but when I am using it, and I'm saying I don't use it.
None of these statements.
When you're asking me if I'm a coon, and I'm asking you, do you do?
One of his first statements was that black women have sold out, this, that, and the other, fucked up the community, this, that, and the other. Yeah? He's not a black woman.
So what's that got to do with it? That's what my mum's black. My mum is black. So what? My sisters are black. So what? What's that got to do with it? What's that got to do with this? This is the community right now. What you mean right now is community.
Don't get it personal, please. Don't get personal, because then it starts getting into gossip and the whole thing spins out of place, and people can't focus on the case.
Well, what kind of bro? Rather than her, yeah, but hear what I'm saying, though, bro. Rather than her coming on here and challenging what I'm saying, in an educated way, and saying, you know what, I disbelieve what you're saying, Shipper, because of this fact, and this fact. What she's gonna come on here is try to come on here and challenge my integrity as a human being. If you want to challenge my integrity, I challenge yours, and then we'll go down. Listen. A lot of people like to play games on this channel. A lot of people on this channel like to play games, innit? You see me, I'm not a play game brother. I would tell you straight, suck that. Listen. I'll tell you straight. I don't like you. If I don't like you, I ain't got a problem with Nanifa. But you see what it is, because people come on there like that, yeah. I'm gonna tell people straight. If I don't like something, if you come and call me a coon or say, or try and challenge me personally, I'm gonna challenge you. So let's not do it to each other, then, innit? Otherwise, it's gonna go there.
Okay, all right.
That's right.
On the subject. Let's start again. Have you got evidence and facts that black women sold out? I don't want the bullshit and stuff.
Black women get sold out. You want me to do that?
Yes.
You want to do that? I'm gonna find you the evidence right now. I'm gonna find you the evidence right.
Go and do
I can find you the evidence. I can find you the evidence.
Yes, go and do it, man. Don't tell me. Go and do it.
Okay. What evidence?
Yes.
What type of evidence? What type of evidence would you?
Yeah.
What type of evidence would you like?
The evidence that can prove your statement.
The evidence that can prove my statement.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. I can give you.
Do you remember all the stuff you said? Yeah. I want you to provide evidence for every single statement you made.
Okay. I'll tell you what, I can provide some evidence right now. I can provide some evidence right now.
Go on, then.
Quiet long enough to hear it.
Go on, then.
Alright, be quiet then. Yeah. So first thing, yeah, what you'll find is, it's young black men that they know the thing before I finish my sentence. The best thing to do is shut up when someone else is talking. I'm gonna talk to you like you're an idiot. If you keep talking over me, I'm gonna talk to you like you're some type of idiot. Yeah,
you can do
this is what you idiots like to do on this channel. I'm not talking. You don't want to talk.
You could. Yeah, that's what I'm saying to you. Yeah. All I'm saying to you is that you're
I've got time to you and your paranoid bullshit.
you
Shut the fuck up when I'm talking.
and all that. He's not proving nothing, Schiffer. Yeah.
Can I suggest that you let him speak, and we can
just want to chat over people.
He's not speaking. He's shouting. I'll go on you. No problem.
That's right. You don't need anything. Just tell me.
Hold on, though. Listen, if you make a lot of claims, though, yeah, you can't make a claim and say the claims are evidence. Yeah, the claims just claims, isn't it? It's bullshit that you don't come with. You give me a chance to get my evidence, but you want to make a dumb statement like that. Now you're sounding retarded. Have I had a chance to make my bomb statement? And this is why I put you like some big heads on it. Did you let me finish? No.
Some beta behavior, man.
Alright, people, so sorry about that, but that was obviously the video that Drunken Why So Religious was referring to. Did you hear anything in that video whereby I was referring to myself and my black nature, etc., etc.? Did anybody hear anything like that?
No.
Anybody?
Nah, Schiffer was going mad still, man. But it would have been better if you shared the screen still, because it was hard to hear.
So Oh, you should have said, man. But I'm not
It's
even
for
on
people.
my
Yeah,
I'm not even on
stop,
my
man.
computer
Don't worry.
still.
Don't stop.
But
But we just
did you
heard
hear
shit
the
from
essence of
wilding
the
out.
conversation, though? Yeah, because obviously, drunk so religious was trying to use that to say how I was going on about my blackness and my essence and all this other type of bullshit. You get me? And you can clearly see not on the gossip.
Reanimator used to cut the videos where people was going mad or whatever. So he was talking about when he called the black women sellouts, stuff that happened in slavery or whatever, and he was asking him about that.
No, but you know what I mean? But I'm saying this is the video that Drunk So Religious was referring to when he was trying to bring his evidence to back his claim about myself. You see what I'm saying to you? Yeah, which he knew was bullshit. Yeah, because his opening statement was, oh, he was calling black women coons. So already he knew he fucked up. And then obviously he was trying to reverse out of it with his drunken self. You get me? And then Wendy come and done her normal bullshit. You know what I mean? And just come and fuck up the team. Yeah? Yo, Wendy, you're a dickhead, man. When Wendy came up and said, you came and you called Babs a white you lot are dangerous, man.
Remix,
and then just proceeded to just talk utter bullshit. But what it is, though, just in case she doesn't think it's just deflection. It's just deflection. Yeah, trying to deflect from the fact that my girl called someone black trash. Yeah, but that's what she did. Yeah, and she said it brawling, and she said that's how I roll. Yeah, so Wendy, you're not going to detract me from that, bub. Yeah, that's what I'm saying to you. With all your other little slickness. But anyway, sorry, Biggies, but you can run the thing now. But I just
But bare people say white trash. You know what I mean?
Drunk
Like,
so religious. Drunk so religious is trying to come up here and think he can run the panel and tell people how it goes.
You know what the mad thing is, Nanifa? For years
And then
now,
you
all
got
I
other
hear is
people that want to boycott
Nanifa
for
said
fucking
this
weeks.
and Nanifa said that, but none of it actually pans out. Like they're always getting accused of saying things that you ain't said. This, like especially when it comes to name calling. I haven't seen Nanifa actually resort to name calling people, but she always seems to get accused of it, which is the maddest thing ever. Like it's been about 10 times in a row. It's about 10 times in a row now. They've said 90% this, 90%, and she's never said none of them things. It's crazy.
You mean like racial name calling? You mean
like name calling in general? I've never heard Nanifa call anyone anything.
Nanifa can hold. She cusses people. Don't get it twisted.
Yeah, but she don't rely on it. She don't resort to it. Like she'll call you a dickhead. That's minor, isn't it?
Yeah, but
right,
she
does.
Watch
a serious video or a fun video?
Huh?
Alright, let the people vote in the chat. Serious video or funny video? Press 1 in the chat for funny, 2 for serious.
Lighten up the mood.
Yeah,
like Nanifa fucking. I disagree with her a lot of things anyway, but you know, it is what it is, bro. Like she does cuss people, bro. She calls people names, like Gummy, for example. Where did that come from? Which is genius, by the way. But yeah, it's still name calling.
But it's not racial name calling.
I did it. That's what I tried to. That's what I tried to determine with Khan in the beginning.
Racial. Definitely. I'm not saying I don't call people names. Of course, I call her Gummy. That has stuck. You know what I mean? But it's not racial.
It was genius.
You understand me? Of course,
every time I see the fucking number plate GMY,
busybody Babs and that. But these are not racial epithets and nothing like that. You know what I mean? Not like these people. Not like her and you know what I mean. The likes of those persons.
Nah, but you do indicate that people are racist. Like,
all right, let me play this video, yeah? Let me play this video, you guys, yeah? I'll get back to it after that stuff.
Anyway, busybody Babs' family thinks that she's a racist and that she needs to come offline.
Hey, man said he gets a draw. He sniffs the high grade.
Hey, Gav, have you got any weed? Yeah. Hey, what is it? What is it? It's Starbucks. He's like, can I smell it? Yeah. No. That's dank, fam.
Yeah. Esau's a madman, you know, like he just thrashed out on the couch and man's like, hey, Esau, you good, fam? Are you good, fam?
Yeah. What you do there? Yeah, man fell asleep in his bedroom in the shower. Yeah, wait, they fucking woke him up real quick. He's like, meh.
Oh my
That's in the country do that. Nah, what's happening like that? Bro, what? You so what on?
Oh, bro, he's actually a A+
He's a fucking
medium, bro.
Real goon, man.
I'm not joking though. Like, I am joking. Don't get me wrong. I am joking, but I'm not joking. Yeah, he's like, and I feel bad. I'm not being funny. Yeah, he definitely bads up his mum. 1,000,000%. 1 million. There's not a psychologist in the world that wouldn't come to the same conclusion. Like the way, bro,
What's up his mum and that?
He was chatting one bag of shit. He was chatting a one bag of shit to who was it he was getting onto? They were getting onto someone recently. And I was like, bro, but I hear you say that you rape Wendy on a daily, blood. I hear you say that you rape Wendy, you'll do this you'll do all type of like disgusting things to an old woman. Like, don't get me wrong, you can disrespect, like, you know what I mean? If they're disrespectful to you, you should be disrespectful back. They're racist to you, you can, you know what I mean, be rude to them. But like the things you say, the steps you'll take, like that, you know, violence, harm, sexual shit, all of that kind of stuff, yeah. Man, it's like rare, bro. Like, so imagine what you're saying to your old, like, yeah, I mean, your old dear, like you must be on a mad thing in your yard, bro. And then you know you probably do like the same thing you do on the internet, where like you say them mad things and then you try to rationalize it afterwards. Like, you know, for instance, like I don't know, his mum doesn't give him a tenner for a draw or something. He's like, I'll rape you, you fucking bitch. I'll kill you. I'll punch you in your face. I'll rip your heart out. All that type of shit. And then like when he comes back later and his mum gives him the tenner, he'll be like, Mum, it's because you called me a nigger first. I'm not usually I'm not usually like that. But you said that you called me an N-word and shit in it, yeah? You called me a nigger, yeah? So obviously because you called me an Ashley P a nigger, yeah? I had to rape you, Mum. So
oh shit. He raped his own mum. Fuck.
I don't know. But I know for a fact, yeah, he's had a fight with his mum. I don't know if he won or not. Like, I'm not sure that he won. I'm thinking about
he slapped his own mum and that. He's like, hey. When he said sorry to his mum after he punched his mum in the face, yeah, he's like, Mum, I'm sorry.
You shouldn't call me a nigga. These times his mum like, his mum's like, but Esau, I'm black.
Safe to say James Jones is definitely on Esau's list. Fucking hell.
Man. Yeah, the video is a longer one than that still, man. But can't bother to go through the archives and tag out the whole clip. It's mad still. Yeah, man, so things are calmed down and that, man. Everyone's settled down and, you know.
What was that video all about? So that was just to prove a point against Wiseau, yeah. Fucking Schiffer was going crazy, bro. It's not some, like, you know, without sounding racist. Is that black on black crime?
It's an old video, man.
Yeah, that's
an old video from the old school block.
Like, big up Schiffer, man. It's come a long way. It's come a long way.
Yeah. I'll give him that. Schiffer used to go mad. He used to go mad.
That's Raj Speaker's corner days. Yeah, that's when Schiffer.
Big up Schiffer, man. I love Schiffer, man. Schiffer's a cool guy, man.
And all that. Remember, Schiffer used to be mad, man.
Yeah, he used to be proper mad, didn't it?
He still is a mad man. He just doesn't show it too much. It is what it is.
Nah, he gets it now, though, isn't it? Because, you know, it does piss you off because people that are like actual posters will say crazy stuff to you, but because it's online. But obviously, you know, you'd actually slap someone, but you're online, isn't it?
No, but he likes his monologues, isn't it? That's online. He just like, don't interrupt me. You know what I mean? He just carries on with somebody because it's you know, people are gonna cut each other, innit? It is what it is. He gets mad over that.
Yeah, but like, that's what I was saying, innit? Online and the real life. Kind of.
Yeah, but would you have these kind of conversations fucking with random people, fucking, you know, offline? You wouldn't, would you?
Really, these were sort of speakers' corner sort of conversations that would be.
Yeah, but even that's got its limits.
But Yeah, some of that stuff there would have been maybe people in the black community, people would have been speaking about that.
Yeah, but those are like, you know, you got like,
Definitely been
you could say like gentlemanly rules, isn't it? Yeah,
Yeah, obviously
unofficial rules, isn't it?
you're not part of the black community, so you wouldn't really know about the black community conversations. I know you got a brethren called, what's his name? What's your brethren's name again?
Jermaine and Leon.
Leon, the Somalian don called Leon.
No. The Somali brethren is called Abdi, bro.
So, you know,
Duh.
maybe you could ask Abdi and Leon and their man there.
No, it's about it's the same thing with you know, the comedians go on about the black card, isn't it? Yeah, it's a regional thing. It's not a universal thing, isn't it? You can't just say it out anywhere you like, otherwise you might get in trouble. You might say it with your boys, get me, yeah, catch your boys. That's all right. But when it comes down to like, you know, everywhere else, well, be warned, isn't it? It's your own fault if you get fucked up.
Oh yeah, you know what them days that was? That's from the days when you and Elron was gonna have a fight. Remember that?
Elron, yeah. Elron got mad all because I said I was gonna fuck a German man, bro. He got mad. He took it well offensive.
To London to come in.
I invited him. I was like, come on then, I'll pay for your ticket. That's funny. Your streams were fucking sick, I ain't gonna lie. You had some wicked characters on your stream.
185 centimeters. Yeah, he said I'm 185 centimeters.
They were taking the piss. They were like, I remember Ralph. He was like, "Oh, Elrond, he's training in the forest right now, in the fucking Bohemian forest. Look, training for Trilla."
Like Rocky.
He's moving like Ivan Drago. You think it was Ivan? Yeah.
Oh shit. That was mad.
If he dies, he dies.
Elrond the Drago.
Khan, was any evidence of any claims produced today?
Jay Kingston will shed one big tear.
Nah, man, not an iota, not a drop.
Not an iota.
They're full of shit. They're full of shit, bro.
So they just come on the block and just slander for hours upon hours, yeah?
They just want to get onto Veli because he's a left winger now. They don't like Veli being some politician. They're onto Veli Mikhail. No, Veli Corbyn, sorry.
Who's on to me?
Jupiter. Really taking it hard, boy.
What's hard? Take him hard.
That you've got some political aspirations of being the next MP of Speaker's Corner. I think she had thingy. She had thingy lined up. She had Donny Roscoe lined up for that job, innit? It's like you've stepped in and taken over from Donny Roscoe.
I think Veli would walk all over it.
I'm gonna win on a policy. No more English people in Eltham.
Did you hear what I said to Danny Roscoe? I got to him, you're educationally inept.
No more English people
personality,
in Eltham.
No charisma.
That's what my first policy is going to be.
He's also a fucking liar and a Tommy.
I roasted him up.
We're going to turn Eltham to the masters of Pakistan. First state of Pakistan.
I'm not gonna lie, Danny Roscoe had a bit of a future. Like, if he, he could have done something.
But you know what? He turned out to be a conspiracy theorist. It turned out to be a weirdo.
He could, yes, I'm saying he could have done better than what he done, but he just had to, yeah.
The truth comes out, innit? The truth comes out.
The thing is, it's like, dude, he had a platform, and he definitely fucked up by rolling around people at Jupiter. It is what it is.
Jupiter put him on. Jupiter hooked him
I
up.
know, but
he's done a lot of good for him. She helped him out.
He's looking for like right wingers, far right.
But bro, he could have been a lot bigger. Like, do you think? So you see Tommy Robinson on these streams? Never. You get me? That's the kind of levels he should have been looking for.
1 second, Trilla. Why do you think he could be bigger?
Yeah.
Because of it, he's mixed race, isn't it? He's a token.
Yeah, but why do you think he could be bigger though?
Oh my god.
Yeah, but that's simply because these are always looking for tokens, yeah, right? When it comes down to it, you saw the pigeon, you saw other people all trying to, jump on this bandwagon, being a little bit special, yeah, in their little group.
Yeah, but why did the pigeon back away?
Why did he back away? That's an interesting question. I think there are multiple different fucking reasons, personally.
Because he found out that he was Rod Singh, innit?
What do you mean? No. You
Yeah,
think he just found out? Are you dumb? Come on.
No. But what I mean is that I think he came to the conclusion that
no.
Yo, Julius.
Hey, what's up?
What's going on? Yeah, welcome to the
nothing
panel,
much.
Man. I ain't seen you before, bro.
Yeah, I just joined you guys. I was just bored. Might as well.
Yeah, where you
man,
from?
welcome to the channel still, but we're having a conversation. We'll introduce you in a second, yeah? Sorry, carry on, guys.
Yeah, anyway, I was going to say to you, Nines, yeah, look, people like the pigeon and whatnot, yeah, they're not that dumb. Do you know what I mean? And people play dumb, but they're not that dumb, right? They had an agenda. Obviously, the money was coming in. Tommy was getting that Israel money. He's probably getting a bit of money from being a token, a Sikh token. And whatnot.
Who, Raj?
Yeah, of course. You think he won't get paid?
Hold up, I gotta go.
When the money stopped, he probably stopped. It's as simple as that.
Money from who?
From who do you think, innit? Fucking Don Law, innit? People at the top, Tommy Law. You know what I mean? You think they're not getting paid a little something? Like, you know what I mean?
I don't think no one gave Raj any money, to be honest.
Well, you know what? Well, you know what? I personally think that might be the case. You get me? Because at the end of the day, why else would you go on this crusade?
You sound jealous, bro.
Hold on. Firstly, I don't need
But do
pennies.
you think Danny Roscoe's getting money, Chilla?
Yeah, probably. Do you know what I mean? Like,
Danny Roscoe ain't getting a penny, man.
He probably isn't now. He probably isn't now. He's probably given the incentive to try and make his own grift, isn't it? Yeah, and kind of follow in Tommy's footsteps, isn't it?
Do you think that Danny Roscoe could be bigger than he is? Biggage?
Me? I don't know, man. He made
he was his manager
on Twitter and X and that sort of stuff there, because mad stuff. Sorry, my battery just died on my headphones.
You gotta appreciate there's a following, Nanifa, yeah, and that money is still coming in on Tommy's behalf. Yeah, like, you know what I mean. He's still collecting while he's.
I don't think Raj was getting paid, innit? I don't think he was.
But the money's coming in, right? The money's coming in.
Whether the money may have been, but I don't think Raj was getting money in it. Right, that's silly, man.
Well, I think he stopped because the money.
And he was trying to sell it out at the same time. It was getting money.
None of them are getting paid.
Money coming in, innit?
Banksy, you probably know all about this. You're going to deny all of it. So yeah, here's what it is.
No, none of them are getting paid. You're insane if you think these people are getting paid.
By Urban Street now,
they were just a one-off token.
Danny Roscoe doesn't get paid by the Tommy Association. Neither does Raj.
So these are just absolute idiots.
No, they believe in they believe in the message. Yes, see, Raj believes that Muslim grooming gangs are raping kids up and down the country, and the Sikhs were at the forefront of that.
No.
I believe in the movement.
The fact is, he.
But
so
they
he
do.
doesn't believe
They
that
do.
the majority. What? So of course they do, but the fact is, the majority of the fucking groomers and the rapists are fucking white people in this country.
Look, you go ahead and try to fucking obfuscate that shit and try to pretend the majority of everything in this country is white, of anything. But the fact is that disproportionately to their numbers, Pakistani Muslim grooming gangs were raping kids up and down this country. They still probably are, in fact, and it's just that the pissant government is trying to somehow pretend that that's not happening anymore. I guarantee you, it's still happening. Sadiq Khan doesn't even admit that such a thing happens in London at all. So when you have piss weak politicians who don't,
do you mean me?
No, Sadiq Khan.
Let me ask you a question, Banksy. Don't you think it would have been?
So who's the grooming gangs in London? I've never heard of no grooming gangs in London.
Exactly, because nobody's investigating it.
No, what do you mean, no one? Because it's not happening.
No, because no one is actually admitting that such a thing wants to exist. As I said, Mr. Khan of Mayor of London doesn't want to even admit such a thing could be happening in London.
Have you proven that it has?
Well, the fact of the matter is that people denied it. People denied it up north until it was absolutely proven. This is the gaslighting bullshit. This leftist and you fucking Islamic, those who pander to Islam. Do you pretend it's not happening until it's absolutely bold in your face and you can't deny it anymore? Then you're like, oh, it's terrible. It's terrible that it's happening. You all cover for the fucking Muslim gangs. You all play defense for all of these fuckeries every day.
We literally just asked you. Wait, hold on, Triller. I just asked you wait, who's the grooming gangs in London? What grooming gangs in London? Exactly. And you said, we don't know because it's not been investigated. So how can
yes, they don't investigate it. This is the thing. This is exactly the same as two-tier policing. There is no two-tier policing until it's evidence there's two-tier policing. Then it's like, well, there's two-tier. Yes, there is. They literally have now given guidelines, sentencing guidelines, creating a two-tier police sentencing system in this country, and yet you still want to gaslight people and pretend that there is no two-tier policing. There's two-tier policing, there's two-tier justice, there's two-tier sentencing in this country.
Explain how.
Are you only bothered about that sort of paedophilia? Is that the only paedophilia that you're bothered about, Banksy?
No, it's not. That's the only one. The fact is, Nanitha, that every country. Let me. Can I actually tell you my? Okay, you asked me a question. You don't want to listen to the answer. Fine. Can I answer you?
My guy.
Yeah, because you asked me.
It wasn't me.
A question.
It wasn't me. Go on.
The answer is every country has its own native people who do fuckeries. We don't need to import more fucking bastards and pedophiles into this country. So if there is an ethnic group, if there is an ethnic group that has come here disproportionately to their numbers doing a particular kind of fuckery, the best thing to do is deport those fuckers. So we can deport that group and still deal with the nonsense that are native to this country. But we don't need more on top of the natives.
Gangs were born here though, Banksy. I thought a lot of them were born here.
If they're foreigners, we can still Shamima Bingham every fucking one of them.
1 second,
we can Shamima Bingham every one of them.
Stop just fucking talking, man. I thought a lot of them were born here. Am I incorrect?
So what? So what, Nanitha?
So then they're not. So Banksy. So then they're not foreigners, are they?
So if they're Pakistanis, they're still imported.
Then there is nowhere to deport them to, Banksy. If they're British,
we deport them. We deport them to Pakistan.
Stop, Banksy. You're talking shit, man. Okay. Now, at the end of the day, you're talking. If they're born and bred here,
nobody gives a shit. It doesn't matter. You see, this is the thing, Nanitha. You think that being born here gives you some sort of fucking claim to this land? It doesn't. It gives you no claim. If you're a foreigner, you're still a foreigner.
Just silly conversations at this point, man.
Dissipate a lot.
Just silly conversations.
Whoever. All right, you should be deported. Fucking hell.
Yeah. If I fuck around and if I'm found to be part of a grooming gang, I would 100% support. I would 100% support deportation. 100%. If anyone who does any kind of fuckeries to children, I don't care if you're born here. Nanitha.
No, I'm going to speak, Banksy. I'm going to speak. Yeah.
Okay.
You remember when you spoke about how in 1983 or whenever it was when you came to Heathrow and he became a British citizen or whatever, yeah? You know, you run that little joke there, yeah? Because obviously you are a foreigner, yeah? Because you are British by marriage and all the rest of it, yeah? Cool. Now, the people then that you want to be deported, unfortunately, rightly or wrongly, were born and bred here.
Nah,
and they're still foreigners.
You man want to say English nonsense.
So I don't even know what you're talking about. Like, they've got more rights than you.
Nanitha, my love. Nanitha, listen to my words. Nanitha, listen to my words.
An Iranian foreigner try to be talking about deporting people born and bred in England.
Nanitha, listen to my words.
I'm jumping
Just because you're born here, you're not of here. You are still a foreigner here.
It doesn't matter, the point
being born here doesn't give you extra rights. You're a foreigner.
So
if you fuck around, you should be deported.
In British jails, Banksy.
No, they should be deported from this country.
That can happen.
If this, Nanitha,
people like you,
Nanitha, if this country, I tell you what, Nanitha, if this country,
you could be sent back to Iran because you're not British.
You believe that we're foreigners because you're
the born and bred here.
Being born here doesn't afford you anything. This is where you and I differ fundamentally.
It doesn't matter about whether we differ or not.
No, we do, because you think being born here gives you some kind of special claim. This is not your land. You are either some sort of Caribbean or some kind of African. That's what you are, Nanitha. That's what you belong. You belong in Africa. That fat Turk belongs in Istanbul, and that Pakistan, that bank, what do you call it? That Sikh belongs in India.
Everybody's advantage over you.
That's what you all. No. I know where I belong. I know exactly where I belong. But you guys are in denial. You are delusional.
Why other people come above you, and it's not your position to do that, unfortunately.
You guys, unfortunately, are delusional about your status in this country.
You've got a whole
You don't. This is not your land. This is not your place. I know where I belong, and you guys have to start to recognize to know where you belong. This Punjabi man should be at the feet of the Golden Temple praying to the fucking Sikh Guru Nanak. You should be somewhere in Africa, I would imagine, Nanitha. And that Turk belongs in fucking Istanbul. In fact, that fat Turk doesn't even belong in Istanbul, because that is Constantinople, and he should be a Christian.
They're not being deported. You're gonna get deported before them, Banksy. That's the fact of the matter, bub. Whether you like it or not, they were born on the soil, man. They're British.
But Nanitha, you see the difference between you and me is if the British. Nanitha, you see the difference between you and me is that if the British, if the Englishmen.
I've got hair, you ain't. You're fat. I ain't.
Nanitha,
I'm English, you ain't.
Nanitha, my darling, I know these conversations are a little bit high level for you, and I know that you struggle to sort of understand them really, but that's okay. I'm still ready to teach you certain things about the facts of life.
What mark did you get in your degree?
Listen, the fact is that as much as you're in denial,
Banksy, did you get a 2-1 or a 5?
As much as you're in denial of your background. No, I'm not going to give you fucking information about my degree.
Why? I got a 2-1.
Okay, congratulations. Well done. The fact of the matter is that you unlike you lot,
came to this country to film porn.
Listen. Unlike you guys, I would not be in shock.
You sit behind a computer and program.
Listen,
what's your background?
my dear little Cadbury's cream egg. Listen, unlike you guys, I'm not in denial of where I belong. I know where I belong, and I know that is my homeland, and that is the land of my forefathers. You're the ones that are delusional who think this is your country. This is not your country. And it will never be your country.
This is why Banks is so angry, because we can choose to go back and forth whether we want. He can't even go back home, because he's going to get his head top lick off with stones for being an infidel and all that.
Well, yeah, I mean, the irony is that, well, the fact is that I could actually go back. It's just I have to live under that shitty regime, and I don't want to live under that shitty regime. The fact is that, no, I mean, I could, of course, I could go back. I don't have any, I don't have a large enough social media profile not to be allowed to go back to Iran. But I don't want to live in a shithole nation like that, which I can agree, because you guys probably don't want to live in the shithole nations your ancestors came from as well. I can
bro, listen.
And yet, Triller, you're not. And yet, you're still not living in India. Fuck me, Khan comes from Cyprus. I vacation to Cyprus, and this fat Turk doesn't want to fucking go back to Cyprus.
It's a ceasefire. There's a war
Banksy, do you like your stones big or small? let me forward.
Especially rounded.
On the message to Khomeini.
Yeah, you don't even know who fucking runs Iran. You still think it's Khomeini that runs Iran. Khomeini died in like the 80s.
Ain't the new dude called Khomeini as well?
No, it's Khamenei.
The new dude was. See, it's all right. See, this is why you're a pagan as well. Yeah, see,
because that shit sounds the same to you people. It's not the same to us. Khomeini and Khamenei are two very different names.
Because I'm not Iranian. Not really. I don't ever want to go there. You don't ever want to go there either, because you know Brit.
But I'll tell you what, whether I want to go back to Iran or not, I know where I belong. I don't pretend to be English. I don't pretend to be of the Britannia. No, I am a British citizen, a foreigner, and a grateful foreigner living amongst the English because of their good graces and their kind heart. That's why I appreciate the British, because they are lovely people. They are not racist. They are not a racist country, and they are a great nation who took a foreigner like me and my family in, whilst the rest of you foreign fucks are unappreciative, ungrateful, foreign pieces of crap who sit here thinking you own this shit. You don't own this country. The white British have been kind enough to let you and your family reside in their country. And yet you are ungrateful and you spit in their face. It's a disgrace.
The fucking politician.
Hey, Banksy, you know what's funny about... Wait, hold on, Trillian. What's funny about the complaints that Banksy makes, yeah, is that he's doing the exact thing that he complains about. He's out in central London making speeches in the fucking Trafalgar Square telling the English people how to run the country, who should be here and who shouldn't be here. Is he okay, cuz? Like, did you forget that you did that on the stage as an Iranian dude that's a foreigner?
No, I actually. If you listen to my speech, unlike other people's speech,
basically committing treason. Yeah, and then you don't want to come and talk to us.
We should free Tommy Robinson.
First of all, we should free Tommy Robinson. He's a political prisoner. We all know it. But the fact of the matter is, if you listen to my speech, I didn't tell the British what to do. I said, we are a warning. We don't want our countries to be an Islamic shithole, and we don't want Britain to become the same as our country. I said we are a warning to the British. You should look to us and see what you shouldn't be like. And the British are more than capable of taking their country back. They don't need any of us foreigners to take their country back. And they are fully awake and fully aware of what their country is becoming. And they're not being gaslighted by a bunch of foreigners that are on this panel and others like you. They're not gaslighted by that shit. They know exactly who's a British person.
Who runs this country, Banksy?
Hey, Banksy, wait, hold on a sec here. But Maya Tusi was on the stage talking about, I'm having English kids. I'm having English kids. You lot all better go out and have English kids as well. So is that not a foreigner on stage telling
No, Maya's saying he's having children. And he said to the British, go and have children to the Patriots. Go and have children to the Patriots.
But they're fucking...
Patriots should have
the
children.
Patriots that was there are fucking grandparents, man. They ain't having enough kids. They got dust in their nuts.
It's not fucking peak nowadays.
Just fucking bollocks.
Look, I saw plenty of virile, wide-hipped ladies at that march, and they could all squeeze out a few
women.
Few council house kids.
Patriot women that are prepared to have children with men of ethnicity to basically win this race war. They're prepared to sleep with foreign men. Is that what you say?
Well, no, because you're not winning if you're having foreign kids, mixed foreign kids, are you?
So why would you then
tell pure Anglo-Saxons?
But why would you tell people to go and sleep with not immigrants? Why would you tell immigrants to go and sleep with patriots then?
I'm not telling immigrants to go and sleep with patriots.
No, but someone on the stage did that at Tommy.
No. Maya Tusi said, go to the patriots, go and have children. That's what he was saying. And he says he's getting married and he's going to have children. But of course, Maya Tusi, unfortunately, having children with a white girl. I mean, we are very white passing, so his kids are going to be even whiter than like himself.
But wait, where's Maya Tusi from?
So Maya Tusi's kids are going to be very white. So the white race would continue through him.
What race is Maya Tusi?
Wait, but hold on. Is Maya Tusi taking part in the Great Replacement?
But technically, yeah, he is
replacing English kids with like Persians.
Yeah, because he's an Iranian. But I mean, we are of the Caucasus Mountains. We are an Anglo-Saxon. We're not Anglo-Saxons, but we are of the Caucasus. So we're still carrying on the Aryan white race through our genes, which is to some extent better than if they slept with some African or some Indian. But I mean, obviously, he's going to be contributing to the replacement.
You wouldn't go to Iran and say what you just said, Banksy.
So stupid, bro.
You're such a big
My man said he's a
Wait,
part
have
of
you
the
not
great
seen my
replacement himself.
complexion?
That's crazy.
Yeah, no, he
Right.
is. He is. Unfortunately, if Maya Tusi has mixed race kids, he's gonna be contributing to the white Anglo-Saxon replacement.
When are you gonna have some kids,
unfortunately.
Banksy?
No, I don't agree with
I
that.
am finding the whitest
agree with
English woman I can possibly find. I'm talking a ginger from
So you're going to take
Scotland.
part in the
And
replacement
then
as well,
and then I
yeah?
will make sure my
Like, you
kids
must be nearly
are
50,
very
man. You
white
must be knocking
leaning.
one out already, man.
Banksy,
But
you
you're
Should
still
have
taking
got
part
a
in the
whole
replacement, right?
You're white enough. You're
You're
white
taking
enough.
part in the
Both of you.
replacement. So wait, Banksy,
Rashford's
you're going to take part in the replacement also, yeah?
Look,
Great
the way I
replacement,
see it,
Banksy.
if the English
Style.
aren't
You're
gonna
just a
do it for
walking
themselves, us
contradiction,
Iranians,
Banksy. I don't
white
even know
passing
why you
Iranians, are
speak.
gonna have to do it for them. So I have to find the whitest woman I can find, which is essentially
you
a
a
ginger
hybrid
Scottish
patriot.
girl, and make sure our kids are as white as they can possibly be. I mean, you look at Harry's kids and Meghan. I mean, those kids are white. Those kids ain't
Hey, you
black.
lot are mad, yeah? You believe in this great replacement bullshit, yeah? And then take
Michael
part in it
Jackson's
at the
kids
same
are
time,
white.
while trying to say this we're being replaced, and then try to take part in it. This is weird. It's strange. Like,
Look,
how
It
can
is
you even
weird.
complain about
It's
something
Look,
very
like that?
weird.
Take part.
unfortunately, the
It's not
English
even weird,
are
man. It's just
Yeah,
foolishness,
it's
man.
strange.
They just
English.
chat
Look,
absolute shit.
look, the
That's a great
English
Like,
are
replacement. And
set
then
on the
choose a
suicidal
the more I listen
path
to you lot, is the
of
more I know
of
you lot chat
Oh,
of
you just helping them
cultural
along, yeah?
and genetic
And that is
suicide.
why your
It's
movement
You're,
can't
so you're
go
part of the
nowhere.
euthanasia gang, yeah?
That's why
So
Daddy
you're
Watson can't
Unfortunately,
get
team, yeah?
off of
there's nothing we can. Us white passing people have to help these guys out.
white
They
passing.
are they are on a suicide path
Bro,
of
they
of
call
killing their own
people
race
and
and their own
N-word,
culture.
yeah? All right, that's
So
what they
if
call
us
people.
white passing ones can
hilarious.
somehow help
Recognize
them,
who's being white.
then we may have to
Believe
you
in
know
these racist
help
You're
theories,
the
and
right
it's
help
white,
that
bro.
it's
gene
You're the
pool.
true.
right kind of white. Get it
But
right.
but look, the way I figure it is a ginger white
Sorry,
person
Banksy,
and
can I
an
ask you a
Iranian
question?
white
Can I ask you a
passing
question?
would equal one
Banksy,
white person
this is going to be funny.
because
Between
gingers are
you and
super white.
Between you and Trula, how many different shades of color is there? Like, if
Between
you're
me
one
and
step from
Trilla,
one step
Hey, what
from
if your
being
kid
white,
takes
you're
a
saying you're
shahada?
one step from
What
being
if your kid
white.
wants to get
How
in
many
touch with his
steps from
Iranian
being
side and
white
becomes
is
a Shia?
Trilla?
I don't
Bro,
know,
all
4
the
or
white
5.
people are trying to
Huh?
look like me, bro.
So
Banksy,
what's
Trying
the
to
Banksy, wait,
get
steps
hold
in
on.
time.
between you and
Banksy, what
Trilla?
if
It's
your
going to be
kid
about
wants to
4
get
or
in touch
5
with his
steps.
Iranian side but wants to become a
But
Shia?
No
name
way.
them. Who are they? Who would these people be? Like, would the Afghan come between a Pakistani and an
And wants
Iranian
to
in
speak
terms
Arabic?
of
Yeah, for
the
sure,
whiteness? Right,
for
so we
sure.
worked out one, right? What about a
And then you
Turkish
got like the
person then?
Turks, you've got
Where would the
like
Turks come?
you
Above
know
the Afghans or below them?
depending on the Turk as well. I mean, because like Afghans,
So,
some of them can
That's
be very
true.
my
white.
dad
You know,
is
there
No,
are
but we're being
Afghans with like
general.
blue
I'm
eyes
not
and green
We're being
eyes.
general. We're
So
being general, right?
Yeah.
when it comes
No,
down
So
to
like
the
the
complexion,
Turks would be a slightly whiter shade, I
mine
think, than
gonna
an
be
Afghan.
any darker
What
than
Listen,
about
them.
what's
Kurds?
crazy
Banksy, what about
is
Kurds?
thinking that
Kurds,
you
it's
know
hard to say
who
depending
your
on the
fucking
Iranian
children are
Kurd,
going to marry and
Turkish
what
Kurd,
their
Iraqi
children are going to
Kurd.
be like
So
and all
who
this sort
would
of stuff
be
there.
between a
That's
white
crazy,
person and an
cuz.
Indian
What
person?
kind
Like,
of
I'm
kind
thinking
of slightly on
Balochistan.
But
side you lot think you got?
the way I see it, this is how I see it. You got the two extremes. You've got, let's say, a white ginger Scottish girl at the extreme white, because they're like the
Yeah.
whitest of white people.
Yeah,
And then
yeah,
you've got
yeah,
like
yeah, yeah.
a
They're
Sudanese
transparent.
girl
They're
at the
actually
other
transparent.
end. Yeah.
Yeah,
And then you've got like Sudanese girl at the other end. When they close their eyes and teeth, you can't see them in the dark. They just disappear.
Yeah, nilotic,
So like
nilotic.
they are the darkest of the darks. And don't get me wrong, I love Sudanese skin
they're
tones.
beautiful.
They are gorgeous.
Beautiful.
My God, these women are good looking.
You love anything with a heart.
But Eritreans as well. This is the funny thing. You know that whole area, Sudan, Eritrea, Somalia, their women look good, but their men are hideous. It's unbelievable how ugly their men are.
Ethiopians.
The Ethiopians, the Eritreans, the Sudanese, horrific looking men.
And they're very feminine
Yo,
guys.
Matty, man. Did you just say the men are hideous?
They are
They're not manly. They're not very manly.
especially in comparison to how good looking their women are.
It's true. It's true.
It's just, for me, it's like the disparage because because look, in every culture, in every society, the men and the women are kind of on the same level.
No, that's
But
not
I
true.
think
That's not true, Banksy.
That's a lie,
Some
Banksy.
races,
You're
some
not
races have got better looking women than men, and some races
But
are
yeah,
better looking
in,
than
but
women.
Why?
Like,
Yeah,
all right, Banksy,
but
what about
that's
the
the thing.
Chinese? What about the Chinese?
Why?
Who's better
Look,
looking, the men
even
or
if you
the
look at
women?
the Chinese, the women and the men are not that much like
Oh, man.
difference between the men are not so much more hideous compared to the women being extremely good looking.
You see a Chinese man that you say is handsome.
No, it's not that I'm saying, but what I'm saying is they're on par with each other. With the men and the women are not.
No,
there isn't a massive gap.
Their women are very well
I think,
beautiful.
but I think the Sudanese and the Sudanese, like the Eritrean men and the Eritrean women, the gap between their looks is immense. The men are like ogres, and the women are extremely attractive.
I agree with you. I agree with you.
If you move to Somalia, you'd be a player, yeah? Mad.
Well, Somalia, or I mean, to be honest, as I say, I for some weird reason, I like those ultra dark black Sudanese. You know, the ones that literally would disappear in the night.
Would you have a kid with one of them?
It's unbelievable.
Would you have a kid with one?
I don't know. I mean, my kids are not going to come out. They're not going to come out white, and they're not going to come out that black. There's just going to be some mulatto sort of, brownish skin kids. I don't know if they'll be as good looking. That's the problem. I think me and a Sudanese girl, our kids may come out. They'll probably have my fucking big nose, and her
so they're basically
complexion.
Ethiopian.
They won't look good. They won't look attractive.
So basically, if you had a daughter, she'll come out gorgeous, but if you had a son, he'd be hideous.
Probably.
Probably. So you're saying that a half Iranian or a half Greek and a half Nilotic would come out like an Ethiopian, which makes sense. Makes sense.
Probably.
Mixed race African.
I want a 6'5" Bachabazi, please.
Hey, that's your Afghans. No, don't fucking bring that over here. That's the fucking Afghans. You go deal with those Tajiks. That ain't nothing to do with it. You need to get Afghan back on this panel.
You think that ain't happening in Iran?
No, not the traditional bachabazi. It doesn't happen in Iran, but child marriages, yeah, it fucking happens in Iran. I've seen it.
That's mad.
Fucking, I've seen 8-year-olds get married, an 8, 9-year-old getting married to like a 20-year-old. There's a fucking video of it online. It's fucking awful.
That's mental.
Yes, that's the beauty of Islam. Oh, let us all celebrate Islam. It's so awesome.
You're Shia in Iran. Mostly.
No, he's not.
Hey, listen,
the Shia, the Sunnis, they all get fucking child marriages. Nothing to do with Shia Sunni.
You know Iran.
He's probably Alevi. You're Alevi, probably.
Hey, guys, listen. Yo. The kids are sleeping in it, so I can't really start speaking loud now, innit? So I've got to jump off for a bit. I'm going to leave these on for half hour and then knock off the show, yeah? So
I'm out.
Half hour, yeah? 12 o'clock finish, yeah? All right, make sure you guys...
I'm out.
If I was a rich man...
Big up. Yeah, man. All right, Khan, Chilla, what are you doing? You man staying on?
Jumping.
Just wrap it now.
Yeah, wrap it.
Jumping now, yeah? All right, let's slap a outro. Let me snap an outro. Cause I'm leaving me. Jeez. Alright.
Shamey, I'm doxing Robert. I'm doxing Seaman. I'm doxing.
You can't dox me.
The gay Klingon.
They can't dox me either because I've doxed myself. My name's Amy Louise Thomas.
Well, I'm just going to do it for fun.
Yeah.
I'm doing it to amuse myself.
Yeah,
would you like that?
Fine. I don't mind.
Does it sound fun to you guys?
My
would you
middle
like
name's
it?
Thomas.
Yeah, I'm going to have pictures of Seaman's nephew, his name and everything like that. I'm going to do the whole obituary
thing. My dead
why
nephew.
not? How about...
Before I fuck you in the arse, you cunt.
Well, Seaman, you do it to me all the fucking time under your various sock accounts. So fuck you. Fuck you.
Wish.
Piece of fucking shit.
Do you want me to send you some up-to-date pictures of everyone bleeding?
No.
Well, yeah, no, I will look for the worst pictures.
I can send you some up-to-date ones of... I've got my mum, my sister, my dad, and my brother.
Shavy, are you asking me? Are you asking me for my email address?
I can help you
because
out,
you're not getting it. I
help you
don't
out.
speak to weirdos like you.
You are a weirdo.
All right.
Failed.
Oh, God, no one cares about you doxing. Jesus.
Jesus.
Failed.
You have.